here in round 1 of day number 2. Zweilous will fall to that loser side bracket, and Elam and his Carbink move on.
Elam, like you said, usually comes in from the loser side of the bracket. This time coming in from the winner side. Apparently he's determined to stay there, wants to just keep 2-0ing his opponents throughout NAIC. And I just want to go to what we were talking about before Game 2 started. I think when Zweilous was making his team, because he really looks at the whole meta, he tries to decide, you know, we always joke around with him because he said, like, you know, reverse engineer. He tries to reverse engineer a team off of what is the meta picks. I don't think Carbink was ever on his radar for...
Elliot, how you doing? How you doing?
Like, that's a very high
I am here. I am here. Don't worry.
It looks like it was a very high reward for Elam.
I'm eating my lunch as well.
Look at his team structure.
While we go.
Answers to all the other fairy type Pokemon, Azumarill, Clefable, even Wigglytuff, he has responses. But Carbink, Rock, and Fairy, such an odd, such a unique combination. And the bulk to boot, I mean, he threw as many charge attacks as he possibly could, and it still was not enough.
Hey, Elam just going through on a tear here. Cresselia, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, going down. It's also not often that you...
What's for lunch? We got sushi.
Charge attack priority. So
It's quite spicy though.
To be like, okay, recognizing that even still, even if that Grass Knot would have knocked out, Cresselia still would have had to reach a Grass Knot before Quagsire was able to reach an Aqua Tail. And I mean, I've seen that Quagsire pacing. I don't even think that was possible.
Every 4 seconds, right?
Some very spicy salmon sushi.
An Aqua Tail somewhere in the world gets thrown in a neutral matchup.
It's good though.
Zweilous definitely one of
It's
the
good.
brightest minds in the PvP community.
Oh, I can't believe we've missed. I missed Zweilous' games. I know. No, well, they were on in the background while I was setting up. Chipper, welcome in, dude. It's always tricky, I think, to, or at least it must be tricky to lose the first game of day 2. That must be tough because that's the one you probably prepared for the most. And obviously, we know Zweilous is really good, right? So maybe that was a tough matchup for him. I didn't look at the teams too intensely. But the Carbink looked like it caused him problems, right? What were your thoughts? What were your thoughts, team?
You know, Pedro is with him on the floor. Maybe we can have him ask. Go ahead, Pedro, take it away.
Leo.
Indeed, Amanda, I need...
Welcome in, Leo. I hope you had a good stream, dude. I'm eating sushi at the same time. I want to get a watch party on, but haven't had lunch yet.
Well, every team that I was building was
Sad for Zweilous. But Ilm's very good, right? Ilm's very good.
I never go with a pick that is as RPS or obscure as Carbink, and I just wanted to try it out, and it's been working great.
He just wanted to try out. He just wanted to try out Carbink. He just wanted to try out Carbink. Leo, how are you doing, mate?
Winning the whole event, and let me ask you something. I saw your team, like Carbink and Quagsire, kind of weak.
You're heading off to, as in C, Zephy? Or is, I assume Zephy is as in the player Zephy rather than a place Zephy.
But honestly, I saw a Trevenant yesterday, but it's not very common on the meta.
Where is Ilm from?
Crest is like the biggest one,
I know we've seen him in lots of NA
actually
regionals.
can beat Crest on the Zero Shield, so it definitely holds its own. And yeah, grass types are not really around the meta, so
It's true. It's
I
true.
wasn't worried about it.
Oh, to Zephy's. Okay, cool. Enjoy, enjoy. Costa Rica? Nice. Wait. Costa Rica is that LATAM? I never really know how people view Central America. Does that come under the NA circuit or does that come under the LATAM circuit? I don't know. I've never been to Costa Rica though. Sounds cool.
Thank you so much, Pedro. I really liked what Elam had to say there because it was sort of what I was saying against Zweilous' team. Where it's like, what was the odds that he was expecting to see a Carbink?
Stream's just started, Leo. Stream's just started. So once I get through this sushi, I've got my water, got my fruit squash. I'm good to go. I'm good to go. I said yesterday that I was only planning on doing like 2 or 3 hours or whatever, and ended up doing 6.5. So I probably won't do much more than that today at most, but we'll see. We'll see how the Europeans get on, you know? We'll see how the Europeans get on. As we can see, we've got Martine. We're duo streaming with Martine below, so as long as he's enjoying it, then we keep going.
much as like a Regirock or a pure rock type would.
Right.
But still, those water types are to be feared, and Elam has been able to pilot that carbing to huge success in New Orleans this weekend.
If you're just tuning into this broadcast, we are only 3 battles in. We're still in the winner's side of the bracket.
So
Pokemon
3 battles in.
playing
What have I
solely
missed then?
from the
Who have
North
I, should we check the bracket?
International
Let's go have a look.
on Championship Sunday. We've
Okay.
still have so much more to go, Will.
House Stark, Steiner, and then we've just seen Ilum. Okay, so like Ilum and Zweilous was probably the most competitive of those. Lorks, welcome in, dude. Your view is important to me, so that's all cool. Ilum and Zweilous. So Pocket and Trip. Okay, we've come in. This is the perfect time. This is the perfect time. Thomas, how you doing? Okay, Pocket and Trip up next. That is the game. That is the game. Steiner looks pleased. Steiner looks pleased. Tough for Zweilous here. Okay, we've got 4 minutes. I would play some GBL, but I'm trying to eat my sushi at the same time. Tell me how your days are going, team. Has anyone been catching Vigoroth? I haven't been. What sushi did I get? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I've got, on the left side, I've got spicy salmon crunchy roll. On the right side, I've got it's a mix of the normal salmon sushi rolls and then the avocado and salmon rice ones as well. It's good. It'll keep me going. You want to see the sushi? Oh god, okay. It's a bit messy. Okay. This is the right side. This is spicy. What's it called? Spicy salmon crunchy roll, because it's got like the breadcrumb topping type things, which are good. Reasonably not that spicy, but good kick. And then on the right side, we've got the normal, the standard looking sushi ones with those ones as well. That's my afternoon snack. Momo, how are you doing? You're interested in Sandygast? High attack Vig that doesn't go above 1500? Yeah. I don't think I've caught anything good yet.
And since season 1, he has been looking to prove it. In Pokemon Go's second
What is
season,
this?
an
What is this segment?
nickname of Mr. Day 2
Is this just a segment purely dedicated to Martine?
participated in. But despite his consistent performance, his amazing team reads, and sacrificial swaps, taking home the bronze medal was the highest ranking Inadequance achieved. This was enough, however, to grant him a cascading invite to the 2023 Pokemon
This is
Go
literally just a Martine showcase, isn't it?
Top 10
I love that.
finish.
Love that for him.
Because there were those 2 shields available. You had to get to as many charge attacks as possible, and there just was not time.
Inadequance was keeping his title of Mr. Day 2, but he was still not bringing home the crown. In the 2024 season, Inadequance lost his title.
What is this segment?
Some early losses in 2 regional competitions. But what he picked
I'm
up
gonna
was
message
this:
Amanda quickly.
more tenacity, more grit, but even more pressure to make a name for himself. But to no surprise to anyone who has ever witnessed Inadequance battle, all of his time and preparation paid off in his home region at the 2024 Utrecht.
No worries, Momo. Good to see you briefly.
Team featuring a
Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Inadequance breezed through day 1, only losing 1 single game the entire day. Mr. Day 2 was back in action. Inadequance experienced his first loss on the morning.
Did that just say with 1 lose?
Getting
What
knocked
I missed
out
what that
of the
said.
losers bracket by his fellow Dutchman,
Loose.
Normalheim. But from that point on, the man did just not lose. Inadequance
This
didn't
is so
win a
funny.
single
This is so
game
funny.
After this point, even in the grudge match against Normalheim to push him back into the grand finals. He swept the grand finals against Pablo and Dinas, forcing a bracket reset.
By the way, if anyone hasn't got your Twitch drops from yesterday, remember to get them. That's my voice.
Though
That's
Pablo
my
and Dinas
voice.
fought hard
Yo.
and took risks, Inadequance took the 6-0 victory and finally got his crown.
Too much energy. It wins the MP. Martine is your special event champion.
If you
Nice.
are interested in finding your own path to
Funny.
victory and becoming a Pokemon master yourself, head to Pokemon.com/play to learn more.
That's a funny little segment. I'd never heard that one before. I'd not seen that one. Had I? No, I hadn't seen that one. Okay.
Amanda called Inadequance Mr. Day 2, and he has done it again. But this time he'll be on the loser side of the bracket, so he cannot feel
Right.
as comfortable.
What pins have we got today, folks? Is that a...
that run he
What's
had
Tifa
that
got?
Amanda
Is that a
was
Titan?
discussing. How are you feeling today?
And a
I'm
Dreepy?
Dreepy at all.
There you go.
I am on my toes, ready for these next set of battles. We've gone through 3 winners brackets matches so far, and we have 3 more ready for you soon.
Yes, and we are going to be featuring one of our trainers to watch that we brought up in the intro. But let's take a quick
I'm very excited for this game. Everyone manifesting Dragapult in Go. Has anyone checked Dragapult's stats? My assumption is that Dragapult isn't going to be brilliant in Go. It doesn't look like it's got the stats for it.
As well as Elam moving on. Who we're going to be facing next is Out of Pocket, one of our trainers to watch, versus Triptondo. We have a lot of really hype matches coming up, though. Which one are you looking forward to most, Nick?
I feel like it's going to be the one that's coming up next. Out of Pocket
Shadow
versus
Infernate?
Triptondo. Going to see if a North American player can
As you guys know, I'm perfectly okay with any starter Pokemon becoming good,
Of course,
other than Primarina.
number of
But Infernate, sure.
players as well. Steiner making it on.
The only problem with firefighting is that they kind of cannibalize each other, right?
Right, and yeah,
A lot of fire
there's just so much. And
attacks hit the same thing that you'd want your fighting attacks to hit. So sometimes it's not the best pairing, the best dual pairing. David, how you doing, dude? Welcome in.
The one we're going to be featuring
How's your day going?
Out of Pocket versus Triptondo.
I'm sorry if anyone gets grossed out by watching someone eat food, but I'm too hungry.
Triptondo coming over from the Netherlands, I believe.
Correct, and there is, as you had mentioned before, another down in that losers bracket. Would be really curious. It was actually really close to happening.
Personally,
times, I believe, in
if I were deciding how to do it,
almost faced off, but
I like the idea of
Triptondo lost
waiting
out
to
face in the winners
release
bracket.
new attacks rather than just giving everything counter, right?
It was actually Inadequance
So maybe something like
lost, did not
Mach
get to
Punch
the
or
final
Vacuum
round,
Wave,
bringing it all the
when
way
they
to
get introduced into the game,
2
you could make them like, for example, you could make them really good attacks, but only give them to really squishy Pokemon.
Will be the king of the Netherlands.
I think that's maybe a better way to do it than just giving counter to everything or Shadow Claw to everything.
These battles that we have coming up. It has just been such
Also, let's bear in mind
And again, if you are
that the
out
steel
there
type that's coming soon is likely to be Aegislash. So maybe fire will be preferable then, because obviously it will still resist fighting.
to share all of those experiences with us. I know I'm checking my phone, I'm checking social media in the in-between, and we absolutely love to feature all of those experiences at home.
Okay, next up we've got Trip,
How can people get
Triptondo
involved
and
competitive?
Out of Pocket.
I'm thinking about Sunday, and a great way to
And
get
these two
involved on
probably have the
Sunday by
teams that I like the most in this tournament.
Unity Day,
Oh yeah,
catching
Gumi
those
Come Day tomorrow.
enemies, being able to evolve them into Gudra getting access to Thunder Punch, and other ways to kind of build up your
Memi, how you doing?
resources. Twice the catch candy, 3 times.
Memi, who are you rooting for today?
Stardust pools so that you can
Who has your support?
1500 CP for the Great League, 2500 CP for Ultra League.
Also, everyone needs to remember to get
Level 4
everyone needs to remember to get lots of Gudra, because with Thunder Punch there's a chance it can be meta, right? Get yourselves a shiny Gudra tomorrow.
What's the most Stardust you've ever had in the bank?
I wanna say I've never gone above 3 million stars.
Tinkaton will ruin dragons when it comes to it. Maybe.
It's been around 5 million
Maybe.
Stardust,
Depends if
so
they
I'm
buff
definitely-
Turtonator by then.
But I'm not there right now. I am certainly not there right now.
Get your vigor off. You can pick up a shiny Kamala as well. Do you know what was funny? I was talking to someone yesterday, and they were saying that their favorite animal is a koala bear. And you know how when you talk about something, like you're convinced that your phones are listening to you, right? Whiskey, welcome in, dude. So to this morning when I woke up, Oh, is it 3 times dust as well tomorrow? Awesome. This morning when I woke up, on my Twitter, it came up with a feed about koala bears. And I was like, of course it does. But this was the biggest hate post towards koala bears I'd ever heard, or I'd ever read. It was just going in on how stupid koala bears are, how small their brains are, how smooth their brains are and things, and it was pretty savage, so justice for Kamala is what I'd say. This is a really good event in my mind, Scorching Steppes. So it's a hatch event, okay, yes, it's going to need incubators, but look at the hatches you can get. Char Cadet, and then Larvesta and Litleo, both with shinies, which are cool shinies. And then if you look at the 5-kilometer eggs, you've got Darumaka, Hisuian Growlithe, Litwick, all shiny available. I know Litwick's had a com day, but if you didn't do it, then it's still a cool shiny to get. And then Turtonator as well also can be shiny and also in research. So in my mind, this is a pretty good event, I think. Interesting though, isn't it, that they're releasing Larvesta shiny via egg event. So it's not going to be a com day. So Vigor stat recommendations. Vigoroth's interesting. If you go through the sims, there is definitely some benefits from running really high bulk Vig. Cresselia matchup is an example of one that can flip based on the bulk of your Vigoroth. If you start to give it a little bit more attack, then you start to pick up certain matchups like Mandibuzz. If instead you go for high HP, lower defense, high HP, you then pick up different matchups again. And I don't think I've yet formed a conclusion on which one I like, because I do think everything is meta dependent. Right now we've seen a huge rise in Azu. This event has seen a huge rise in Azu, which is interesting, because Cress isn't... Yeah, I get them all, get everything. Just have everything ready, and then by the time you're getting towards a competition, you've got to just judge it based on the meta that you're seeing. If there's loads of Azu and there's fewer Mandibuzz, then that Mandibuzz matchup's less relevant. If there's loads of Azu and you're expecting Crest to rise again to counter the Azu, then the Crest matchup might be more important. So yeah, you do... There's no perfect spread for any Pokemon. It's all meta dependent. It's all meta dependent. Why pandas were useless? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
I think we're getting some battles ready. So we're gonna
Mango, Trip, or Martine? Yeah, nice.
Let us know in chat, because I don't have the
yeah,
chat open right
Luke,
now.
you're right. It depends on how you're going to use it. So, for example, I would use an Annihilate in GBL differently if I'm planning on using it as a safe swap Annihilate versus if I'm using it as a lead Annihilate. And maybe even I change the movesets based on that as well. Sniper Mike, welcome in. Notix, how you doing?
Definitely not meta relevant. That's one of the ones
HUK, hello.
Their abilities. I would love to see some of these
yeah, it's interesting because Vig has quite a lot of HP already, but it does actually give more. It does actually pick up even more wins as you give it more HP, which is interesting because sometimes when you get Pokemon with really high HP, you think, oh, I'm fine for HP. Let me just make sure I get all the bulk points. Yeah, Weedle, this is exactly what I mean. I talked about koalas yesterday. I was talking about them, and then today they just keep coming up on my feed, and I'm like, I've never ever seen anything on Twitter about koalas, and now I'm seeing it constantly, so they're always listening, yeah. Okay, Pokemon noobs, this is Okie Dokie. It is a...
I would agree, Okie Dokie.
Okay, they obviously can't see the name like we can. Okie Dokie is one of the new Pokemon from the Scarlet Violet DLC. And I think most of these were poison types. Poison something. Poison fighting, yeah, that's right. And there's like 4 of them. Pokemon has DLC? Yeah. There've been 2 DLC. Well, two separate segments for the Scarlet Violet DLC. One is called the Teal Mask, and the other one is called Indigo Plateau. I don't know how I'd pronounce this.
Ooh, I think it's Quackwaval.
Oh, that would make a lot of sense.
But I would have said Quackwaval as well, but I heard Speedy yesterday saying Quaquaval, which to me sounds a little bit interesting.
Oh, all right. So as a team, we are 3 for 3. I think we should play it. We'll share the points between us.
Got Stefan, thanks very much for the Prime sub.
I like
Appreciate it, appreciate it.
It's a lot better than her 25%.
Yeah, Monkey Dory, Pheasantipity, Ogapon, and Peturant most recently has come in. Terrapagos. Lots of new Pokemon have come in very, very recently in the last few months. But they always will come to go a long time later, so don't hold your breath, don't hold your breath.
Have our battlers ready to go. So let's go ahead and head down to this.
Right, let's go watch Trip.
All right, and on the left side we have Out of Pocket, and on the right side is Trip Tondo. We've seen their teams yesterday, and we will see them again today. The
Murphy, how you doing, dude?
outstanding
Welcome in.
from each of these Pokemon from each
Chat,
of these
do you know what I'm going to
Pokemon
do?
is
I'm going to do a
Shadow
I'm going to do a
Quagsire.
poll. This is not a prediction, this is a poll,
Additional
okay?
water type. They have Alligator,
Because
Out of
it's not,
Pocket,
I don't want to know who you think's going to win, but I want to know who you're rooting for. I know we've got lots of Europeans here that are obviously going to probably go with Trip,
Out of Pocket,
but can you just tell me in the poll, just so I have an idea, who are you rooting for this?
Excited to see these Shadow Quagsire's face off. I predicted Quagsire was going to really make a splash here in New Orleans, and I am thrilled to see how.
I'm rooting for Trip, fellow European. He's running a team that I really, really like the look of. It's got the Crest Magnezone core. It's got the Shadow Quag and the Altaria. The Azu protects them well. I like his team.
On the field, and one of my other favorite Pokemon, Feraligatr.
We
Okay.
are in the swamps. The
It's only a normal Gator.
to play. Hydro Cannon reached in just
Altaria can look good in the back, yeah.
counting from Out of Pocket.
We know, don't we?
Landing this Hydro Cannon, Trip Tondo
Yeah, good leave.
recognizes that this will not knock out.
Do you bait here, or is that far too risky?
Go for that Stone Edge would do a lot of neutral damage.
Does Pocket try and call a bait?
Quite threatens a knockout.
Not quite, because Out of
He
Pocket
shields
uses
correctly.
that regular Feraligatr, but he does shield the move that does the most damage.
Do you swap
So
to the
Out of
alt on
Pocket
CMP?
well used to
Oh.
shield, because now Trip Tondo's going for the
He's-
the
He's
bait
going for the bait before he reaches it, so
more
obviously
ineffective.
Pocket's not going to
Pocket's
shield that.
ill, and Out of Pocket says, nah, I'm
This is
fine."
not comfortable.
And look at all of that energy going
This is not
almost
comfortable.
all the way up to that 100 and going for the bait of Hydro Cannon.
This is rough. Triptondo is likely going to need to either throw energy or
But
shield a second time.
I don't think that really matters, because I think Pocket just reaches 2 Ice Beams anyway. So I don't know if I even like that bait from Pocket.
For Triptondo, but Out of Pocket is
Oh, but he's saving some health. Oh, actually, that could be quite good, because Crest can't Psycho cut it down later.
It's actually really tough for Triptondo. Great catch here.
Good catch,
actually.
good catch.
One strike going into the Cresselia. It's not resisted, but instead of being super effective against the Altaria, it's just...
This is a much less efficient use of the Rock Slide than a Body Slam would have been, so that's good for Trip.
Yeah, Vigoroth
But
really wants to be going
shield
for the body
advantage
slam
for
because
Pocket.
it's the same type of
Oh,
attack
wait, but they're
that
switch locked. Okay, that's really good, because the Charger Bug then avoids the... Charger Bug avoids the Crest, or Crest avoids the Charger Bug.
especially as a bait move. But here it's just so spammy. Triptondo going up has a Grass Knot and a little bit of extra
Moonblast wouldn't be enough, so double Grass Knot is smart.
Quite a bit harder on the Vigoroth, taking it down into the red.
And I really like the Grass Knot.
If you can... I was just going to say, if you can avoid CMP or maximize energy, because now you're in a Shadow Claw down range. Now you're in Shadow Claw down range and you're in trouble.
A little bit low on health for all of his Pokemon. He's still got that full health Charge Bug in the back, but that for Alligator, I don't think can reach another charged attack.
Well done.
Yeah, so
Well done.
we are kind of
Really
in
good to avoid that farm down.
end game now. We have that weak
Well done,
Feraligatr
Trip.
in the back. We have this Altaria. The Cresselia is still around. So these two trainers really trying to utilize the last of their resources. Out of Pocket has one shield remaining. Triptondo has none. So all of these charge attacks are going to register.
I
on this
think
Altaria.
Pocket has
There's a lot of
this.
neutral damage with the electric type fast moves and fast attacks and charge attacks. Altaria being a dragon and flying type Pokemon.
It's going to come down to if Triptondo can reach a second Sky
You just
Attack.
shield this, don't you?
It's going to come up from Out of Pocket.
And then you can just throw an attack.
From landing. Sky Attack
You can just throw the discharge here.
The final shield
Oh, he does it. He doesn't.
attack is
Oh,
barely not reached by Triptondo.
heartbreak. Trip maybe actually
Psycho down
could have got a little bit more
One X scissor is
Dragon Breath in before the
shields
the
remain.
the the,
And we sip
the last
Triptondo
Sky
already
Attack.
going
Maybe.
back to the drawing board, thinking, you know, this strategy
Maybe.
did not work out for me. I'm going to go back, I'm going to reset, I'm going to think about what do I
Double
need to do
Moonblast, yeah.
differently to
Yeah.
disrupt Out of Pocket, who we mentioned, a player to watch out here defending North America from the Europeans, from the Latin Americans, who have all come here to try to take that first place.
I think Triptondo's really going to have to figure out how to deal with that Vigoroth. You see it on the screen, such a safe Pokemon, even while catching the Rock Slide into that Cresselia. A really solid play from Triptondo. He still just didn't have enough momentum to fight back in this end game in order to secure victory.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering whether Trip might try and bait the Gator.
That final shield and utilizing the Charger Bug, really putting resources into it so it can clear out the Altaria and then go ahead to clear out the Cresselia as well.
Because honestly, even if they no shield, you might still be able to just go and bait again. Because as long as you chip it, you can then Dragon Breath it down. So I wonder, I don't know.
We're going to have to see
I don't know.
how the match evolves here into game number 2. It's going to be Vigoroth.
Gator is so good. Gator is so good. Oh, okay. We got an Azu in the... Oh, look at that Charger Bug, though. That Charger Bug's annoying for Trip here.
Super effective damage. Not same type attack bonus, but will still do plenty of work.
You need to shield this.
How do I want to use my resources here?
You need to shield this for sure.
Am I going to allow the Altaria to take
Again, apologies for anyone who's joining. I'm eating my sushi while we watch party this. Good timing from Trip just before the Rock Slide. And then maybe, as soon as you do this, maybe do you get out? Do you switch? Switch! No!
Oh no! So Triptondo's got to make a decision. Using two shields in the
This is not good.
game is always rough, especially Out of Pocket has used none.
In comes the Feraligatr.
If you can catch, that's massive.
Would do a lot of double super effective damage, very cleanly picking up the knockout at this range. I expect
What do you reckon? 3 more Shadow Claws? Do you stay in? 3 more Shadow Claws?
Would end up being the better choice because
No!
it's going to be hard answered by
No!
both Azumarill and Cresselia hard answered by the Chargers, but it wouldn't be taking super effective damage from the Volt Switches.
If you could have caught the Ice Beam on that Azu, massive. Now you're in a little bit of trouble because that Gator is winning CMP against everything. One advantage here is that you'd rather a Charger Bug maybe against an Azu than against a Cress because it's forced to throw Discharge. But the problem is Volt Switches are doing a lot as well.
One of the benefits actually for Triptondo
No, but that's... Look, he's got rid of all the energy. Switch lock, so Trip can just come straight back in with the ult here, maybe?
come into this next matchup with as much energy, being forced to throw another discharge.
You actually don't want to wait too long because you don't want to get sniped. You don't want to get sniped.
Altaria getting a lot of fast attack pressure in. The question is, can Out of Pocket pivot in
Don't throw your attack. Don't throw your attack.
So
Yeah.
we have
And now, do you reckon the Cress... I don't. The problem is now. This is what I mean. Now the switch clocks are up, so the Crest can't farm down. The Crest can't now farm down that Charger Bug. So maybe you come in straight away with the Altaria, let the Altaria go. Yeah, you agree, Luke? Yeah, you don't. I don't think you wait there because you need that farm. You need the Psycho Cut farm down on the Crest for a chance to get to 2 Grass Knots. This is it. This is game over.
Hydro Cannon doing about 50%
Yeah.
of the remaining health. Another Hydro Cannon coming through. This is likely going to pick up the knockout against Cresselia. That is going to be game number 2 for Out of Pocket.
Unfortunate for Trip. Unfortunate. That is the power of Feraligatr.
With winners round number 1. I'm seeing a little bit of conversation there, so I definitely want to hold off. But that was a really well played.
I wonder what Trip is asking the judges here.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, the flexibility that Charger Bug provided Out of Pocket in that end game there, allowing it to hit super
Clear the
effective
predictions.
charged attacks against
Oh.
both Azumarill as well as Cresselia, just really put it in a very solid spot. So I was calling out as we went into this game, the safety of Vigoroth for Out of Pocket is so key here, allowing him to really shore
Is it gone?
any any negative components from the beginning parts of the matchup into transitioning to a solid late.
Okay, who have we got?
It looks like we are going to have match under review. So we will give you as much information as we have it available.
Huh.
So
Predictions from yesterday still there? Oh, good.
Yeah, I think
Right, should we have a quick...
it was unfortunate that the Dragon Breath
Oh,
did not knock out
they are reviewing something. They're reviewing something.
the judges think
I don't know if...
potential
Who knows?
impacts
Who knows?
that interaction are, and as we always say when we're behind
We'll
the
just eat and
scenes,
watch.
judges, they're going to make the right calls in these situations, and our job here is just to wait to hear what they have to say.
Exactly. We are not judge. You are actually a judge. However, that is not our role this weekend. We trust 100% our judges. These tournaments could not happen without our judge staff, and they honestly do not
Rocha
get
Babyface and
enough credit.
Oba
All of the
next.
staff that
Okay.
makes these tournaments possible. Everyone working in production behind the scenes, and everyone out there visible on the floor. And we are just so appreciative of all of their hard work.
And from the stream side, we really only see the judges who are up on stage, the stream judges, but there are so many other support judges out there. Floor judges, you have head judges, you have the lead judge, which,
Okay.
you know, for those of you
Question.
who might not actually know all of the nitty-gritty details of how those interactions work.
Since they updated
the side events,
the
they have a local judge that
bugs and
has
issues
a
page
Boston area who is out there working those side events,
to say that it's resolved,
molasses cookies,
does that change?
her own
Does that change
to our local
the rules on DRE disputes? You tell me. What do you think? They said it's resolved. So does that mean?
Going to take a look
Well, hold on a
at
minute.
the
Surely that would operate in
damage
Pocket's favor,
the
right?
judges are taking a close look at. And we are going to see here
Because
that
surely the
Moonblast,
correct
going
outcome is that the charged attack should
and there is that
get
1
off.
HP situation, and the Vigoroth was
Do you see what
able
I'm saying?
to survive the Moonblast and able to throw the charged attack, and we can see that that was resolved.
There we go.
So
Pocket wins.
arguably we talk about a little bit
Dom, I'm well.
about
I'm well. How are you?
Can you tell me a little bit about? So first off, again, congratulations, Out of Pocket. You are moving.
As
on
soon
to
as I
this
see
round one.
someone had Feraligatr and Vigoroth, I voted for them to keep. Yeah. Feraligator's cool, especially.
Apply their damage immediately, but sometimes we see they don't. And I think
Last Nation, I think it's the. I think what has been resolved was the inconsistency of whether or not a charged attack would take precedence over a fast attack in that situation. But my understanding is that the charge attack should take precedence, so there's no ability to dispute that situation because that was the correct way it should play out. Whether or not we regard it as inconsistent is a different question to whether or not the judges should regard it as inconsistent, because they have to follow. They potentially have to follow. If it says it's resolved, then that is the game not operating as intended. Do you see where I'm coming from, right? If the game says this issue is resolved, and something happens such that it doesn't play out in the way that it should, their job is to review whether or not it should have been different. Yeah, Motix, I agree, but the resolved update was relatively recently, and I also think that the application of the rules is ever so slightly different in NA than it is in EU. So it might depend on the head judge there and the precedent that they're looking to set there. So that's why it's not abundantly apparent as to how it works. Lorx, the rules. So Lorx asks a very good question. One sec, I'm going to reduce the volume of these two to 0. Okay, so the way that it's supposed to work, if you use a 4-turn attack and you use 1 turn to throw your attack, that would take you 5 turns. The way that it currently seems to work most of the time is that the damage from a 5-turn fast attack would take precedence over the 4-turn plus throw. The recent updates and descriptions of how the games should work would indicate that the 4-turn plus throw should take precedence over the damage of the 5-turn attack. but it never happens. That never happens. And so then they're saying, Niantic says, oh, it's resolved, yeah, as Colin says. And it's like, well, in practice, it very obviously isn't resolved, which makes it a little bit tricky, because how do you then determine the rules? You see what I'm saying? So, what's the correct outcome? I don't know. I don't know. Right. Let's listen to this interview. This is Swagron. This is Pedro who is interviewing. He's a LATAM caster. He's got a lot of energy. He gets very excited, which is nice to see. Out of pocket doesn't look too buzzing at the moment, but
I'd say Vigoroth is very good at, if not winning a matchup, getting Pokemon very low and in good farming range. And against Triptondo, my Charger Bug.
5amp, thanks very much for the prime sub. How you doing, mate? Appreciate you.
If it also if it isn't getting Bonds very
Murphy, can you hear okay?
should bring away the shields, as we saw in the second game, which really allows my other Pokemon to shine. So I'd say if it's not flipping matchups and safe swap situations, it's also playing support for my other more important Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely did a lot of supporting those battles. And I want to ask something about rivalry. Do you have someone in the tournament that you want to face, like competitively? I don't know.
Well, I want to face Elam, but we're actually going to play in the next round because we both won. So I'm looking forward to that match.
Yeah, I love that friendly rivalries. You're going to do great. I'm eager to see that match. And we're going back to our casters right now.
I love the friendly
Pocket pronounces Pokemon like an American.
And again,
Still a bit low. Do you want, as in me or the stream, or everything, or?
on the stage that we see out on the floor. It is one of my favorite.
I can put the stream up a little bit.
Mungo is our just
It depends how much. It depends how much you want to hear the casters, I guess. If you want me to put them up, then there you go.
In their tournament runs, but they don't necessarily battle every single person in the field, right? I don't know for sure, but there's a possibility that Out of Pocket hasn't played
Got you.
on the championship circuit.
Sure.
all this
Okay.
season, right?
Noted, team.
That's
Noted.
totally a possibility they could be knocked down into the losers bracket.
Pocket, his approaches is it's interesting. You should watch interviews from Pocket from like last year, beginning of last year, and you can watch his evolution of character and the different ways in which he approaches interviews. So that one for him, that was relatively tame, right? We would all agree that that was a relatively almost like composed, not humble, I wouldn't say, but just like low key. It was a low key interview, whereas you've seen before when he's won big games, he's got a lot more energy and things. So is that an indication of nerves? What is that? I wonder what's going through his head.
Trainers that are getting ready. It's Rocha Babyface versus Auburn. It's going to be another LATAM player versus a North American player.
So drop bear, it is 1500 CP cap, no bans other than a select few Pokemon that aren't deemed accessible enough. So that includes the Galarian birds and one or two others. And yeah, you can't duplicate. And stats are a little bit tricky to give a very simple explanation of, but stats can be quite important. But the difficulty that we're finding with this game is that stats are not really discussed on stream or by the game itself anyway. So if you need to know more about stats, you probably have to do it via third-party research or listening to streamers, etc., etc. Listed Sparkle, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, Tom, you're right. That was a nice Gator showcase. Gator is good. If you don't have a Feraligatr, try and get one. It is good. Especially post-Spark nerf from Lantern. With Lantern no longer dealing anywhere near the same amount of electric fast attack pressure, Gator's pretty good. I'm well, thank you. I'm eating my lunch while we watch party. So if you see me stuffing my face with sushi, please feel for my stomach because I'm very hungry.
When they're excited, when they're feeling defeated, all of that shows on their face and in their body language. But Auburn just keeps it cool.
Yeah, I was actually talking to our co-casters as
What is this bling?
Felt like their first 2 matches.
What is this bling around Auburn's neck? It's actually, looks, it's actually my breakfast as well. It's actually my first meal of the day.
Calm, cool, collected. Both Elam and Z's Wireless were just concentrated and focused on the games, not jumping out of their chairs.
He's got the Mardi Gras beads. What is this? I've never seen this.
Community, and I love that we get to showcase so many of them this weekend. Yesterday, we had a record.
Who's my favorite Pokemon?
That we got to showcase.
Do you mean
It
to
was
compete with, or do you just mean in general?
Showcase everybody. So many
In general,
players.
I'd probably say King Gambit's pretty cool. I like King Gambit.
Of matches today as well. We're going into today with 32 people in a double elimination.
Regular
round.
Gator?
I wish I knew the exact numbers. I don't. I'm
Yeah, regular Gator is better versus
We have significant
Altaria and Gligar,
32
Shadow Gligar.
matches today, so we're gonna have a day chock full of it.
It's not as
32 down to 3
it's
only.
not
We're gonna
as
move on to
threatening
Championship
in
Sunday.
some
On
matchups
Championship Sunday, Pokemon Go is first,
because
so
it obviously
feature
does a lot less
is
Shadow Claw damage.
and we are going to see the winners
I
finals,
wonder if there's a
losers
rise in
finals,
Azu.
and grand finals, all of which are best of 5.
Is Shadow
And
Gator
of
better
course, the
there?
grand finals
Dunno.
has that
Dunno.
opportunity for a bracket
But
reset. If the person
worth
who
getting
is
one of
the
each.
champion from the losers
For
final
sure.
side of the bracket is able to win one best of 5.
Yours is Gyarados, but you saw a koala that ran away. Drop Bear, you've actually come in at a funny time because I was saying at the beginning of the stream that someone I was speaking to yesterday mentioned that their favorite animal was a koala, and since then, I'm now seeing koalas everywhere. Obviously, not just in this event spawning, but also just on Twitter. There was a thread about koala bears,
Really love the symmetry.
and my phone's listening to me for sure.
Starting with about 300 players,
King Gambit or Lucario? I like Mega Lucario.
chopping
And
it
King
down
Gambit.
to 1%.
Mega Lucario and King Gambit are probably 2 of my faves for sure.
There's a lot of beauty in that, in day 3 being only 1% of the total player base.
Oh wait, they're both wearing Mardi Gras necklaces. Okay,
It really just shows that these are the trainers
Interesting.
that are the best.
Interesting.
They have walked the longest roads. They have survived through battle after battle.
Mega
after
King Gambit
battle
when? I
with
wish,
their
I wish.
chosen 6. And it's really,
This is now an Azu meta?
you have in your team, the practice you've put in,
I don't know.
the friendships you
I
make
don't
along
know.
the way.
I have to be honest, I was surprised to see the number of Azu in day 2.
We have so many Pokemon on these teams. Let's take a look at them. We have 2 Annihilates going to be the top usage from
I wonder.
day number
I wonder.
1. 0.
You've heard I like Scarm? No. I like Shadow Scarm, but that's just because I like Shadow Pokemon.
Day number 1 as well. Instead, we have 2 different flyers. We have Talonflame for Rocha and the Skarmory for Auburn.
They've already spent their prize money for day 2 on the necklaces. Yeah,
Let's
I
see if
agree.
that's something that we are going to see in this first
Last
battle.
donation, they're going to be releasing more Megas next year.
Back, but in the beginning,
Okay, this is a normal Whiscash, so sometimes where we've I'm going to turn the casters down a little bit.
again, it got that nerf to
Okay,
slow.
so
We're gonna see
against the Shadow Whiscash, sometimes you'll see Annihilate players opting to throw a Night Slash straight away because they want to get the damage in early before a chance of a debuff. Does that matchup change now that Scald has been nerfed? You saw there, the Scald was thrown, it's now got a 30% chance of debuffing. The Annihilate is much happier now. The Annihilate here, I mean, he's going for a bait, but this bait is no longer debuffed. So does this matchup improve?
By the time, because this
Possibly. Let's see how it plays out. You'd expect a shield here from Oban. And now he can farm up a little bit. You're always winning CMP. So does he go up and try and get on CMP again? Will he throw 1 beforehand just to make sure that it can't be caught? There you go. So he throws 1 before. He doesn't want to get caught. If Rocha Babyface shields, then he would have been able to throw in the next one. So now do you get a Talonflame or a Lickitung come in to try and farm down? Here's the Talonflame. And Oban wants to save the energy on that Night Slash, and he's going to go straight in with the Whiscash. And he's drawn out the Lickitung so that the Azu is free. So this should be Oban's game now. So this is super smart, right? He saw that it was a Talonflame, he didn't take the Incinerate damage on the Annihilate, and he goes and pulls out that Lickitung. Azu now is going to be up against Talonflame in the back. You can see it, I can see it. It looks like it should be Oban's game.
charge attack tie here from Auburn.
I will eat sushi.
Going to threaten a knockout, but I believe he was close to Scald Energy, if not at Scald Energy. So great no shield there from Rocha Babyface, recognizing even a Scald doesn't threaten a knockout here.
We'd see Auburn making the decision. Is this a bait or not? No.
The Night Slash and counter from the Annihilate is more useful here against this Lickitung.
That singular protect shield remaining, where Rocha Babyface is sitting with 2
But he's coming in with the Azu, which means he will probably he'll have to shield the this Power Whip. But he's not, which is interesting because Power Whip does more damage than well, maybe it's pretty close. I was going to say to what Fly would do.
But there is going to be a flurry of flies or potentially Brave Birds
I thought,
going into the
Maxwell, I thought Oban had this, but he's played it slightly differently to I maybe would. But remember, he's got a Night Slash on that Annihilate. So if he can get that Talonflame...
ability to switch out of
Wait, how much energy, how much health did that Lickitung have?
matchup long enough. Auburn has the option to switch into Annihilate.
Is he going to go for like a CMP catch? That's risky. That's super risky.
To swap out again.
There is a lot of energy on that Annihilate. If Rocha locks himself into a Incinerate, it's possible that it could reach a Shadow Ball, but no shielding.
God, that's risky.
Ice Beam does not threaten as much as the Shadow Ball.
Oh wait, this is a Brave Bird. This is a Brave Bird Talon. Oh goodness, Oban's not going to win this.
Rocha with his talent.
I completely forgot that it was a Brave Bird Talon.
The Azumarill is going to come through, and was this a fly or a Brave Bird that he pressed?
This is a Brave Bird.
Ouch.
So much
Ouch.
damage, able to pick up that knockout defense.
There you go, Brave Bird Talon. I completely forgot it was running Brave Bird.
That battle.
Yes, Talonflame definitely being the MVP. We talk a lot about you use your
God,
Pokemon
Rubik's
to set
moveset.
Pokemon up
Unbelievable.
for success. And Rocha was able to do that by really preserving those
Context being the day it got given Fly.
putting the Talonflame
I think I
out
tweeted.
to sweep
Fly Brave Bird.
Talonflame, one of the key Pokemon on his team that Rocha has utilized. So many teams do not have a ton of, especially fast attack pressure for that Talonflame. Typically, you don't have all that many.
Our ability's increasing.
Lantern's kind of fallen off. Annihilate counter.
We don't have abilities, but we do have moves with secondary effects.
Replay, 1 Incinerate, 2 Incinerates before switching
Generally,
to this Lickitung.
especially in Great League level, the attacks that have secondary effects aren't the most efficient damage dealing attacks. And you have to remember that in Pokemon Go, we're only limited to 2 charge attacks. And so it is a bit of a sacrifice, opting for a lower damage per energy charge attack when you've only got 2. If we had more than 2, almost every Pokemon would be running at least 1 attack that can do some form of buff or debuff, etc. But when you're limited to 2, sometimes you opt for more efficient attacks. Look at this. This is another example. So this Talon can Brave Bird and Dip, and it will do a ton of damage. A ton of damage if it goes unshielded. And this is the advantage of Brave Bird Talonflame, because now you just dip out. You just dip out.
Talonflame gonna go for a Brave Bird and dip into the Lickitung, and there we see the.
Okay, this is a 1500 CP Annihilate.
We're gonna see a lot of super effective damage applied to each.
And it looks like this could have a counter breakpoint. What do we think?
Night Slash coming through.
Look at the damage that the counters are doing. Watch it.
Gets in attack.
Oh, he's got the boost. Oh goodness, it's game over. So now you're baiting because you want to try and get this Annihilate down.
It prevents this
Oban, if he no shields this. Oh, okay, he does shield. Can you reach a power whip? I don't think you can.
shield with the body slam. Rocha, you cannot
It's gonna be close. No, so he's gone for the body slam because he knows he won't reach the power whip.
onto this Annihilate.
Yes, and the Annihilate is going to tank this body slam. Absolutely no problem. Rocha's gonna wait out that timer. You would often notice.
You've given up a shield, but you might get one back against the Talonflame.
Pause, take a breath, and allow that switch timer to fully.
Because you're at Shadow Ball energy, remember.
Going to see the Annihilate throw a Night Slash Talonflame.
So you got your shield back already.
For Rocha earlier today.
Rocha's not going to waste any time with this, going straight for the fly.
Come through again. Auburn's
Fair enough, high rank.
decision not
Well, high rank plus boost is is pretty good.
other Pokemon in the back that would value that shield a little bit more.
And I really like that option from Rocha, but throwing the
This looks good for Oban here, right?
from reaching another Night Slash. In comes the Wizcash. It's Wizcash versus Shadow Wizcash. The first call coming through. If this gets a debuff, you can see him.
So now that we know and remember that the Talonflame has Brave Bird, Brave Bird is going to be the most damaging attack that's available to Rocha Babyface. So Oben's not going to shield up Scalds. Save the shield for Talonflame energy. Scald should get close to knocking out, but maybe not quite. There you go. Now you don't need to shield this if you don't want to. Yeah. You should survive this as well. And the nice thing is you will reach a Scald before the next Incinerate comes through. Well, okay, he didn't want to risk it because he wasn't sure about DRE, so fair enough to go for the Mud Bomb. And now you can just bubble this down.
Again, I am in the sky. Your ground type moves aren't going to work. Can Rocha get to an attack? He can. Gets to the fly, pulls the very last Protect Shield from Auburn, but that bubble damage is going to apply.
That is going to be game number 2 for Auburn.
Oben not running Bravery bothers you?
As we move towards a decisive
Interesting.
game number 3.
Yeah, the Talonflame wasn't able to be as effective.
What do we think? What do we think? Do we like Brave Bird Talonflame or not? You saw what it did in game 1.
And it's very interesting.
Would Flame Charge have helped it in game 2? Probably not, right? Probably not. That wouldn't have made a difference there.
Game 1 and game 2. However, he does
I think I quite like Brave Bird Talonflame. I think especially that you've seen a rise in Skeledirge and now the existence of Shadow Typhlosion.
in this matchup against these 2 water types had he had a grass type.
Having access to a nuke like Brave Bird maybe gives Talon something that that makes it, that, you know, distinguishes it from other Incinerate users.
Into game 2, but they both switched up the order. Rocha changing from the Shadow Wizcash lead into a Talonflame lead. Auburn
Would
changing
Oben have won game 1 if he shielded the Power Whip?
into an Azumarill lead.
I don't know. Probably not. Now that we know that the Talonflame has Brave Bird's probably doing just as much, if not more, than a Power Whip from Lickitung does.
Matchup, and as a reminder, Auburn placed 13th overall with a 4-2 overall record at this past 2023 Pokemon Go World Championships in Yokohama.
A very talented trainer, 2 extremely technical, extremely talented trainers. They are going to face.
Here we go.
have a
So we've got
decisive game number
a
3.
good lead for Oben here. You're looking at the backlines. Backlines are equal. So
Having to switch into the Azumarill, and there is the
that Talonflame has nowhere to go.
Auburn again.
Yeah, no, Max, I agree. There are obviously benefits from having boosts.
This is a really interesting play by Rocha.
A boost, generally speaking, in Go, right? A buff and a debuff are very impactful things to have.
Use it, and your opponent also has a Lickitung. They will
But Brave Bird is one of the best attacks in the game.
to kind of guarantee that matchup alignment.
Where does this Talon go other than sponging energy? Probably from, ideally, from Oben's Azu. Because Ice Beam's neutral, Play Rough's resisted. But you don't want to be taking Scalds, ideally. You can take an Ice Beam, and you can probably reach a Brave Bird, so that's ideally where you'd want to be. Because now you can come in with Talonflame here, and you could maybe... Oh, he's switching straight away. He doesn't want to give...
Lickitung for Rocha comes back.
Debuff could be big here.
The Scald here. It's going to do
Debuff could be big.
The question for Auburn is do I want my Wizcash against
There it is! There it is!
I want a
30% of the time, 100% of the time.
That's that 1 in 3 chance going to be very crucial here, reducing the amount of damage that Lick does to this Shadow Wizcash.
So Wizcash going to be able to exit this matchup with a lot more health than is typical, but Rocha going up to 2 full body slams.
I mean, you could just shield this if you wanted to and mud shut it down.
Auburn thinks it's a body slam bait, but no, this is a power whip, and Wizcash cannot withstand. We are going to see the Azumarill come back. However, now the
And that's it.
is gone. The only thing that could apply super effective
Look at Oben's steely expression.
in the Pokeball getting tended to by Nurse Joy.
I think he knows it's over. I think he was trying to reach for a Power Whip, hoping that he survived the bubble.
He might survive an additional bubble. He's lost now because because of that, a body slam's worth of damage on
But you're right.
Azumarill
Obviously,
is
still may as well have
still
just... Yeah, over... Wait, where did their Mardi Gras beads go?
here.
What happened?
Allow those bubbles from Azumarill to do more damage.
No, you cannot, and it is so clunky to throw these 5-turn fast attacks as the Incinerate user. You have to time everything very precisely. Auburn free to
Don't let your
make
attack get caught.
any point.
Well
He'll
done.
score it here, but instead actually
But it has a body slam, which isn't ideal.
combo play because he had the body slam locked and loaded.
Rocha Babyface had 2 flies loaded up, and that was going to be the optimal time for him to throw that fly into the Azumarill. Auburn ahead in his game plan, able to
Lost to the boost in game 2. Yeah, Colin, I think you're right. I think you're right.
by shielding up
That boost was pretty painful.
Bravebird was Rocha's only win condition there. Had Auburn, for whatever reason, chosen not to shield. Congratulations to Auburn for punching his
Big win for Auburn.
to
Big
the
win.
next round of these winners sets.
But if you are a fan of Rocha, be sure that you stay tuned in. We will be seeing him again in the losers.
So, are the losers' side... Do we know, are they playing or are they also on stream? Should we go have a look? Martine told me that he's not playing until 1, which is in
And we'll go
2 hours.
that
Oh.
final battle once more.
Are all games today on stream?
Immediate switch out into Lickitung to try to avoid those skulls.
Nothing's updated in the bracket. They might all be on stream. Where's Martine? He's here. He said he's playing at 1 PM local time. It's 5 PM now for me. So yeah, 2 hours. 2 hours.
Go toe-to-toe with Auburn's double water strategy.
And really key
So we've got Adib and Magic Mason, Spartan and Satere, and Mango and Ashnash.
up the knockout of that Lickitung.
Yeah.
Game changing.
It was very game-changing.
They could aim to do all of them on stream, right?
We are going
How many
to
games have we had so far? 1, 2,
continue through that
1, 2,
process
3,
of
4, 5,
bracket.
6, 7,
Really
8,
excited to see as well what we
9,
have
10,
coming
11,
up
12, 13,
next.
14, 15, 16. Okay, there's no... no, you're right. There's no way you can get through all of these.
Pushed down into the losers bracket, and one more
Usually, you can get
moving on.
20 games in, I reckon.
You know, we have that North America favoritism here. We want to see a North American take the title, and here is the bracket itself.
So you might get maybe like
Deep con-
5 or 6 of the losers bracket,
a player from
but
the
you
US
can't get all of
versus
these ones in, I don't think.
US, so no regional rivalry.
Tomorrow is just the top 3, yeah?
We'll see Spartan L17
I believe.
there versus
Tomorrow is just winners finals, losers finals, grand finals.
Go UE
So
Wax
all of the rest is happening today,
versus Ashton
as far as I understand it.
that we featured earlier today when we were talking about like the best matchups, the ones that had us at the edge of our seats, the trainers using the spice. So I'm very excited to see that one. We can also start to see the losers bracket start to fill out.
Who are we backing at this moment? I know a lot of people were thinking Xylus would do very well.
From the winner's side of the bracket, but we also
He's dropped down to the losers now. Does that affect things?
everyone who has been patiently waiting in losers
It helps me.
a star
I've now...
lineup.
No need to give me any round of applause or anything, but I've now guaranteed Travel Award.
Hopper versus Sankey,
The only way that I could have lost Travel Award was if Xylus came first and Martine came second, which can't happen now that they're both in the losers bracket.
Tiny Dialga.
Yes, and
Woo!
we're starting to see those
It's kind of funny
two matchups
because
really start to fill out in the bracket.
lots of people at work are just like, "You're going to Hawaii?"
Right now we're focusing on the winner's side.
And I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, "Oh, are they going to help you out with that, like pay?" And I'm like,
Side of the bracket.
"Yeah, I guess they are. That's pretty cool, right? That's pretty cool."
On this week with some Twitch promotions that we're going to be doing. We have Beyond the Pokedex entry for Greninja, number 6.
Martine will be playing in 1 hour.
Gonna celebrate
No, he said 1 PM. He said 1 PM his time.
Well.
And then I know you're excited for this, Nick, but we have the 2018 Latin America International.
And it's 5 o'clock for me now. They're 6 hours behind.
Happening on
So it'll be 7 PM my time, so 2 hours.
time. Again, Pokemon Go has only been in the scene since 2022, but Pokemon
Why Haley says it's 11 AM. See?
for a long, long time before.
2 hours, 2 hours. Team, 2 hours before Martine's up. Martine is, he's actually below. You can see Martine, he's just here. He's still on his way to the venue.
Twitch, they're gonna be great. They're gonna be exciting.
I'm confused about time zones. Okay, I'm in London. Martine is 6 hours behind me. That's all I'm going with. How much is Travel Award? Oh, did I pause this by accident? Travel Award is $3,500, I think. You reckon an Adequance is gonna team read the whole of the lower bracket? Maybe, maybe, but he's up against a normal for Alligator as well, which is tricky for him. So, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Live feed of Martine? Yeah, this is him. If you've never seen a wild Martine, this is what he's doing.
Next two trainers, Adib and Magic Mason. Adib running a very standard meta line, and Magic Mason bringing a little bit of something.
I mean, I don't know why there's a delay. I don't know why there's a delay. They feasibly maybe could run them at the same time. Don't know. Maybe they know that if they ran them too quickly, those players would just be sat there for ages waiting for the winner's side to come down. And so they would rather let the winners filter down first. Prediction? Okay. Prediction. Who wins? I'll do who wins the set. Who wins? Who wins the set?
Next up with, as I had said, Annihilate on both teams here, so no other.
There's your prediction team. Get your channel points in. Hydrate. Yep, I should.
Go ahead and focus in on Adib and his team. Again, very standard meta.
Look at this madman. Look at this. Spark Lantern in June 2024. Crazy, crazy.
Still does really well against things like an opposing Skarmory, opposing Altaria,
or potentially even opposing Dugong. Dugong going to be taking super effective
Okay.
damage, and as you just pointed out,
So the Spark Lantern is still good versus Azu, still good versus Dugong. Really not very good versus Charger Bug now. You're never winning that. Bad, oh really bad versus Shadow Gligar because you can't even spark it down like you used to be able to. Nobody told him about the changes? Yeah, he doesn't actually know where he is. If you look at Adib right now, he is still completely clueless as to where he is. He's just vibes. Adib is just vibes. You reckon K9? I'd put Shadow Magnezone there, for me. If I were bringing an electric, Charger Bug or Shadow Magnezone. It depends how soft your team is to fighting. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a Shadow Magnezone, then Charger Bug. Charger Bug is legacy, but it did have a recent com day, and it is only at least an elite fast TM, which everyone should have because they were given to us for free very recently. How do we think Mason broke his wrist? Does anyone call him this? Is this true? First time snowboarding in Utah, maybe. Should we do a prediction? Prediction, how did Mason break his wrist? Okay, we've got a good lead for Mason here. There's an Annihilate in the back, which also isn't entirely positive into a Charger Bug. But Mason doesn't have an easy counter swap to a Lickitung, right? Doesn't have an easy counter swap, but he's going to come in with the Dugong, which is interesting.
Just getting a little bit of chip damage before bringing in the Dugong, and we're going to see Adib Khan being very patient.
Isn't Dream Eater on his Twitter? I don't know. Wasn't he in a car accident? I don't know. You're going to have to give me statements, team, not questions. Slip and slide? Sure. Sandudu, I assume the answer is Dex.
Second power whip coming out here, going to do a nice bit of chip damage into this Dugong, and I think Adib is going.
He had a really bad PvP accident. I remember when Maxi also broke his. Oh, was it all Maxi?
This Dugong is absolutely loaded with energy, actually reaching a body slam here because Magic Mason.
Both Maxi and Dex have injured themselves. They're both Legends United, aren't they? Maxi broke his by punching a wall.
Yes, avoiding Adib Khan.
Dex broke his because I think he was trying to lift up a heavy baguette.
So throwing just one bubble, and Magic Mason says, "I'm gonna hit you for some
Mason's done this well, by the way.
With that
Minimal.
run doing just a little bit of chip to the blue.
Oh, it would have been better for him, obviously, if you get the next drill run.
A couple of bubbles worth before we switch into
And here's the Azu. But Annihilate has shield advantage here.
it's okay.
That's not terrible.
You can at least hit back with Shadow Ball for neutral, but it's not great, Nick. It's not a great situation for an
Yeah, Maxi punched a wall. Yeah, he did.
is that he does have a
Caldio, welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everyone from Caldio's stream. We are watch partying
ramp up on
Adib versus Dream Eater, Magic Mason, as we've been told.
Adib has 2 kills. He's going to basically
How was your raid, dude?
that.
Look at this. Annihilate is holding its own here.
Mason is, does he decide to
Annihilate's holding its own.
potential bait here? It is actually the Shadow Ball, so if this goes through and pick up the knockout, and a shield is thrown up by Magic Mason. Going to
Imagine if NAIC just raided someone.
really throw the play
That'd be
this
cool.
time. He does.
and Adib using that protect shield in order
Okay,
to protect against
where's this charger bug?
active damage.
Look at the switch clocks.
Bubbles are slowly starting to
Look at the switch clock.
health, and Ice Beam would knock
There it is.
out. We see it, what looks like trying to make a potential catch, but it not working out. Adib going into
I wonder if you could have farmed up ever so slightly more.
all charge attacks are going to connect.
Oh, this is going to be close. Adib needs to remember exactly how much energy is on that Azu.
Not quite enough. A bubble or 2 more, and there we see the play rough.
And potentially impactful. Magic Mason
Ooh.
had previously let an entire bubble through because of the weird timings of those charge attacks. Gets to the X scissor here, throwing it is going to be really low on energy.
Adib wins, right? Annihilate needs to counter this down, and then it shadow balls the Azu. Yeah, agree? Agree?
The charger bug has enough energy for discharge. 2 counters.
This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. It's just an X scissor.
The X scissor
This is just an X scissor, double resisted by Ghost Fighting type. Throw the shadow ball straight into the Azu.
is not quite. Is the Annihilate at a charge attack?
Look at that.
Is the bubble does not
Huge.
register right now. So the
Huge.
Shadow Ball is going to connect and knock the Blue Bunny back.
He had discharge? I didn't even notice. Mason fuming.
Victory for Adib.
Mason struggling to digest his dreams.
It is that Annihilate
Big win for Adib. That was a painful misplay.
resisted by both the fighting
Painful misplay.
that ghost typing of Annihilate meant that it could hang on after that charge attack was launched into a
Yeah, when Go finishes, they'll always raid one of the other channels. They're obviously not gonna raid a random streamer. But it would be funny.
That Dugong throwing that parting drill run, really trying to eat away at that Azumarill's health. And again, we see Magic Mason.
So here,
using that
does he have the discharge?
there on the
He has the discharge.
that meant
That's
he was not able
pretty
to
bad.
use it later on the Annihilate. Just
That's
wasn't
pretty bad.
able- needed to be able to
That's
throw
pretty
the discharge
painful.
to knock out, not the X scissor.
discharge being neutral. X scissor again double resisted means that
It's one of those situations though,
charge attacks have the same
where
base power in terms of overall effect.
drops. Most of you like that anyway, Chipper. So, I wonder if it's one of those situations where you know an X scissor isn't going to take it out. You know that it's already got a shadow ball, so your Azu's going to go down. So what's the point of throwing the X scissor?
Spots
Do you know what I mean? Like maybe you might be like, oh, just try and do as much damage as you can, but
charge bug and then save his own Azumarill.
did I not see the lag?
Mason's Azumarill
No.
in that endgame.
From the
Game number 1.
from the Annihilate lag, the only lag I can think that there was that the Annihilate should have taken it down with 2 counters, because that's what I thought it was going to do.
Games in a row. We see an immediate swap out of the lead matchup in
I'm perfectly happy leading Annihilate into Azu,
Annihilate.
because you get the shield first, and if they don't shield, you could even stay in for a little bit.
Type attack bonus, Shadow Ball for neutral damage into this Azumarill on the side of Adib Khan. However, the counters are resisted. And
As long as you shield the play roughs, when you got 2 shields, Annihilate's fine.
has to make a call and decides to shield up the Annihilate.
I really love
It is funny watching Mason try to tap fast with his left hand.
he ran both Dugong
Yeah, okay, Max, so I did think that had happened, but I wasn't
Adib's Shadow
hugely looking for it, but I did think that had happened.
in this Annihilate to pull out the Azumarill, which frees up his Guzzlord in the back. Guzzlord does need to avoid that Annihilate from Adib, but if it gets lined up
So they're saying Mason through, even though the lag actually meant that the game played out exactly how it should have.
Azumarill is now
Or at least you wouldn't have even got your X-Scissor off, let alone the discharge.
Mason has
Yeah.
has 2 Night Slashes loaded. Adib refusing to shield the first one. Will it be enough to knock out?
Will it be in a prime position like Prime Ape? It's prior evolution. Let's see that Night Slash go ahead and fire off for Magic Mason, and that is going to secure
I'm not
that Azumarill.
I'm not a huge fan of Adib's posture here.
Clear for the Guzzlord.
Next time you're playing Go, just have a think about your posture.
By Magic Mason at the cost of 1 shield differential. In comes Lickitung. Night Slash coming through to do nice chip damage. The question is can his Charger Bug hang on versus a shield advantage annihilate?
Okay.
One of the scariest things in the entire format.
Well, this is fine for Annihilate, right? As long as you shield this. Ooh, okay, this could get a bit dicey. The difficulty here is the Dragon Tails are going to take you out before you do enough counter damage.
It does so much neutral damage. I think
Because you can CMP here,
actually might not have been able to reach that.
but if you had shielded, look how much counter damage you would have got through versus that Guzzlord.
The Night Slash win energy.
That's where it's a little bit tricky.
And I see that beast ball fly onto the field.
You've got shields. How many do you reckon? Is 2 body slams enough? Is 2 body slams enough? I don't know.
Not able to do next to anything with fast attack pressure.
Don't think so.
Use body slams. We see the Guzzlord is running Dragon Claw and Brutal Swing.
This next body slam is coming through, but it won't be enough to pick up the knockout. 2 Dragon Claws are loaded.
Look at what-
Guzzlord. I have to imagine we'll see
Look at what the shielding, the discharge would have done. You get the extra counter damage. You probably land your 2 body slams anyway.
it is going to come through, and will he be able to make it to an additional body slam?
And one more Dragon Tail.
Do you reckon Power Whip would have taken it out?
Magic Mason going
Because Power Whip's resisted, Body Slam's not, right? I don't know what the damage difference is between Power Whip and Body Slam.
Decisive game 3 between these 2 North
Maybe,
American
maybe.
trainers.
It was so crucial. for Magic
Oh, I see. Fair point, well made.
Glide Dog did not appear into game number 2. It would have completely ruined his game plan. Had that
I'm surprised he didn't shield the discharge there.
Annihilate could have not
Because
switch advantage, and then it could have
there's
been
you can't even bait there, because even if you bait, you're still the same number of volt switches away from the discharge, right?
That play.
So a bait doesn't particularly help Mason.
Having that Guzzlord reign supreme at the end. We are going to see it here.
Thank you, Lamak, thank you. Next season, don't you worry. Next season, I'll be back. Do you know what I'd love to do? I'd love to cast an NA regional one day. I think it's tricky because to work in NA, maybe I'd need a work visa in America, in the US. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if they, I don't know if Pokemon Company would be keen to push for that.
number 3
But I think it'd be cool.
Con and Magic Mason. Who will win alignment? Who will win switch advantage? Who will take shield advantage?
Whip probably does more. 30 base power difference, but no stab and resisted, so
Trainers Azumarill into Dugong. This is a
yeah.
very neutral matchup. Water type.
Okay, so I believe, Colin, if you're still around, you can remind me because we talked about this. Dugong just needs to start spamming Icy Winds if it wants to win this matchup. If Dugong spams enough Icy Winds, it wins this matchup.
Dugong not relying on its ice typing so much, just throwing that drill run, which is a favorite move of Dugong now, especially because it has such great
Colin's out?
coverage
Outrageous.
for this seal Pokemon.
Outrageous.
Dugong has the option to throw Icy Wind in this matchup. It is
Quiz question.
resisted damage.
Quiz question. What is the... Give me a rough attack stat for a Dugong.
As much damage as they
Write it in chat. Don't look it up. Tell me. Top of your head. What is the rough attack stat for a Dugong?
it paces more quickly. Play rough coming through. He's going to drop this Dugong deep into the red. The question becomes is does
101... 99? Jeez. 101, 103, 102?
out goes the
Get some more in. Get some more in. Rough attack stat for a Dugong in Great League.
I love Guzzlord. You love Guzzlord. We wanted it to be Guzztober together back in Toronto.
Well done. Jeffing, well done. Doodoo, well done. Sackett, well done. 101 is about right. 101.
Shielding the shadow ball. You always want to try to use your protect shields when they are going to be most impactful. And I would say a same type attack bonus.
Lorx, no idea.
Such an attack-weighted Pokemon as
I appreciate the honesty.
opportunity.
Discharge being shielded.
But it feels like 99. That's also true. That's fair. I'll accept that.
To one more charge attack, if not two. Going for the shadow ball here, not opting for the bait. Shield comes up from Magic
We're not seeing many baits in this game, are we?
The shadow ball is protected. The discharge actually
You swapped in a little early. Oh, Mason had pressed the discharge so early that he ends up throwing it anyway. Here's the Guzzlord. Ooh. Okay, so you saw that Mason misplayed there again, and you saw him tilt his head like this. That's because Mason actually meant to bank a discharge, but he only banked an X-Scissor. Because what he wanted to do was be able to come in later against the Annihilate and throw a discharge, but he doesn't have it. So Adib needs to remember, he doesn't have a discharge. Guzzlord's fine into this matchup. But if Annihilate gets any farm down, Mason's got no shields. If Annihilate gets a farm down on this Guzzlord, it will reach an attack. I can't remember, I got distracted by Dugong attack stat to watch what energy the Dugong left with. If anyone remembers what Dugong came out with, then let us know. Ooh. So, do you take the energy here? Now do you come in with an Annihilate? I wonder. I don't know. I don't remember how much the Gong has.
So Guzzlord no longer in that really effective position. We do see it out charge attack priority, out cap, if you will, that Azumarill.
This isn't ideal. You had the Shadow Ball! And this isn't going to be enough? This isn't going to be enough.
It's going to be really close. I think it might just actually be a little bit short.
No. Adib would have won if he'd thrown the Shadow Ball. How much energy does the Dugong have? You can throw the attack into the Dugong, but not into the Guzzlord. Throw, throw, throw.
As well as Guzzlord. Did Magic Mason have energy for a charge attack there?
Does Mason... Hold on a minute. Did Dugong have an attack? Might not make a difference. It's not going to make a difference. I assume Gong had an attack, given that Mason had a panic. Adib threw that. Threw it. Adib had the Shadow Ball on the Annihilate, but threw a Night Slash instead. Although, hold on a minute. If the Dugong does have a move, then the Annihilate throws the Shadow Ball into the Charger Bug. The Dugong throws its energy into the Annihilate. The Azu throws its energy into the Dugong. And then Guzzlord reaches a Dragon Claw against the Azu. So it doesn't change the outcome at all, does it? Right? Does that make sense? Are we in agreement that it doesn't make a difference if you throw in the Shadow Ball? Yeah, do you see what I'm saying? The Shadow Ball takes out the Charger, the Dugong takes out the Ape, the Azu takes out the Dugong, and the Guzzle takes out the Azu. If the Dugong had an attack. Agreed, agreed. If the Dugong had an attack.
He would have had a win condition here, but instead, Bubble being resisted by the Dragon typing. Azumarill loses to Guzzlord, which it typically beats. It resists and double resists all the damage that Guzzlord typically throws out. Unless it was running Gunk Shot, but I don't think we've ever seen that.
Guzzlord does not have access to Gunk Shot, Phoebe.
I would love to see a Guzzlord throw a trash can. That Gunk Shot animation is one of my
Stop saying Gunk Shot. It runs Sludge Bomb.
And another of my favorite things is when we get to talk to these players. We are so excited to hear more from
Choice between Brutal Swing and Crunch. Crunch is 5 more energy, so it's a 5-5 rather than a 5-4, but it comes with a 30% chance of debuff. And I think both are viable. Dinoski, who has performed very well with Guzzlord, prefers Brutal Swing. So
It is win or go home, because
maybe
even
there's
though
that.
Medivh lost here in that
Please tell me that's cranberry juice. Okay, so anyone that hasn't been here for this conversation, the US doesn't have a pretty vital product that we have in Europe, which is called fruit squash, which is where you've got a concentrated fruit drink that you pour water in and it turns into a fruit squash, which I will pretty much always have when I'm streaming, because it's just basically water that tastes nice because it's got some fruit squash. But the US doesn't have it, so you guys always ask me if this is cranberry juice, but I assume because you've asked that, you're from North America. Dugong didn't have an attack, says Vegaberg. Okay, fair enough. Then I don't know what Mason was complaining about. Yeah, the Dragon Claw from Guzzlord beating an Azu is pretty huge. That's the advantage of resisting the bubbles as well, isn't it?
Mentally for like getting back up. You know, it's hard. You got a lot of pressure. You're on a stage, so when you lost the first one, it's hard. How do you deal with that?
Yes, I
okay.
think I made a mistake in the first game, and I was a little bit frustrated at first, but I just realized I had to clear it out of my head and get on to the next game. If I focused too much on my mistakes, I was going to be more likely to make them again. So I really wanted to almost start with a fresh slate and realize that I just had to play my best in the next 2 games and figure something
What
out.
accent does Mason have? Whereabouts in the US is he from?
Do so, take notes. Now, Guzzlord, one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. I love the Ultra.
Yeah, Pika, we have discussed this squash just because I find it funny.
Yeah, I'm typically very unlucky with
Whiskey, how you doing, mate?
So the brutal swing pacing is just a little bit faster. So I just opted for that since I don't really get.
How's your gym sesh going?
But yeah, Guzzlord is one of my favorite Pokemon as well. I brought it to.
Whoa, he said Pokemon? Dang, is that how Americans say Pokemon? Pokemon? Crazy. Pokemon? That's not right.
And before we go, any message to any friend that helped you get here?
Yeah, it's honestly just incredible how much support I have from my family, so many friends, honestly, teammates, opponents. I just have so much love from everybody. I want to give a shout out to my girlfriend, though, because she gave me the Mimikyu plushie, and I've been using it, and it's been a lot of luck so far. So just going to keep trying to do my best.
Yeah, he sounds southern, doesn't he?
Really, really good, and hope to see more battles in the future. We're right now going back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Pedro, for that wonderful information. Learning so much.
Martine? I don't know. He hasn't played. Martine plays in an hour and a half. I'd like to shout out my girlfriend for breaking my right hand because I'm better with my left. Martine is in an hour and a half, I believe, is when he plays his first game of day 2. Yeah, Ronnie, I agree. You've got to respect the E of Q.
Alliteration sense.
Yes, I also can see a trash can like in its claw, that one of those giant claws that it has, and going wham.
Are they still talking about gunk shot Guz? Am I missing something? Am I wrong? Guz? Okay. I'm not wrong.
Just in the winner side of the bracket, not to mention the loser side of the bracket this afternoon. Let's go ahead and take a quick break, but don't go anywhere.
GG's.
How do you guys feel if they announced the new moves for next season and it was just giving gunk shot to Guzzlord? These are the move updates you've been asking for, right? This is what you want. Maxwell! Maxwell and or Maxwell's mum. Pay attention. Maxwell's on stream. Have I seen the lady running Basti double Razor Letha? Yeah, I saw that. I love Maxwell's little jump there. Is Axon still in the tournament? Nope. Dune? Nope. Rise? Nope. Arrow? Nope. Max, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. Maxi, I need to understand more about your sleep schedule because the messages that you and I have had today and this morning have been at very random times. When do you sleep? When does Wadaj play? Wadaj is he's actually just tweeted today that he's got an offer to study, or got his results to study journalism at uni or at college. I don't know what you guys call it. University, college, whatever. Do I know as far? Do you know as far as I already know? New meta like will be announced. Previous worlds. Talk, Alejandro. Talk me through that. Talk me through that sentence, please. Not gonna lie, with Axon, Dune, and Rise gone, could see Inadequates taking it all. Maybe. University of North Carolina. Do you call it in the US? Do you call it university? Do you call it uni? Or do you call it college? Because I know that the title is like NYU is like university, but then I never really hear Americans say university. Still no code for the Altaria in drops inventory. Okay, Despian, what I would recommend you do, go onto the main stream. Make sure that your Pokemon Go account is connected, because mine got disconnected for some reason. I had to redo it. So make sure it's connected. It should take you, when you connect, it should take you to your drops page, which presumably won't have anything in it at the moment. Then just watch it for however long it is, half an hour, whatever, and it will give you a code that will give you research. The research will then appear in your daily research tasks, and then if you complete the research, you'll get an Altaria with Moonblast, Legacy Moonblast. And it can be shiny. Maxi, you don't have a gator belt? I actually didn't as well. I had to get someone to trade me a couple of normal for alligator because my only for alligator was shadow. Yeah, after college. That's what I always hear. Or Rise, he was like, at college, I loved sports. That's what he was like. So I was like, oh, okay, it's college uni, I guess. So you didn't get the code? Try. You've got to follow a link to a website that tells you you've received the code. So the code is never like given via the chat or anything like that. The drop doesn't show a code. Scroll. Okay. Mine had a page where it said follow this link to redeem your code. But actually, if you click that link too early, you miss that you're supposed to scroll down to go and copy and paste your code from that page first. That's all I can really remember. Impressions redeem, yeah.
It's amazing that Pokemon goes in the circuit for play Pokemon. Like, you know, it's a really exciting product to watch. You know, the glory of becoming a champion is like really cool.
Yeah, we'll do different accents.
Currently the number 10 ranked player in North America, and that number is definitely moving up after this tournament.
I guess my favorite moment's the one I won today.
Am I drinking red wine, Alejandro? You know I'm not. You know I'm not.
As a spectator last year, and so a few of my friends had actually qualified, so it was just amazing.
Okay, so college is a smaller uni as well, but structurally speaking, although a college is a smaller university, people do still call the bigger universities college sometimes, or no? EU players off to a tricky start today. Yeah, Trip lost, Zwilus lost. Martine is up in just over an hour. Maxi, you would have won. Maxi would have won if he were playing today. College is colloquial, university is formal. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. That makes sense. Can I do accent and call it an accent? Very good. Very good. No, I can't. I don't actually listen to Accent enough, I don't think, to be able to copy him. He usually streams quite late for me, but Rise is usually just as I'm finishing, so I usually watch a little bit of Rise. Maxi would have won it all. Matt Beer, sort your English out, please. I know you're Welsh. That kind of grammar's unacceptable here. That's better. Thank you. Thank you.
Powered by passion. So many trainers like
you would have faced Mason first off, wouldn't you, Maxi? And Mason would be in the losers bracket after his first game. Crazy. But now he's now in winners round 2 of day 2. So.
And then try to take that next step in their Pokemon. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with
here. There's been some
Okay, we've got a Lapras pin, and is that a fracture?
tuning in.
Fracture pin for Amanda?
So these trainers coming in from day one haven't lost any rounds.
Yeah, I agree. We need some grammar mods in chat. And if we see any horrendous grammar like would of,
Double elimination.
then you get
I really like what you said about
timed out.
I also have to ask because right before that we saw
I'm here to teach you guys Pogo and correct English.
Do you have a preference of pink or blue?
Mason took the passport?
Sea or the
Damn.
West Sea, right? I'm gonna say the West Sea.
Okay, I can't actually remember which one is which.
Lou?
The blue.
Lou, are you here? Help us. No, Lou would know.
Oh,
right?
Lou would definitely know. What do you guys think in the chat? Which one do you guys prefer? Are you a pink or a blue fan for that? And do you think it'll ever make its way into the competitive scene for Pokemon Go?
It's a good question, right? I'm
Do they
sure-
give you the pins? No, no. Usually we just buy our own and or share them out with other casters. So I think at the... What was the last event I did? Stockholm? I think I took one of the VG casters Koraidon pins, I think, for that. And Lou, if you remember Lou, you haven't forgotten Lou, she was casting VG at that one, and I gave her my teacup pin, whatever that Pokemon's called, the baby Poltergeist. Auburn played well, or Auburn. Do you say Auburn? 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 What did I say?
A lot of updates, even though a lot of
Auburn,
Pokemon
maybe.
have been gone from the World of Wonders
Auburn?
shared
Yeah,
cosmetic, we are
Auburn.
seeing a rise of
If I was saying the colour,
players already. We're gonna
if I was saying the colour in English, I would say Auburn,
so let's hop on
as in like that autumn Auburn brown colour.
down there.
But Auburn seems to be how he pronounces his.
So Thierry, and it's not a Gastrodon, but it is.
Sinisty, that's it. That's what I gave. I gave Lou my Sinisty pin, which she still has. So I'll collect that from her next year, next season.
Are winning the Master prediction.
Okay, Spartan L17
Speaking of details,
versus Soteri.
ton of Mandibuzz, Bastiodon,
Soteri? Is that how we say that one? I don't know.
I know I've sent
Shadow Quag. I'm supporting Shadow Quag on both sides.
Stone Edge through a Vigoroth to make it today.
Auburn is a uni. Do you mean a college?
He's gonna face off against Soteri.
So Thierry, yeah, and it looks like he has got a plan, a lot of counters to that Bastiodon on his team, but also a
Okay,
lot of targets as well.
Basti? I don't know about that.
Armory, none of those
Not for me.
really want to see that Pokemon, but Quagsire
This is sport. Yeah, exactly. No, it's not a Shadow Basti, so I can't support it. Sorry.
takes a little bit longer to use its charge attacks. One that's a little more difficult to use, like a Bastiodon, you really need to get that alignment, and I think that is exactly what Spartan is going to be playing for.
Let's take a closer look at this team. A couple of interesting moveset notes. We've got Mandibuzz with Snarl instead of Aerial Ace. It's also rocking the Dark Pulse set. Shadow Quagsire with...
Okay, can you see the plushie there? Can you see the plushie that Spartan has? Where is Spartan from, by the way? Do we know?
Relegator with Ice Beam, so the Glygars need to really...
Where is Spartan from? It's a Starmie plush, yeah.
Now, instead, there are
What does Starmie need?
up the reins there. Mandibuzz
What does Starmie need to be meta?
as the opposing one with Snarl,
Is there anything you can give Starmie? Have a think, have a think. Is there anything you can give Starmie? Who knows what type Starmie is?
Wave it to the
How good is your Pokemon knowledge?
family here.
What type is Starmie?
Getting ready to lock in. They both have given each other the thumbs
You
up.
think it's easy, but I know some people wouldn't get it right.
As we like to say, good luck and have fun. Game number 1, Spartan L17 versus...
Doo-doo, you're halfway there.
A Mandibuzz lead here from Spartan.
Or, what do you mean, or? Matt, you have to pick one. Okay, good lead for Mandibuzz. This is Spartan's got the advantage. You're obviously resisting the mud shots, and you'll be able to reach an attack before you get to the Stone Edge, so you can get a Dark Pulse off and switch out if you want to.
Stone Edge will really hurt the Mandibuzz, but Mandibuzz outpaces because of that swap and is able to throw this Dark Pulse, taking about half health.
But the Mandy's staying in, which is interesting. So maybe it's looking to... Ooh, imagine if it had caught... That would have been pretty good if it had caught a Stone Edge there. Soteri played well. He's nodding because now he's got all of that energy. He didn't get the catch, and now he can start spamming these Aqua Tails. So this is really good for Soteri.
We're going for another Aqua Tail here. This will be the one that it's doing more damage. There's already so much energy on the Quagsire. Spartan letting the second one go through too, but if he wants to be able to make some impact, he's going to have to...
Are they going to go for CMP? They're not going for CMP.
the points of Darius
Or cap now, charge attack priority. So Spartan's going to farm up a little bit more, you'd expect. You'd expect to farm and probably throw now. Yep. Shadow Quag better win the whole thing. That's what I said to you guys a couple of days ago. I said Shadow Quag wins this whole thing.
Add Aqua Tail, about to see who wins charge attack.
Okay, good information there. Good information there, okay? We saw that Shadow Quag from Soteri wins CMP in the mirror. That's big information.
The alignment is lost.
Saw SoTRD smile and Spartan's eyes dotted left to right. He said, okay, what am I going to do with this information? Because losing the charge attack party tie is really tough in the mirror matchup. Quagsire has so much HP, it can hang in this matchup. It's going to force Spartan.
Okay, now Charger Bug comes in.
To avoid the Stone Edge later.
Yeah, going for the
And the difficulty here is,
this range, it should be enough to knock out the Quagsire.
what happens if Annihilate hard swaps on Spartan's side? It hasn't. But if Annihilate hard swaps for Spartan, what does Satiri do? Because it's tough to bring your own Annihilate in, okay? Here. So now you're in a situation... Ooh, okay. Ooh! What do you do? Do you just go straight Shadow Ball? He's gone for the bait. He's gone for the bait. Does Satiri call it? If he calls it, he can win. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Spartan now has... You can shield. You can shield. It doesn't... You just shield. Just... Yeah, okay. And now you can throw the Shadow Ball whenever you want, because you know that Satiri isn't at one. So now you can farm up a ton. You're not going to risk the CMP. And now Satiri's Charger needs to take on both. Okay, they're throwing on CMP. Smart, smart. Mandibuzz should clear up here. Mandibuzz should clear up. This is what I said. Didn't I say to you? I said, what happens if you hard swap Annihilate? What is Satiri? What's he supposed to do there? Okay, Nine, you're still thinking about Starmie? Yeah, I guess we can. I guess we should consider it after this. Don't throw on CMP, team. Come on.
But like you pointed out, Amanda, discharge super effective, and Mandibuzz just shrugs it off. It's gonna
not run ape as his ape answer. Fair point. Big Mandy. Big Mandy. If anyone missed last time, if you are building Mandibuzz in this meta, you want high HP Mandibuzz. High HP Mandibuzz is very valuable in this meta, especially with Watergun Lantern. You can actually flip Watergun Lantern if you have high enough HP.
Yeah, if I'm really looking at the team compositions of these two trainers, Mandibuzz has a lot of play. Really, the only thing that absolutely needs to avoid is a Charger Bug, but with a little bit of team effort as the Spartans team would...
Okay, so where are we on Starmie? We're on... Oh, Eric, welcome in, dude. Eric, can you help us out? What we want to understand is, what does Starmie need to become meta, to become Show 6 meta? Because a few people are saying lock-on. I don't think that's realistic. I would have assumed something like Psy-Wave, maybe a Psy-Wave buff. And then after that, what else could you give it to make Starmie meta? Water Psychic? It has potential. It has potential. You got an ad, Eric? What do you mean you got an ad? You shouldn't get ads. There's a very easy way, Eric, to avoid ads. Okay? Very easy way. Who knows how much bulk a Starmie has?
It's always situational, right? Because you have to kind of keep the long term in mind.
But you are right. It's pretty squishy.
Then you have to budget out your turn intervals and say, is it reasonable?
But it always wins CMP. So remember that. Pretty much always wins CMP. Yeah, Max, fair point. Fair point, well made. It's just a worse Slowbro? Damn, that's savage. Damn. When you say it can't be better than Slowbro, is that like as a principle? In principle it can't be? Or do you just think that statistically speaking it just cannot be?
Spartan can play Mandibuzz, and I can too. And this safe switch Pokemon is going to be problematic due to the Shadow Quagsire already being weakened. But the Stone Edge is super effective. And again, Spartan with his patented rock-type swipe is definitely unique.
I think you pointed it out yesterday as well. It's always interesting to see how people are going to do that. Looks like he's going to go ahead try to catch that Dark Pulse, but very patient play by Sotiri, recognizing that there could be a potential...
Mandibuzz Mirror. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Hydro and Thunder. Yeah, they would be thematic, but I don't think they'd necessarily be good, right?
Mandibuzz here already at another one. It's just small chip damage at this point, but it is going to add up over time, and it could prove instrumental in the end.
It could. I think for Spartan,
Can this guy stop eating his pen? No. Seemingly no.
He's almost able to switch to that Shadow Quagsire. I think Spartan, for that reason, needs to gather some extra energy, overcharge. That's why you see him going way over the first aerial ace, throwing this one to knock out, and then trying to store some energy for this next
Okay, you still got shields up. So, as far as Spartan's concerned, shields up with Gator is pretty good. If Skarmory can get shields down, then Gator's not quite as good. After all that about lock-on.
Good sign. It means that you have a neutral matchup, and Mandibuzz thrives in neutral matchups due to its bulk and flexibility.
I mean,
Maxie's giving us some good copy pastas here.
Pace up into it. 2 Dark Pulses has already brought it down into the red, forcing him to throw. Make Spartan make a decision here. Do I use one of my Protect Shields, or am I putting it all onto the Feraligatr? Looks like he hasn't really had much choice there.
Here we go.
In comes the Quagsire, only to be met with an Aqua Tail coming his way.
If you're Spartan, you've seen all 3 of Sotri's Pokemon. You can just leave your Quagsire in here. Maybe
Very good, guys. Very good.
Maybe try to spam off more of these Aqua Tails. He actually goes for the swap, and this is so poetic.
Big catch. Big catch.
Earlier, and now Spartan's catching a resist Aqua Tail here.
Ouch. Do you bait now?
And this Aqua Tail ended up doing a small enough chunk, but still enough that it was
Do you bait now?
Impact here. Feraligatr, in the meantime, says, my turn, as this Hydro Cannon will go through.
There you go.
Because this will be a heavier hit.
Pinned by the fin.
Going for yet another Aqua Tail. Does it get a shield? No, it doesn't.
2 Community Day water type attacks, right? Aqua Tail from Shadow Quagsire and the Hydro Cannon.
You can actually just start spamming the Aqua Tails now. It's just carry on spamming them.
The Aqua Tails are going to keep on spamming buckets and buckets, but it's
It would need a 25 energy move. Nice.
Spartan takes another one, almost at another attack. Tries to catch it.
Okay, gets the catch.
I'm not sure if this is a catch at this point. This definitely be enough to knock
But-
out the Skarmory. Spartan completely undercharging, just giving a few bubbles, but it's still enough to knock out the Skarmory.
But you got 2 shields. What are you going to do? Well done, Spartan. Well done.
Aqua Tail gets fired off here. Spartan fist bumps to the crowd. He knows he has this one in the bag. Still 2 Protect Shields. Didn't need either.
Gosh, Shadow Quag just too good, huh? Just too good.
2, and he clutches his Starmie.
Matt B, you already binned your Weedle Altaria? That's so harsh. That's so harsh.
Ball flex earlier on where there's still 3 Pokemon left on the field. There's also the 2 shield flex, and that's exactly what Spartan had this round, not using a single one in that actual matchup of that second game.
Exactly, Amanda. Also, you try to flex on me all the time during the cast.
What do you mean try?
See what I'm saying? The caster flex. I'll have to add that one to the book as well. Spartan looked really untouchable in that series. Great lead call in game number 1. Mandibuzz into that Annihilate. It was really tough for Sochi to overcome.
Yeah, the Altarias can be shiny, so if you haven't redeemed your Emmy Weedle Altaria, you have a chance of a shiny Legacy Altaria for the mere cost of watching some of the mainstream.
But not Spartan. Spartan struck back.
And even winning charge attack priority, which is big in these types of events. This is the catch that I believe that you were referring to, Will. But it was really well played. Spartan just cool as a cucumber here, managing to knock out the Mandibuzz, just having a lot of health on all the Pokemon here. This Brave Bird was a great play by Sotori.
What is the point, Martine? Okay, Martine just sent me a gift from New Orleans, or what? How do you say it? New Orleans, Louisiana, and it's not even an event. It's not even an event one. He's giving me just some Garbo gift with no sticker. Frickin' rude. I'm deleting him as a friend.
And I think that's so it's subtle and it's everyone's different, but
Ooh,
it's so
slack
important
off.
to recognize how Spartan processes the
New Orleans.
He accepts it, he processes it, and then he tries to decide what to do next. If a Brave Bird comes through and you didn't expect it, and you're not really kind of thinking about where you are situationally, sometimes you can get lost, you can get kind of confused, or maybe lose count, or distract yourself. But Spartan actually takes each piece step by step and says, okay, now what? Now after the Brave Bird KOs, what do I do next? And he processes it every step of the way.
But not only does he process it, he has to process it so quickly.
Who's bickering about Heat Run? Amanda's been hilarious today. Amanda's very funny. I love Amanda. She's great.
Next move is going to be your opponent is already leaps and bounds ahead of you.
It's so interesting, right? Because you look at the trading card game, you look at the video game championship series, and maybe you have a couple of minutes between turns, or maybe longer.
Eric, you did get roasted at Bologna, didn't you?
Your thoughts and make decisions. The longest break these trainers get in Pokemon Go, Amanda, is 10 seconds.
He was sending you a zap raid, and 5 minutes later, never mind, I can't reach it. I think they fixed the little geolocation glitch, didn't they?
Some trainers a little bit longer to log in.
The exploit doesn't work anymore, I believe.
If you don't have any time in the game, you really need to process out how
And if anyone wasn't keeping up, there was a GBL exploit that was patched earlier today or late last night. It was an exploit that allowed you to collect your Stardust rewards multiple times. So if you saw that update from Niantic saying that Stardust rewards were being paused, the reason is because if you collected your Stardust rewards and then you spammed the claim rewards button really quickly, you could reclaim the same Stardust like 20 times. And so you were able to get tons of Stardust.
you and I can analyze it as
You're able to get tons of Stardust in GBL at the moment.
to do that gameplay. Pedro has an interview with him on the floor, and I can't wait to hear it.
It was only available for like 1 day, maybe 2 days. And for the oh yes, and it was available to do for the Elite TM at the end of rank 19 or whatever it was. Yeah. People getting tons of Elite TMs from it. So if at any point you saw that you got a 0 out of 5 set without ever playing the set, that was because you'd spammed and got extra dust from it.
A lot of Licky Tongue, Annihilate, and most of Annihilate isn't running Ice Punch. So even with my opponent, he has only answered to Mandibles, and it was Chargeable that is not the best. That was the reason. It's very strong.
It is, and you use it really, really good. Now, there was a play at the end. You didn't shield anything.
I haven't got as many Slackoth as I'd want.
Everything.
I've got some interesting IV spreads though. I'm gonna have to sim them at some point.
I had my strategy when the Skarmory was on Aqua Tail range, so I knew it wasn't going to reach another Sky attack. So my goal was just save the enemy,
Interesting.
just save everything for Quagsire, he can carry.
And it did. Quagsire
Why should you need dust?
And do you have any message for someone back in Mexico or some friend or family?
I think no more than thank you. I know there's a lot of people supporting me from Mexico and from here, so thank you very much.
You're doing great, and I'm eager to see more battles. Now we're going back to the
Party Parrots represent.
Great interview with
Yeah.
Scott there, kind of getting a read on his thought process through some of those.
Is it an elite charge TM you get at the end of rank 19?
Up on one
Or
point
fast?
Amanda. He said I had a strategy, right? He said he
Or
let
fast.
those through. He didn't shield anything. Kept both of those protect shields in game number 2 because he had a plan and he did not deviate from the plan. I feel like so many trainers will
Wit Dog, that very that Shadow Claw bulk point,
and then they'll try to
is that what we're
strategize
looking for?
the game. But they've already invested
On a
so
Vig?
many resources into plan A that by the time they get to plan B and they try to switch their route, their strategy, they just don't have enough left and they kind of falter.
Maxi, don't elite TM your Shadow Typhlosion. What are you talking about? Don't elite TM that. There's a Cyndaquil Com Day in a couple of weeks. Just wait. Is the Altaria you get supposed to be any special? I don't know. Has anyone who's got the Altaria, please check your Altaria. If you caught the Emmy-Weed Altaria, can you go and have a look?
I would love to see
Oh, it's already evolved? Why would you evolve it without an attack? What the heck's wrong with you? Can you see if the Altaria has any form of tag saying that it... No, not just that it's legacy, but does it have a tag saying that it's from NAIC or saying that it's from a special research or anything? Is there anything on it that indicates that it's special?
His MVP, his most valuable Pokemon for this tournament at NAIC.
Yeah, the IVs are just normal special research IVs. It just says time research. That's annoying. That's annoying. It would have been cool if it had something special related to NAIC, like an NAIC tag on it. Like NAIC timed research or Emmy Weedle's Altaria type situation.
Is one that is not running Thunder Punch that is still made made it into day 2 and still in the winner's side.
You know, there are a lot of players, right? Hey,
20 to 30 elite charge TMs. Ugh. Heartbreak. Heartbreak. That's more elite TMs than I have normal TMs.
And Mango appears to be one of them. I think he also ran it in a previous regional tournament this season. Very powerful, bulky, neutral dragon type. It kind of
Eric's making up that he has coaching students.
Dragon, like Dragonair, but it has similar bulk to something like Altaria, but lacking.
Okay, here's the Gudra. This is a pre-Com Day Gudra. Gudra Com Day is tomorrow. So it's running Power Whip instead of Thunder Punch.
Power whips and try to flip those matchups. Also, Amanda, we've got Amanda Buzz appearing again in this series, as well as
Registeel. Here's the Registeel. What do we think of Registeel in this meta?
Reggie still has
How down bad can you be to be going to NTC? I'm penning this.
because those lock-ons really do a lot of damage. There are not as
You want a prediction? Sure.
on Ash's side because Shadow Roll and
Who won out of a Demon Mason?
can handle it.
Who's Mason?
I mean, if you're looking at that Shadow Whiscash, that Shadow Whiscash is
Okay, who wins the set?
I think that if he brings a Reggie,
Mango.
the target he's looking for is going to be either that Mantian or that Liquid.
What's the name of the
situationally,
other player?
feel a
Mango and who?
needs the shields down because then you can fire.
I can't remember his name.
To the Mantine, you can focus blast the Lickitung, you can fire focus blast back to that Sand Slash, like you said, Amanda, and topple.
When's Gumi Com Day? Max, it's 2 till 5 p.m. tomorrow.
Guys, be careful if you
Ash to Ash, that's it.
And that's why, like, sometimes a Pokemon is only good in certain scenarios. It's not just good in general.
It's not good draw in every scenario.
Exactly.
Well, speaking of these scenarios, we're going to hop right into it. We're going to see if there's a Goodra on the field, not for the beginning portion as we see Shadow Olo and Sand Slash.
You get a bit of an advantage because the prediction's still up and the game started, so...
Shots are super effective, and the Shadow Load and Sand Slash can only hit for neutral. Aqua Tail is going to add up over time, but look at the mud shots actually keeping pace in terms of relative damage to the Powder Snows.
They're going to go for this drill run. It's going to be
Eric says, I am one of the most tough-loved people in the community. Does that just mean you feel like you get rinsed a lot, Eric?
Has a ton of energy throwing off that first charge attack here. And we'll have to see if Ash and Ash wants to respond. No, also choosing to let this first one go through. But really
Powder Snow A-Slash makes no sense to you.
came from catching the whip. No, it looks like he tried to catch the next one, unable to do so. Now he's got to make a decision if he wants to let this in.
I guess...
Yeah, that was interesting. It almost looked like
I guess it's better versus
Mantine expanded and also
Mandibuzz and Gudra. Worse versus Reggie. Worse versus Cress.
and the swap and catch
And you caught a Stone Edge on Whiscash. Filthy behavior. Filthy behavior.
Try again as he was successful on that second catch, but now in comes the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is one of the harder counters for the Whiscash, especially now that Skull doesn't have that 50% chance of debuffing the opponent here. Still going for it because it's going to do a lot more than the Mud Bombs. And this is a
Powder Snow also better versus Licky and Umbreon, I guess, yeah.
Impact, but I don't hear the sound, and the Mandibuzz continues to just farm away. Now going to throw this Dark Pulse.
Mango has
Would you Dark Pulse here or would you double Aerial Ace?
saw the Mantine, he saw the Whiscash. He knows this is a double water team in the back, but at least the Skeledirge avoids the Whiscash. I think that's the best thing that Mango can take away from the situation. He's just going to try to spam off these charge attacks, take these Skulls, and try to work his way through this matchup.
And we also have to remember that the Mantine, they have open team sheets, so they can see that the Mantine is running.
Still going for the Dark Pulse? Dark Pulse is probably maybe fine from here.
That would be going for the Skeledirge. I think Mango has the right plan here, staying in this matchup, just getting that Whiscash low, and by low I mean out of there, as now the Mantine comes back in and just getting a little bit of chip damage, doing as much as possible. Ash and Ash has to throw an attack to get this out, unless he wants to go for it.
Oh yeah, for anyone that isn't aware, Eric told me
Swap and pivot. Mango reaches
that if he were playing in NAIC this weekend, he's pretty confident he would have won. What do we think?
no reason
Chat, tell me what we think.
to be a neutral.
Nighttime Clasher says he's pretty confident he wins NAIC if he attends.
But it's just going to start ramping up energy here, forcing a first shield off of Mango here. But wants to keep the Skeledirge as healthy as possible. A Shadow Ball.
He said he basically top cut last year, and he would have improved on that.
I mean, this is typically like a disarming voice style bait situation.
Trent says there's a reasonable chance you can win a round, Eric. That would give you a similar outcome to your Stockholm performance, I suppose.
Out the Mantine. That's a game 1 win for Mango.
And we talk about 3-ball flex. Well, looks like we had another one here in winners round 1 as all 3 Pokemon remained on the field for Mango, getting that Shadow Ball through even though there's 1 shield left. It's a hard call, right? It's a 50-50.
Maybe this is exactly what Eric means when he says he is the most tough-loved player in the community.
I mean, there's there's like a typical expected play, and then deviating from that is when you create really, really magical moments. We see the Shadow Quagsire taking down that Shadow.
Eric loves being in Europe.
And throw out that
He loves the tough love.
a good step forward, but might have been 2 steps back, because then it allowed Mango to avoid the Skeledirge Whiscash matchup.
Damn, Hong Kong Assassin. Hong Kong Assassin says Eric's been washed since Liverpool. Eric, what's your best best place finish since Liverpool? I actually don't know the answer to that. What is your best place finish? 17th in Dortmund? That's not terrible. That's not terrible.
And the charge bug, you're dealing super effective damage to both of those. Skeledirge can go toe to toe or toe to tongue with Lickitung, and then you
Yeah, none of those are terrible. They're points from all of them, right? And you're getting your travel award. Oh, do you know the difficulty though, Eric? I assume you get reduced travel award because you're on the NA. You're competing in NA, so you get the reduced travel award. Yeah.
Now that it's kind of been shown his playstyle, what he wants to use. Now Ash has to think.
What do we reckon then? What do we reckon? Is it easier to win a regional in North America, or is it easier to win a regional in EU? There's the question. Because I'm pretty sure Eric got quite a few top cuts on your side of the pond, folks. Not so many on ours, but he did get a win, so... US has more players? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. They've got some pretty small regionals. Some of them that are quite far away are pretty small, right? This Stone Edge is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. No way he got that many top cuts. Eric, did you get any? How many top cuts did you? Eric, tell me your record for NA. Day 1 is not up for discussion. Eric says day 1 in NA is free. That's what he told me. 5 top cuts in a row in NA.
And Ash has taken that mid-game.
Just one short, one mud shot, 1 second short of the Stone Edge, and Ash is counting.
Hong Kong Assassin also, yeah, you went over and went and top cut in NA as well.
Like you said, Amanda, not trying to fight that hard for
Axon did like 12 in a row, including multiple worlds.
Just gonna spam off some early laces.
I'm not sure what. Whose point does that help?
Manton has done its job, right? So at this point, it's just going to be able to take a lot of attacks, going to get up as much as possible.
Yeah, Eric did top cut with Togedemaru. That's a fair point. Hong Kong Assassin says he top cut in NA the first time, but can't beat more than 2 people in EU. Axon did not do 12 in a row. Go. Okay, you guys carry on bickering. This looks pretty good for Ashton-Ash, right? That Whiscash is going to cook that Skeledirge.
I don't know. Mango's staying in this man-team matchup with the Cresselia because he knows there's no other place for it to go if you can't control switch.
Yeah, in comes that Alolan Sandslash, and you have to wonder how he wants to play it. Trying to catch, not quite successful, and even though there was at a drill run, doesn't want to get any energy taken off of that Sandslash, swaps immediately into the Whiscash, but this Skeledirge has energy and 2 shields, going for a
interesting.
This is unlike game number 1. Will Ash actually call
here?
Looks like he is going to shield up last second. He didn't want to be taken down.
That's the value of
timing, throw it. Good.
To new opportunities. Whiscash goes for the mud bomb here. Skeledirge will win the charge tag priority tie.
Remember that the Sandslash has a drill run.
How much energy that Shadow Whiscash has stored. He goes for an extra incinerate.
Remember he has a drill run on that Sandslash. So Mango has to be careful because Mango has CMP. But he has a drill run, so the drill runs, you can't take out the A-Slash. You can do one Powder Snow and drill run. Yeah, well done. And now you take out the Cress. Big for Ashton-Ash, well played.
Taking down the Whiscash with Skeledirge was huge, but this is actually devastating because now the Cresselia is paired up against the Shadowlone Sandslash, and all of its attacks are resisted. It can't really hit back.
Yeah, I think Mango knew it as well, even though he had so
yeah, Dudu, I agree.
That, 2 Moonblasts might not even been enough to take it out, letting Ashton-Ash though taking game number 2 away. Great pivot, even though it was the same team composition, recognizing what he needed to do, how he needed to get that alignment, and securing that victory.
Bend, don't break, right? That's definitely a very famous saying. Astronash bent a little bit in that game number 1, didn't get the matchups that they wanted, and had a tough going. But they kept to the same strategy, pushed forward, and Astronash was able to run it back, and he was able to win game number 2.
Yeah, I have to wonder how he's going to play on game number 2. You think he's going to run the exact same lineup again? Because sometimes trainers think like, okay, well, there's no way my opponent will run the exact same team 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I think that the likelihood gets slimmer and slimmer, right? The percentage chance of seeing the same team 3 times in a row, I don't think we've seen the same team 3 times in a row in any series this entire tournament, maybe this entire season.
What's going on now? Trent says you'd argue it's not even worth playing regionals if you're unseeded. What? What? Where do you think how highly seeded do you reckon Astronash was coming into this tournament?
Where you go, but less games does feel like a breezy time, but this is a decisive game number 3. Mango.
Breezy time in the Big Easy?
Oh my gosh. Mango versus Astronash. Game number 3. One of our trainers is already locked in. One of them.
Do you think counting is required?
This again,
What?
this is what we were talking
To achieve what, Alejandro? To go better than 0-2 at Bologna? Yeah, probably.
They're looking between each matchup saying, okay, what could I have played differently? How would I respond if my opponent did this? That time is over. We are getting
I definitely think seeding can help. I definitely think it can help. But there's no way you can say it's not worth entering if you're unseeded, right? There's no way.
Game number 2, and look at Mango actually running the same team as well. This is like a repeat of game 2.
And I think Mango might realize it as well, or at least is considering it as it now like that first aerial ace go through. Astronash did end up getting that switch advantage in last game. You have to see if Mango wants to.
Do you know what I think seeding could be really helpful for? Seeding could be helpful for Worlds as well.
Actually, once he used a shield here, it looks like no! Shield is called! Not doing that.
Huge call from Astronash. Huge call.
Yet another Aqua Tail winning that charge attack priority.
Actually, an absurd call because in game number 1, Astronash took the Shadow Ball into Mantine and ended up losing the game. Game 2,
Seed Worlds based on points? Not on championship points, I assume. I assume it's weighted proportionately based on specific performances. Same way that the rest of seeding works, right? Like higher weight towards EUIC, higher weight towards Worlds from last year, that type of vibe. I assume it's similar. Okay, Maxi, I'm looking forward to it.
Astronash throws his hands up. He says, I wasn't sure if that was going to work, but it did.
They can't seed Worlds. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know how they're going to do it. But yeah, it's a fair point that it's difficult to do when you've got regions that aren't under the same. Who else wants to make Worlds? Let me know. Goodness. God.
He still has that Quagsire for later, just charging up a little bit extra because this is on Powder Snow instead of Shadow Claw, able to just maximize, but going for that charge attack priority is big here. Mango is not able to get that off. There's still so much health on the Lowland Sandslash left. This is just gonna alligator, eat him up.
Exactly right. Shadow, Lowland Sandslash gets absolutely incinerated there, but now the fast pivot into Mantine, allowing the Incinerate through. Astronash says that's not what I want.
Don't let Incinerates through.
Mango's a little relieved.
I think maybe he wants to try to use that Lowland Sandslash later as perhaps a sacrificial swap, but Mango looks pretty content in this position, saying, okay, none of these charge attacks are going to do that much. I'm going to allow this time to get a little more energy. I definitely know what's in the back at this stage if we've been playing it before. I need as much as I can. We're an even shield parity. Whiscash has no energy. It's still anyone's game.
This just, yeah, anyone's game, but this looks tough.
Did you see the Incinerate transfer? So basically, if you throw an attack and then switch while the attack animation is going on, the attack animation will veer off to the side, which is quite funny. Who is this Ash guy? He's in my server, Eric. He's in my server. That's all I know. Eric, I'm reading through these. Ooh, this is.
going to be enough.
You're just going to fully farm this down? What are you going to do?
Well, here's the thing, right? This Aquatail's going to connect. It's going to weaken the Shadow Whiscash. The question now becomes, is the Disarming Voice that's loaded on the Skeledirge enough to win this game? Or does Ashenash catch it on the Sand Slash? He's going to go straight for the Scald. This is a charge attack priority tie.
This is a charge attack priority try, and I think this will be enough, even though this is going through. Disarming Voice takes out the Whiscash, and now, oh my goodness!
He's able to
I mean, it doesn't matter, but why wouldn't you just throw the... Why wouldn't you just throw the Drill Run? You're just BMing. Wow. Doesn't care. He knows he's more likely to reach the Ice Punch. He knows it's in Ice Punch range anyway, so just goes for the Ice Punch. Fair enough. Fair enough. BM is the safer play. Facts. Facts. Eric, I'm reading the breakdown of you letting your team know that you coach, and it doesn't look like they're giving you a lot of support here.
Okay. I think the typings is where I'd like to start, though, because we saw some ridiculous things. We saw Skeledirge take down a Whiscash and Mantine, right, in games number 2 and 1 respectively. And then game number 3, Skeledirge almost pulls it off. I thought the win con was to predict the Disarming Voice, send in the Sand Slash, absorb that charge attack, and then use the Whiscash to close it out. But it was a little too risky. Ashenash knew he was 1 Powder Snow away. And that's the thing. He fires off the 2 Powder Snows, 4 Powder Snows for 8 turns, but the Incinerate damage doesn't apply until the end of the second Incinerate, which allows Sand Slash to escape just 1 Powder Snow short. The mechanics are brilliant.
And Absol,
What do you mean about...
he was upset.
Wait, what did Trent say?
Why did I do that? But that was the play.
The Incinerate transfer won him the game. Yeah. As in, that was very well played to switch out to avoid the second Incinerate. Is that what you're saying?
Powder Snow paces quicker. It's a 2-turn fast attack versus a 5-turn Incinerate. Able to get that energy and throw onto the Skeledirge in the middle of that fast attack animation.
The difference is that if Ashenash doesn't...
Yeah, Eric, that's probably sensible. You got to be careful.
At the end game,
Just disable the replies, yeah.
and guess what? Incinerate damage applies just as the Sand Slash gets to the Ice Punch, and that would have been Mango GG's.
I mean, I felt like that was like a teeter-totter throughout that whole thing. At first, I was like, no, this is definitely an...
Yeah, Luke, that's what I thought he was going to do. Just do one, check which one you've got, and then throw.
Especially near the end when the Disarming Voice Skeledirge wins that charge attack priority over the Whiscash. I thought it was over, but he had so much energy still left.
But that was a fun game to watch. That was awesomely played by Ashenash.
The flexibility and the malleability of matchups in Pokemon Go is really what differentiates it from our other titles here, right? In the video game series, you might just have a hopeless typing matchup situation where you can't land a super effective attack no matter which of your 4 attacks you pick. But at least in Pokemon Go, you can make progress.
It's Amanda's birthday. It's Amanda's birthday.
Right? The closest you get is triple resistance, and the closest we're gonna get is a birthday cake for Amanda's lovely birthday today.
I love that.
Let's hear it in the chat. Everyone watching at home, please wish a happy birthday to our wonderful co-caster Amanda Lundberg.
Thank you, guys. At first, I saw like Phoebe coming in. I was like, "What is he doing? We're live." Then I saw a cake. This is really nice and very much appreciated.
Amanda, I need production just spoke in my ear. We need you to do us a huge favor. We need you to blow out the candle the same way Sand Slash extinguished that Skeledirge just a couple minutes ago.
All right, ready? We'll go for it here.
Cuties. Cuties.
Claps in the chat for Amanda Lundberg.
I love this for them.
Very happy birthday to you. What a surprise. I didn't know that was...
Who kind of wants to see this cake fall off the edge of the...
He acts like he's such a nice guy, but he's very mischievous.
Mercurial. I prefer Mercurial.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, production. I mean, I honestly can't think of a better way to spend my birthday than...
Mischievous? Is that a word? Mischievous?
So much, and I hope I can give back in any way.
Exactly. Well, Amanda, it's going to be a great rest of our show. Enough about you. We're going back to the train.
No, let's just keep it on. No, actually, no. Let's kick it back to the...
No, you're saying what you've written there is mischievous. That's different to mischievous. Mischievous is a word.
We talked about Spartan versus Elam being a key matchup. This next one is incredibly high.
Mischievous is like a portmanteau of mischievous and devious. Okay, we are in the next. We are in, not same thing. This is what I mean about teaching Pogo and English. Okay, we've got House Dark versus Steiner, so this is the next round of the winner's side.
And you know what? He's on the winner's side. I don't know if this is the man to do it, but it's definitely the man to try against House Stark.
I'm going to reach back into my mental library here. I'm going to point this out. Elendia Steiner faced off.
Who do we reckon? Oh, I should do a prediction for this, right? You want a prediction again? Choose outcome. Ashton Ash. Well done, well done. Okay, we've got start prediction. Who wins this set? House Stark.
Look at House Stark's team.
LNDS.
Shadow Magnezone Altaria board. This is like a meeting of old foes. Can Steiner take what he learned from his previous regional experience and apply it here at NAIC?
Steiner's saying, wait a minute, I thought I was in
Okay, go. Predictions up. Who do we reckon? Who do we reckon?
Unfortunately met up with the one trainer who does, and this is a very crucial moment for both of them. Let's take a look at that.
House Stark with the Shadow Mirror Coat Shadow Magnezone, huh? Mirror shot, it should be.
The rest of those are pretty standard here. Ice Beam, Play Rough on the Azumarill, and of course that Altaria with Moonblast and Skytech, a similar Altaria to what Emmy Weedle was winning when he won at UIC. Speaking of that, guys, make sure that you have your Twitch redemptions on so you can get.
No one would be upset if Alex wins. Yeah, you're right. Everyone loves House Stark. Theoretical question: how could they rebalance PvP to fix long duration fast moves? What do you mean fix them? Incinerate's the best attack in the game. What do you mean by fix them exactly?
But I haven't seen House Stark really play it that often, and I don't know if he's going to need it here either.
Yeah, I think that's a part of the thing, right? If you have a team
How many matches tomorrow? 3 matches tomorrow. Losers finals. Winners finals, losers finals, grand finals.
Pokemon that are more valuable than others. Let's go ahead and take a look at Steiner's team on this. Running that Vigoroth instead of the Nihilism.
He's one of those irritating people who's impossible to dislike. Yeah, he's done a good job. House Stark's a cool guy. He's a cool guy, for sure.
Pretty popular overall, especially because Lickitung has been the second most used Pokemon, and Vigoroth just does so well.
I've never actually spoken to Steiner though, so I don't have any personal views on Steiner. Is he a nice guy? I'm sure he is, but I know for sure that House Stark is. 1 and 2 moves are just better? I don't know about this. I think Incinerate's awesome. I love using Incinerate. I love using Incinerate. If you can do a catch sneak with Incinerate, insane. Insane. If you can catch your opponent out with move timing, get free Incinerate through, or a lot of your turns of Incinerate through, laughing. Okay, big lead for Steiner. This is awesome lead for him, and Stark's having to go into the mirror to be met by a Charger Bug, but there's no Shadow Magnezone answer. So if you get shields down, Shadow Magnezone has sweet potential. So although it looks bad for House Stark now, it's not terrible.
Earlier today, Swilis likes to kind of two-shield through these middle matchups, even if they're uncomfortable. I don't honestly see House Stark double shielding through this situation here.
Even if he did, it would be such an uphill thing to climb. However, Altaria into Azumarill is so devastating that I will be very interested to see how House Stark will be able to just maneuver around this, because I mean, it's just gonna be so darn hard. There is that Magnezone in the back, but with the Azumarill down, the Altaria...
I keep dropping my rings whenever I mess around, so I'm trying to pick it up with my feet, but I can't.
The gears are turning, right? House Stark, if
there we go.
he needs these protect shields down. The negative situation that he's facing...
Steiner has the world record for the shortest time quitting the game. I do remember that. I do remember Steiner announced that he would be quitting Go. He came back for the next event, and then I think did pretty well, either won or came second or something like that. Okay, so Magnezone is in, but shields are still up, and ideally Magnezone maybe wanted shields down. It's unfortunate because you're shielding before you've even thrown the wild charge.
Magnezone needs to get energy, and it needs to get health, and it needs to get this Lickitung out of the way.
Oh, look at this instant.
I don't know if I like this mirror shot.
No chance that this is a wild charge. Does not protect shield it up.
Gets the drop, which means you can maybe no shield this now. No shield this.
Not enough impact, I guess, for House Stark, recognizing that okay, he's not sure what he needs.
Problem is, you now don't have enough health to deal with the Azu. So you may as well mirror shot the Azu, right? You may as well mirror shot the Azu to try and get a debuff. But what's the Altaria gonna do? What's the Altaria gonna do?
So Stark knows that Steiner's going to shield this regardless. He goes for the mirror shot to try to drop the attack of the Azumarill.
Doesn't get the attack drop.
So even
Yeah, there's nothing you can do here. There's nothing you can do. SJ, how you doing, dude? Welcome in.
doesn't pay off. This has been Steiner's
Zone in the back didn't do what Alex needed it to do.
Because you can see that different points in the matches when the trainers are even recognizing each other. How Stark looked up, kind of shook his head.
Gonna have challenges starting in July. That is right, locals. So the season is over after this event. Okay, the 2023 to 2024 season ends with NAIC. The new season starts in July, so locals will be available from July. And then Worlds will play in August, but Worlds basically sits outside of the seasons. Worlds is not the end of this season. World is, though, the end of the in-game season, right? Shortly after Worlds, we'll have a move update. But in terms of the Play Pokemon season, that starts in July.
Being the Vigoroth and the Shadow Gligar were left on the bench. But of course, how Stark is thinking that these are obviously going to be in the matchup because he knows that I'm bringing the Magnezone, so he brought major counters to it.
This season, World is
Completely read how he would read him.
Yes, exactly. Altaria beats the counters that House Stark was expecting
And
Steiner
so
to
does
bring.
Azumarill.
And so does Azumarill, right? But Steiner went left when House Stark went right, and he was able to outmaneuver him in that game number 1. Going to game number 2, though, Amanda, how do you make the next step in these mind games? How does House Stark...
Can locals be locally organized? Yeah, I think you've got to go to an official Play store, like an existing TCG one or something.
At some point,
And then you can get them to go through the process for Go locals, and they then become eligible to host Go locals. I'm not 100% sure on how that works, but it's definitely worth trying to get them set up as soon as you can so that they can get going. As soon as the new season starts.
The double down can pay enormous dividends, right? Because Steiner's probably thinking there's no way he'll bring Altaria lead again. There's no way he'll put Magnezone in the back because he's going to expect that I have all the answers. Maybe House Stark is going to outthink him this time.
we'll see as we now are going to take the field for game number 2. We got that Vigoroth in the lead versus Altaria. And normally
Okay, this is a pretty good lead for the Altaria, but obviously the rock slide is super effective, so that's why Vigoroth is quite good into any non-annihilate. Anything that isn't annihilate, and Vigoroth has play into usually, most of the time. Who's the judge next to Kevin? I can't see from here. I'll have a look in a sec. And then, you say Magnezone cooks. Well, Charger Bug beats Magnezone, so we'll see. We'll see.
See the rock slide connect into the Altaria, trying to chip it down. Biosam is ready to go as well, but Steiner building up some additional energy, going for the back-to-back rock slides. Does get the KO. What do you think? Do you think we're going to see the Magnezone come in and try to volt switch down?
I don't think we're going to see that, but at the same point, he has no good answers. I guess you're absolutely right. Look how much damage this
4 counters come in.
Magnezone from a
Ouch.
is almost half health.
And now what do you do versus Charger Bug?
Decent answer to it. Gonna
You don't have to shield this. I mean, you can. It still does decent chunk, but not that much.
switch out of this matchup, and it actually would be decent for him to do so. So I'm interested to see. Licky Tongue's coming in. Vigoroth is gone at this point, and Steiner choosing to stay in, but he knows that Magnezone's in the back.
Exactly. So I think House Stark is in a far better position than he was in game 1. That much is obvious, right?
They're going to announce the 2025 season tomorrow. Last year at the end of NAIC, they announced the CP system for... Yeah, they could. Yeah, 2025 season's ready. All the events are pretty much ready.
Licky Tongue has
Venues are ready
to its name, but
and everything. So if they want to announce it, they can.
that possible third Pokemon. Steiner says, okay, if you want me to show it, it's going to be the Azumarill. And it's now going to be reaching a Power Whip. I like this play by Steiner. Steiner realizes Magnezone
It's just waiting on
so well against Azumarill.
Pokemon Company approval.
Because it's going to be the Charger Bug show by the end here. Azumarill not playing nice, but playing rough here as this charge attack.
Oh, very good, Amanda. Very good.
And it puts it
Good
down to
commentary.
red.
It's not quite the size of an elephant, but we do need to remember the charge bug in the room, like you said, Amanda. That's definitely going to be the final threat that House Stark needs to overcome. Power Whip coming through here. This will be super effective damage. Azumarill hangs on, looking for the big.
You know I can't. You know I can't.
Getting 2 volt switches might be the key.
This is going to be very big. There's still a lot of health left on the Charger Bug. Volt switches aren't doing that much. You can see not very effective. He's going to go for that mirror shot bait. Does Steiner know this? Steiner really recognizing it plays, recognizing win conditions here. Doesn't shield. Not very effective. Maybe he gets an attack debuff? No, go for yet another. Not even able to. The attack did fall.
Both Volt switches coming through. Chargebug has so much energy, gonna go for the X Scissor against House Stark. House Stark.
Wow, look at that.
He failed the
Look at that.
Steiner didn't take it, but he will take the series.
Steiner throws his hands up in the air. You hear a
Big win for Steiner. Big win.
Oh, nice. And Steiner continues on the winners.
House Stark is not an easy player to beat, so making that look comfortable, that's impressive.
I was losing my mind because that was a bold call. Like, certain situations, you know player tendencies, you can say, okay, this is going to be wild charge, this is probably going to be a bait, and you can make a call. But that was crazy because House Stark was so close.
Yeah, I mean, when we say lots of big names dropping, we've got so many big names in the game now that they obviously can't, they can't all win. So we are at the stage of the competition now where they're all going to start playing against each other. Is Steiner the best retired player in the world?
Look at this. This is exactly what you said. In the 0-0 scenario, Vigoroth can barely swap by, and this was
Those 4 counters were ouch.
Nor the Magnezone wanted to face off against the Vigoroth, even though it had such low health.
And look at this, the double Volt switches put House Stark very close to the back-to-back wild charges. That bait call right there by Steiner.
Twice.
Game, and that meant that he was able
Twice mirror shots went unshielded.
energy, KO the
Painful.
take the
Painful.
Steiner says, fool me months with the Magnezone, I'm never going to get fooled again. He definitely had a game plan for how to handle this Pokemon, handling it perfectly there.
Right, did you do a prediction on that? Oh, you did. Well done. To LNDS Steiner voters.
It really began in game 1.
Well done, well done.
Steiner read into what House Stark was likely to do and just had all of the right answers. But when you're in a matchup against a trainer that's this caliber, this high-level skill, you can't give them a mile, right? You don't want to even give them an inch. But in a game number 1 like that, you give your opponent such an advantage in the series. They're able to control the narrative after that game 1 win, and it's so...
Half an hour, team. Half an hour until Martine plays.
Yes, and House Stark obviously very good as well, coming into this on the winner's side of the bracket. Double elimination tournament.
Yeah, the Altaria versus Vig matchup was a little bit interesting.
But again, even though the winner's side of the bracket is obviously deserves some kudos, some round of applause, I think
It's all opening up for inadequates, yeah.
very fun because there is so much
Imagine. So let me show you quickly. I'm going to show you the leaderboard well, let's have a look at the US first, right? So in the US, Rise is out, Dune's out, Eric and Lyle aren't there, Arrow's out. Is Jan still in, I think, in the loser side? Mason's still in on the winner's side. Out. I think out. In on the winner's side. Okay, so Mason and Pocket have some potential to get into these medal places here. So that'll be interesting. And then on the European side, Martine is here. So Martine's on 704 points at the moment. If he wants to get into the main travel award, he has to get to... So ignore Logan Rocket. Logan Rocket has actually got 40 points. Logan has got 40 points that haven't been added yet from a challenge. So Logan's actually in 6th on 1042. So 1034 is the number to beat. So that means Martine needs 331 points.
and take a short break so I can eat some food. And we'll guys catch you after this break with DeepIE and Alpha Feed.
Slaps in the chat.
So Martine needs to come second. Ouch. Oh, is it? What was it? 1012? 1052, sorry. Oh yeah, 40 points, 1052. So he's above me. Oh, sorry, yeah. He needs 1042 to overtake me, but he'll be on 1052. Martine needs second, basically. And then for the stipend, which is 12th, he needs to get 940, so he needs 240-ish points. Yeah. Wow. So Martine needs to get top 8 for a travel stipend and into the final, into the grand final for travel award. Zwilus. Where's Zwilus? Here. Zwilus needs to win. Zwilus needs to win. You want me to check Italy? Okay. Alejandro, you are joint third with Michelle Gavelli, I recognise that name. Is Joppy an ex-VGC player? Michelle... Did he play VGC before Go? Yeah. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Yeah, this is a kid VGC champ. Alejandro, well done on 3rd place in Italy. Annoyingly, Stan, the fraud, has put himself down as being... Whoa, Guernsey's on here? No way, that's cool. I'm from Guernsey. But I'm down as UK. Which is... Yeah. Stan, you fraud, you're not from the UK. Get out of here. Get out of here. Before knowing the results, who did I think was going to win this? As in, before the whole event, or before today, knowing who got into Top Cut, or what do we mean? Going back to the US, can Pocket win Travel Award? Yeah, of course he can. Pocket, oh, Ilham's here. Pocket's here. So Pocket just needs to... Pocket needs to overtake... Oh, it is going to be close, actually. Because Mason's got points. J-Jan's got points. Arrow looks like he's probably fine. So it depends on Ilham and Pocket here. Whoever does better out of these two could take that final spot, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Before the start of yesterday, who did I think was going to win? I don't know. The only thing I said was that Shadow Quag would win. He won the 2018 Sheffield Regionals. There you go, see? Pretty cool going from VG, and now he's a very, very good Go player. I think Mormon Matt as well played either VG or TCG, I can't remember, and is now doing pretty well in Go.
I think to achieve that, I have to win. I have to win regionals, I have to win internationals, I have to win worlds. So that's the goal.
And DSRJF wants to win worlds. So this game, Ilham vs Pocket, this is massive for their Travel Award. I don't know why the stream has nothing on. That's not me. That's the stream. Is this a trailer? Oh, they're just playing the Worlds trailer. It's kind of wild, says David, that the cutoff for top 8 in EU is 1050 CP, roughly, whilst in NA it might just be 980. Yeah. It is an interesting one because fewer players, you could argue, play in as many regionals in NA because, as Trent says, it's more expensive to travel. And yet, half of the top NA players all flew over to London to come and play in a UIC. But also we have to remember that Dunebug has taken most of the NA points and Lyle has taken most of the NA points, right? They've taken them, which means that the overall points for 8th place is going to be lower because the overall points for 1st place is higher. I don't know. You're saying... hold on a minute. You're saying 70 points isn't a lot. I actually disagree. I think 70 points is a lot because let's look at... This is the US leaderboard, right? You're going from 840 in 8th place to 780. Your 12th place is down at 744. If you look at Europe, your 12th place is 940. So, yeah, it is quite a big difference because it also then they drop off quite a lot. Each place in the US seems to be dropping off quite a lot. the top 12 here have EU players clearly play more small tournaments. What do you mean small tournaments? The EU tournaments are bigger most of the time than the NA tournaments. The reason is because Dunebug's taking all your points. Yeah, it's very, very different. The drop off here, 15 to 11 to 11 to 10 to 950 to 850, 100 points between 5th and 6th, and then you're dropping hundreds of points between these points. It's crazy drop offs. It's crazy drop offs. Eric, yeah, you are good. Look at you. That's a huge number of points to get. That's awesome.
Going to be this afternoon.
Steiner making it look easy with that 2-0.
If you win a single regional, do you qualify to Worlds? Yes, you do. So there are two ways of qualifying for Worlds, is to get your championship points threshold, which for EU is 400, for NA is 500, and that might change next year. And then the other way is to either have won Worlds previously or to win a regional or get top 2 at an international championship for an automatic invite. But you don't get travel award unless you get top 8 in the leaderboard by the end of the season. Travel stipend for top 9 to 12. Do I know how you can replace your nickname in Play Pokemon? Oh, I mean, you just have to go through the settings and see if you can change the name there. There are definitely ways to do it, but I can't remember. Yeah, I agree. There are top players who will win a regional and then they're not going to go for travel award because they'll take the cash from their regional, and that's more valuable than going to play at loads of other regionals. But in Europe, we have 3 special events. So 3 of our tournaments give you no cash. So you can win those, and it's completely irrelevant unless you go for the travel award. So Zizwilas, for example, won Barcelona special event. 0 pennies! 0 pennies. Here's the Gator. Pockets Gator. Ilan probably didn't want to see it. He's kind of coming with the Mandibuzz, but it's an Ice Beam Gator. Elliot, is it just a microwave frozen meal though, right? Or is it a defrost meal that you then have to cook as well, or what are you working with, Elliot? Talk to me. I finished my sushi a while ago and I'm getting hungry again. Can I cook for you? Should we do a cooking stream? Make a little spag bowl? I'm gonna be honest, team, and no offense to Alejandro, who I know you're listening, Alejandro. Yeah. Oh, also Wes, yeah, you're absolutely right. This match is massive for the NA Travel Award. Stone Edge does a lot. Stone Edge does a lot. Even though Mandibuzz is one of the thickest birds. That's big chunk. What I was going to say is that the bolognese that I had in Bologna, Eric, pay attention, bolognese. The difficulty swapping anything into Quag is that Aquatel spams so much that look how much you're getting off. CMP, okay, pay attention. Ilan won CMP. What I was going to say is that bolognese in Bologna wasn't as good as I was expecting it to be. Sorry to say, Alejandro. Sorry to say. It was okay. But the lasagna was pretty good. The lasagna was pretty good, so I'll give you that. But the bolognese? I don't know. Maybe I'm used to more salted foods. Maybe I'm used to there being kind of more to it, but it was just a little bit bland for me. Gligar is going to sweep here. This is very good for Pocket. Yeah, but Alejandro, I had multiple bologneses, and all of them were very, very similar. They were all very, very similar.
draws that last Protect Shield from out of pocket. But this Mandibuzz is about to go down. All that's going to be left is Charge-a-Bug versus Gligar. And Alpha Phoebe, I don't know if a shield is going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah, Bolognese is very basic. I agree. But that's why when I'm having a Bolognese hit, yeah, I've dropped my rings again. Yeah. Bolognese is quite basic, but that's why, like, I would add quite a lot to a Bolognese here. Like, I'd add maybe some veg into it. It'd have way more... I mean, I like quite salty food. And when you go to Italy, sometimes they don't give you salt and pepper because they're like, you don't need to season it. We've seasoned it already. And, yeah, it was just too bland for me. It was too bland. Honestly, peas in Bolognese, like, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. If it's got, like, you know how some people put, like, the tiny little peas, tiny little carrots type veg. Like, it's not, like, I can understand that. I can understand that.
Elam needs to win 2 in a row to continue in the winner's side of the bracket. Let's take a look at...
Yeah, and I needed more meat as well in the Bolognese. It was just too small. Like, it just didn't feel like a full meal at all. I got it assuming I'd feel nourished, and I just didn't. It wasn't a triple shadow team. It wasn't a triple shadow team. The Gator is non-shadow, remember. Gator is non-shadow. Do we get the losers run after winners round 2? I assume so. I hope so.
Shadow Gligar in the exact correct position, able to get the knockout into this.
Damn it. Oh, it's there.
And the Charge-a-Bug goes down. It is just an uphill matchup for the Charge-a-Bug.
Okay.
It is like the bus is going straight.
Oh, we're only getting some of them? That camera freaks you out? Sorry. Non-shadow Gator wants high rank, or is there some source? Okay, so high rank normal for Alligator gives you a better matchup versus Shadow Gligar, because if you start to drop too much HP, Shadow Gligar still can win. However, there are relevant breakpoints for normal for Alligator that it's worth looking into, because it does give you some matchups that can catch people off. And bear in mind that for Alligator is in a very common CMP threshold. So what do I eat for breakfast? I have 4 poached eggs, some baked beans, and usually some like a bagel or something. It's pretty much my standard breakfast. Unless I forget to have breakfast because I'm busy and then I have sushi at 4 p.m. First round of losers played on the tables. That makes sense. That makes sense. 4 eggs? That's insane, Jeremy. That's the right number of eggs, I think. 3 eggs never feels like enough. Do I like sushi, Alejandro? I love sushi. I love sushi. Obsessed with sushi. Okay, Vig versus Mandibuzz. This is a very IV-dependent matchup. If you have... I think if you've got a bit of attack on your Vig, you can win certain shield scenarios versus Mandibuzz here. 1 egg is enough? Crazy. 1 egg's not even worth having. I could snort 1 egg.
And we see the Mandibuzz continuing and staying in the matchup, even though this is favorable for...
Charge-a-Bug has nowhere to go? Yeah, ideally you want the Charge-a-Bug against the Quagsire, because at least you can put X-Scissors into it, but you're basically getting one-shot by a Stone Edge there. Get a sub goal for watching you snort an egg. Eric, you've not even subbed, so talk me through that. Why aren't we bringing Ape? Great question. IVs! IVs! And now you get this, because 1 egg is enough. Good, very good. You almost spelt the sentence correctly, Maxwell, but don't worry, I got you. Who the heck cooks up 2 eggs? Exactly. You're making eggs, you may as well make 4. Didn't even go for the dig. They're laughing, they're chuckling to each other. Oh, very smart, very smart. Call the casters on their personal phone on the desks, ask them to say IV matters. Alright.
popped up a protect shield at that last possible moment. We're going to start seeing the X scissors fly.
X scissor coming through is going to be doing a meaningful chip to the remaining health on the Shadow Quagsire. However, 2 shields remain, 4 out of pocket, building up energy. Shielding the first, no shielding the second.
Weedle, what are you saying?
Shadow Quagsire into the red. It's going to be really close in the middle.
We have a family tradition of egg eating competition for Easter. 4 eggs is peanuts. Are we talking about real eggs or are you talking about chocolate eggs there? Look how much this does. Look how much this does. Bye-bye. Boil. Okay. Question. I'll ask the question after this game. I'll ask the question after this game. Okay. We're doing a... So the prediction for Steiner came... What is managed prediction? No, we don't want a prediction. I want a poll. I want a poll. Okay. We're going to do a new poll. The poll is, how do we like our eggs? Hard-boiled? Soft-boiled? Poached? What other options? Fried? Hate eggs. Any other options? Scrambled? Oh yeah, I've got to have scrambled. No one likes hard-boiled eggs, and if you do, you're crazy, so get out of here. Soft-boiled eggs are acceptable. Scrambled, poached, fried. Sunny side up. Sunny side up means fried, right? That's what you mean by sunny side up. A fried egg with the yolk on top. So I'll put fried brackets sunny. Anyone else? Any others? Omelette? Oh yeah, how do I fit omelette in here? Dude who likes it raw, heard it here first.
Really dominant play from those 2 Pokemon. He's really shown up to this tournament. We can see again in game number 2, Dark Pulse coming through.
Okay. We're gonna have to skip omelette, I think, because I've run out of things I can. I've run out of options. So we're gonna skip omelette. I'm really sorry. The yolk needs to be orange, not yellow, and it's amazing. I agree. I agree. I agree. Egg should be boiled exactly 12 minutes. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I've removed hard-boiled, but we've got soft-boiled. We can get rid of soft-boiled. We can get rid of soft-boiled. We'll put omelette there. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. There you go. There you go. The poll is up. How do you like your eggs? There you go. You guys decide.
Still just getting started, I have to say.
For me, I mean, I like eggs. I don't like hard-boiled eggs. I think hard-boiled eggs are a waste of time. My only issue with scrambled egg is if it's like with egg powder. Gross. Gross. Has to be. We're going to assume all of these are with natural eggs made properly, right? Blaze, why are you talking about Pokemon, you big nerd? We're talking about eggs.
The North Star says this is why live events can be really worth it, even if it's just a local tournament or a.
Yeah, some places use egg powder. It's gross, gross. I agree though. I think Shadow Quag is awesome. I think normal for Alligator is awesome, and I think that makes sense why Azu is popular. Azu is popular because it is able to sponge all for Alligator damage. And it's got a reasonably good matchup into Shadow Quag as well. It obviously has dominant matchups into Mandibuzz, Altaria. There are very few Altaria in day 2 in this event.
Assuming his dog Pepsi couldn't ask for anyone better.
I have met Pepsi. Pepsi is a great dog. We love dogs that do all of.
Yeah, Hisuian Typhlosion's not great, but also like we've got Fire Ghost types that could be improved already. Next question for you, team. Azu would be broken with Liquidation Icy Wind. Well, yes. Of course it would. What I want to know, my question for you. I need to turn these casters down. Okay, question for you. Question for you. If you wanted to buff Scrambled egg on toast. I'm so hungry now. Okay, if you wanted to buff a Lowland Marowak, Fire Ghost type currently has access to Fire Spin or Hex, has access to Bone Club, Shadow Bone, Shadow Ball, Flame Wheel, Fire Blast. If you wanted to buff a Lowland Marowak in a way that's good to make it meta relevant, what would you do? What would you do? You tell me. What would you do? Would you make you would buff Bone Club? Okay, so Bone Club currently is learnt by Marowak and a Lowland Marowak, I assume. You could actually give Bone Club to Lucario as well, couldn't you? That's interesting. You would buff Bone Club maybe? You'd give it Shadow Claw? Can it learn Shadow Claw? I didn't even know that. I don't know about that. You can buff Flame Wheel. Anyone want to give it any coverage? Is there any coverage that you'd like to see on it? Thunder Punch, someone's suggesting.
I know, I was there. I commented on that one. Magic Mason is a fantastic player. We mentioned
We've got a lot of votes for scrambled eggs. A lot of votes for scrambled eggs. Wow, this game's awesome. Auburn and Magic Mason here. This is going to be a big, big game. Oh, it's the Charger Bug mirror. At least they're going to be able to learn who wins the mirror here. But look at that Azu for Auburn in the back. Hello. Is Incinerate an option? Maxo, I don't know if you'd want to. Okay, very good from Mason. He's drawn out. He's drawn out the Azu. And now Guz looks very, very good for Mason in the back. Did Mason just let a full bubble go through? Bruh, don't do that. NA timing.
You could almost say that you're giving your opponent free real estate, able to kind of spread out and utilize more area for their Pokemon. The Azumarill now not nearly as threatened from these charged attacks from the Shadow.
And now you can just farm this down with Charger Bug, which is pretty good. Rock Slide AWAC, interesting. It's too squishy? You think AWAC is squishy? Bruh, what are you talking about? AWAC is way bulkier than Skeledirge. Unpopular opinion, buff Bug Bite, make it a Dragon Breath clone. Give the bugs some play. You want to give a Raquanid a Dragon Breath clone? Are you sure? Are you sure? Maxwell says, yes. No, I don't think AWAC is going to get given Incinerate. I don't think it needs it. I think you want to keep the fire. You want to keep them distinct.
I don't think Magic Mason wants his Charger Bug to knock out this Lickitung. I think he wants to be able to farm down later with that
Guzzlord looks like it's going to have play here, right? Guzzlord looks like it's going to cause trouble. Yeah, Marowak learns plenty of attacks. The difficulty is that they're a little bit slow to get to. Yeah, Blaze, I think you're probably right. Is that the strat makes sense. Execution's been ever so slightly off. Potentially costly. That's big. That's big. Can you reach another X-Scissor against this Charger Bug? You're not going to try. You're going to go straight in with the Guz. X-Scissor does half. And you've got no shields. So this Guz is gone. This Guz is very gone.
First one going to do a massive amount of damage to the large Guzzlord, and the second one going to be more than enough to knock out.
Yes, Magic Mason just not able to put the Guzzlord where it needed to be in order to do the most effective damage. We are going to see here Auburn get
very good from Auburn. Very, very good.
To knock out Magic Mason's Charger Bug, claiming an early victory in this winner's
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want AWAC to get Incinerate. I don't want every single fire. I love Incinerate and I love Incinerate users, but I don't want every single fire type to only be viable if they have Incinerate, right? What do you think? Do you agree? Buff Rapidash? Heatran should get Incinerate? Yeah. Zard does fine without Incinerate. I don't know. Haven't seen Zard in a while. Haven't seen Zard in a hot minute. Just tell you what I would like to see. Yeah, AWAC learns a ton of attacks. A ton of attacks. But the question isn't just listing off all the attacks it can learn. It's what attack would you give it to make it meta relevant? And you've got to give it something that makes it distinct from Skeledirge. Skeledirge already has Incinerate Shadow Ball. You're not trying to duplicate them. Yeah, you could introduce well, I mean, you could introduce Bone Rush and Bone Meringue, but I guess Bone Club is very buffable. It can learn Double Kick. It doesn't hugely help its sims because it's non-stab Double Kick, and it's still a bit clunky. Can it learn any grass moves? Not sure. Don't know. Can you guys make your mind up of if it learns Incinerate or not? Do you want me to look it up if it gets Incinerate? It doesn't look to me like it learns Incinerate. Am I missing something? Normal Marowak apparently can learn Incinerate. Maybe. Can it? By TM in Gen 4? I don't know if that's true. Last Damnation, do we not have Mystical Fire for that? If you TM a Cubone to give it Incinerate in Gen 4, evolve it to an Alolan Marowak somehow, I don't even know how you do that in the main game, then maybe you can get it. So you give Incinerate to a Cubone in Gen 4 via TM, you transfer it to Gen 7 and evolve it to an Alolan Marowak, and then you've got an Alolan Marowak with Incinerate. Well done, team. We've cracked it. Well done. That's very good from Auburn, sniping this Dugong. And I think that could be all but over for Mason now. If it's a legal move, Pogo can give it, but no, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Pogo has to basically request it, and the Pokemon Company need to give authority for it to basically need to approve. And Pokemon Company will only approve if they feel it's appropriate and or thematic. 2 shield flex for Auburn. Auburn, not even a glimmer of a smile. Auburn went to shake right-handed, as you do, and then remembered that Mason is not fully abled right now.
Oftentimes alignment means everything, but there, Auburn not really caring about alignment as much as Magic Mason did in either.
Are the losers battles starting now then? I guess so. I hope so. I hope so.
Building up his own extra energy allowed Auburn to really maneuver around.
Yeah. There are no. I'm not saying that there are specific requirements on what gen they need to be right now, etc. But you have to remember that any attack that you give to a Pokemon in Pokemon Go is then able to be transported via Pokemon Home into the main series games. So that's something that they bear in mind, that they might not want certain Pokemon to suddenly flood the main series games and things like that. I don't know.
Often says there are many types of advantages in Pokemon Go. You can have switch advantage, you can have shield advantage, and you can have energy advantage. One or more of them can often be the key to victory.
Yeah, so last Damnation said introduce Will-O-Wisp as an attack debuff. So we do already have Mystical Fire for that. I do think Will-O-Wisp can enter the game, but I'm interested to see how they'll introduce it. And then the other attack, fire attack that good catch. The other fire attack that I'd like for them to introduce is Sunny Day as a 1-turn fire fast attack. I think that would be cool. You could give it to grass types as well. That'd be a really easy way to give fire coverage to grass types via Sunny Day. You could also introduce Rain Dance as a 2-turn water attack, because we don't have one. Crazy. We don't have one. Make it a good water fast attack. Give it to Ludicolo. Give it to Goodra and Sliggoo.
It's really a great idea to record your intentions with those things. You could have your opponent guessing that you maybe want health advantage, but then you do a last-minute shield and a down to get health advantage instead. Having different paths and avenues.
Sunny Day Armaldo. Okay, question on food, chat. So, as you know, earlier today, I was eating some spicy salmon crunch roll. Now, this is the remainder of my spicy salmon crunch roll. This is like the breadcrumb bits that obviously fell off the sushi. How acceptable is it to eat these bits? Or do you just have to leave them now that they've dropped off? What is correct sushi eating etiquette? I can eat these, right? Waste nothing. I'm just going to nibble on them. They're going to be like biscuits. They are tasty. Eat with chopsticks? I think I already threw those chopsticks in the bin. Otherwise I would. On stream? Yeah, I'm on stream. I'm here. I'm right next to you.
You know, it's interesting hearing all these thoughts from you, Nick, but I'd rather hear it from the man himself.
All right, interview coming up. I'll put the volume up for you.
Pedro, who's got an interview with the Auburn.
Thank you very much, casting team. We're here with Auburn. He's really, really close to winning the whole thing. You're doing incredible. I want to talk about the use that you have with the shields. You prefer shield advantage more than maybe alignment. What's the key in using that in your favor?
Well, versus Mason, I knew that my Azumarill was very safe.
She was going to say with the man, but then was like, oh, I don't know if I should be saying that, so I'll just go with Auburn.
Personally, I love using Guzzlord in the Go Battle League, but I think Mason displayed here that if Azumarill's safe versus your team, it's probably not a good idea to bring Guzzlord. But
Ooh, savage from Auburn.
Yeah, I mean, Azumarill's really, really scary to Guzzlord, you know? And you've been doing incredible, but so much people too. I want to know, which one would you want to face maybe in the finals, you know?
At this point, I don't want to face any of these trainers that are left. Everybody's amazing here. Like, there's literally, I could pick a name out of a hat, and that'd probably be who I'd want to play.
The level right here at NAIC, it's incredible. It could be possibly the winner here, could be possibly the winner at Worlds, because the level is so high. And do you have like any Pokemon that's been working for you like the best? What's your MVP?
I think it's hard to say, but with the Spark nerf with Lantern, I think Azumarill's been really doing well for me. So that's probably my MVP at this point.
Yeah,
Azu's been very good this
great
tournament.
for you and for other trainers, but you've been doing great. I really want to see the next battles you have. But right now, we're going back to the caster team.
Have we lost any friends? As far as I'm aware, all friends are in the losers bracket, but they're still alive.
Insight into why Azumarill can be so good into teams, especially with Lantern not being so prominent into the
Okay.
game. And I think he had a really great point. If Azumarill is good into your team, you're not gonna want to play the Pokemon on your team.
Yeah, Auburn knows what he's talking about. He actually, so apparently he was streaming and he was going to make a redemption to give his very first smile on stream, but Twitch didn't have enough channel points, so he had to scrap that one.
We are going to be taking a look at Spartan and Ashton Ash. We featured Ashton Ash in the beginning, in the opener, for having just a hype and exciting matchup.
Spartan and Ashton Ash.
And he had a really exciting matchup earlier in day 2 against Mango, someone who I really thought going into day 2 had a lot. He had what it would take to make it all the way to grand finals, but he's been pushed down into the loser side of the bracket. I really thought Goodra was key to so many of his victories, but it didn't quite.
How much do you think Body Slam AWAC helps it? Does it help it?
Ashton Ash rising up to the top to meet Spartan. Let's go down to the stage and see these two trainers face it off head to head.
On the left is Spartan, and on the right is Ashton Ash.
The problem is, with everyone having seen Basti get 2 top cuts in Bologna, no one's really building weak to Basti now, are they?
Double water core for Alligator and Shadow Quagsire, as well as Mandibuzz, and then for Ashton.
Yeah, I do feel Ghost learning Body Slam seems a bit odd.
Mantine really having an effect here at NAIC.
Farrington, thank you. Thank you. Shadow Basti is vibes. Fast move is the issue. What would you can't buff Fire Spin again, right? Because Heat, well, you can buff Heat Round, but you can't really buff Solgaleo. Well, you shouldn't, at least. Trent, how often have you prepared for Shadow Basti though? Basti's one thing, but what about Shadow Basti? Do you go high attack with Shadow Basti? Nah. Nah. You already pick up quite a few break points just by being a Shadow variant. Solgaleo is worse than the Fusion anyway. The Fusion doesn't have Psychic Fangs, remember? The Fusion doesn't have Psychic Fangs. Yeah, they are very, very different. Okay, you can't let that Gator get energy. Gator with energy for Spartan is going to cause Ashton Ash trouble. But what you can do... it's not going to work in this situation. I was going to say, if Whiscash, from a Shadow Whiscash, can get a bit of energy and start spamming Mud Bombs, you're outpacing the Feraligatr. So that could be good.
I don't think 2 will be enough to threaten a knockout. However, 2 Ice Beams will be...
You've got to be careful here. You've got to be careful here because you're putting this Mantine in Shadow Claw downrange. Oh god. You got to let it go and you just gator it down. Here we go. Here we go.
Not Shadow, but Shiny is going to come out here and start throwing what it knows best, and that is that first partner Pokemon attack of Hydro Cannon.
Hydro Cannon doing so much neutral damage. The ground typing of Whiscash really not helping it here. Mud Bomb coming in return. This is the non-Shadow variant, as you called out, meaning Mud Bomb just barely does about 50% of the health remaining.
I will stand firm that the
watch this Gator slay.
The Shadow is the superior version of that Feraligatr. We're going to see it not quite go for that juicy farm down. Instead, get a little bit of a snipe, get a little bit of a surprise 1-2 punch.
You can actually reach an aerial ace on that Mantine. You can actually reach the aerial ace on the Mantine.
Which is going to be crucial against the Annihilate in the mirror because Spartan is one shield down. Ash and Ash going for a catch and it fails.
That is going to be incredibly impactful here, but now Ash and Ash
Took the extra counter damage.
call a Night Slash bait, or does he think it's a Shadow Ball? Shields up the Night Slash. Grimace is in pain, and the boost.
The boost! Just icing on the cake. Ash and Ash throws a Shadow Ball, and we see a shield from Spartan going to play
Painful.
out the match. How Spartan
Painful.
going to throw a Night Slash bait, and we see Ash and Ash no shield it.
I think in this meta, normal gate is probably preferable. Yeah, Blaze, we've discussed this before. It's psychological, right?
There is a good amount of energy remaining on that for Alligator. 2 Hydro Cannon.
Did you see that?
Completely loaded.
That was a CMP tie.
This is rough. This is gonna do a lot
That was a CMP tie.
this Annihilate, and there's still
That is massive information for both of those players because they have a very close attack stat.
a Hydro Cannon on that for Alligator that Spartan can't actually go into game number 2.
No, and we can
That is
the two trainers talking it out.
that is even more rough for Ashton Ash actually because that gator means
We're discussing the results of that match.
ever so slightly favored on Ape normally. I don't know. I wouldn't even say so to be honest. I think it's so close that it's just fully IV dependent. It's that close.
Game number 2 here.
I'll check.
Going to have to be really wary of that Annihilate, as we saw in game 1. Even though Ash and Ash was able to win, switch it.
If you're using rank 1s,
So much pressure.
then Annihilate is 122.2 and for Alligator is 122.4.
And the far
So I wouldn't even say favorable for either, right? Like they're basically identical.
And there is that
Yeah. These two are super close, and it changed. Obviously, the winner of the match, but is usually whoever wins CMP.
deliver the decisive blow.
Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, obviously, if you're running a high attack ape, you're going to win CMP. But if you're running a bulky one, or if you're running a high attack gator, then it makes it difficult to work out. But all we know now, and all these players know for now, is that Ash and Ash's ape does not win CMP, and that is quite big information because that gator can get out, bank a move, come back in, win CMP. That's very useful for Spartan to know.
To be forced into a position where you no shield them if they are super effective, or even just neutral.
We have our trainers locking in for game number 2. We have Ashton, Ash, and Spartan. Spartan defending, wanting to stay in for Mexico, but we have Ashton Ash hard winning the lead and being able to do well in the switch. Shadow Quagsire does have that super effective Stone Edge, though, that can
Wow.
that can really
Wow.
trouble for the Flying Type Man team.
Ashton Ash looks at him and shakes his head.
No shield that Aqua Tail would have basically
He's fuming. He's fuming.
wasted energy. Now Spartan able to outpace to the next Stone Edge.
Oh no! Call it. Call it, Ash. Call it.
The Manti can easily survive the Stone Edge, and he does.
Well done. Well done.
Great for getting Ash and Ash back into a decent position here.
That was important.
Spartan know what charged attack this is, decides to shield.
That was important. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to double bait because once you bait it once, your pacing's good.
Spartan building up to a lot of energy, has a Stone Edge and
You have to shield this one.
at this point.
Oh no. Oh no.
Going to allow the Man team to
Bye-bye.
out of the
But
sky.
here comes the farm.
Stone Edge is nothing to mess
But the problem is you're already at an Actail, which does, you're getting close to half health now.
Shadow Quagsire to these Aqua Tails is so quick. After throwing a super
How do you check breakpoints on PV Poke?
get an Aqua Tail before getting
If you go into a single match, go on battle, single match,
has an opportunity here.
and you can scroll all the way down,
Not want to see the
and at the bottom it will tell you what your breakpoint is against that specific Pokemon.
because at least these Psycho Cuts are super effective against the fighting type.
But it's hard if you're trying to work out breakpoints against the entire meta. There's a little bit more work you've got to do.
I expect to see a potential catch here. Oh, great patience there from Spartan, waiting a turn before
Interesting.
catching that, or seeing that
The double bait is great for psychological advantage. If you get them both, yeah, then for sure.
good neutral damage to this Annihilate, but now it might come down to a baiting game. If Spartan's able to get this Shadow Ball through the shield of Ash and Ash,
Okay, he didn't throw an alignment. Is that a clue that you were throwing the bait?
gonna be in a really great spot for him.
There you go.
Calls it, and the Night Slash connects. There is a discharge. You have to throw discharge into an Annihilate unless it's basically on a 1 HP into Dream situation because it is double resisted. Here you can see the Charjabug finally looking at that Cresselia again. However, now the Cresselia has energy. It can hit back against Charjabug or pull away this final Protect Shield from Ashton Ash before it gets to a final.
Look at them looking at each other. This is hilarious.
Shielding up. Let's see, oh, we see the swap right
Yeah, so what? Ash
He got it. He got it.
by switching into the Annihilate as he throws Spartan into a position where no matter what he does, he's going to lose. If he throws a charge attack into the Annihilate, he's not gonna have enough energy.
Yeah, I wonder what they're saying. I wonder what they're saying.
If he does not throw a attack like we saw, that Annihilate
He got in his mind by conversation. That is genius. That is what you got to do sometimes.
They're all tied up 1-1.
Something really crucial as a battler to set yourself apart. You not only need to
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree, Trent. I want to hear what they're saying.
to identify the win conditions your opponent is out there searching for, and Ashton Ash identified what Spartan was trying to do and shut it down.
And really crucially, it's the opposite of game number 1. We saw the Night Slash not being shielded, and I was a little bit surprised with Stone Edge being able to take out Mantine from that range. I guess the rug shots really added up.
We can see here Ashton Ash really sticking with that Annihilate and Mantine core in both.
There's a little prediction for you.
The only Pokemon that
If you want to bet some channel points on who's going to win this decisive Game 3 between Spartan L17 and Ashton Ash,
solid
use your points now.
it just couldn't quite do what he needed it to in order to take
Get your
a
points in.
victory in winners round 2.
Would you pay for a subscriber-only stream with hot mics? Well, imagine. That would be cool. I think it'd be cool.
Momentum back in his direction. Once you've lost the momentum, it can be tough to bring it back, as I'm sure a man of science like yourself would know.
Hydrate. Good
Let's
idea.
take a look at the
Here we go.
Pokemon on the battlefield. It is an Annihilate, but
Slightly advantageous lead for Charjabug, providing it can shield.
Laws to talk to us about, but discharge coming through before the Shadow Ball can be reached.
Spartan's backline looks pretty good.
A lot of good neutral damage to this Annihilate. In the back, though, are two other Pokemon that are pretty weak to Charjabug, so I think Spartan's pretty comfortable playing out this matchup.
The bait again. It's the bait again. He's trying to get in his head. He's asking, are you throwing a Shadow Ball? Do I need to shield? Calling it. Good call. Good call. Go straight for the discharge. Breathes a sigh of relief. Whew. Didn't have to take the Shadow Ball. Now I can get potentially a shield off this Annihilate or do decent damage to it. Now I can let this go. And I've maybe put this Annihilate.
Swear,
You don't need to shield this. Oh, why? Bro, why?
this Annihilate, both him and Ashton Ash are talking to each other. I have to imagine what they're saying is, are you
Interesting.
I'm not baiting.
Interesting.
You're baiting. Just back and forth mind games between these two trainers who must know each other quite well based on the amount of
But he saved that energy on the Annihilate, remember. That Annihilate has energy. That Annihilate has energy.
when the audio producers can pick it up. Again, we love our people backstage, but let's take a look at what we have in front of us. Mandibuzz is going to be throwing.
Look at them chatting to each other. Stop flirting, you two.
Are locked into this matchup. Mantine has a distinct advantage being able to throw for super effective damage.
Look at this. Have you ever seen this much chatting?
It takes 2 ice beams
I mean, I'm loving it.
Mandibuzz just because it is so bulky. Spartan waiting a beat, throwing the Dark Pulse before Mantine is at another move.
As Dark Pulse is going to put the Mantine just barely into the red. Mandibuzz just
Oh, he didn't count.
side of
He should have CMP'd.
Therefore, Ashton Ash needing to reach for the Ice Beam, but Spartan reaching his own Aerial Ace to pick up the knockout onto the Mantine. Ashton Ash now
But
has a tough
Ashton has shields.
have a
Shields are useful.
So if I come in with Annihilate, I could get a big
Oh god, you're gonna take. Can you catch? This is gonna do a decent amount. And remember that the Annihilate has nearly a Shadow Ball. Okay, here's the Cress. At what point do you try and come in with Charger Bug? At what point do you come in with Charger Bug? Oh no, now he has to use a shield. But the ape is switch locked on Spartan's side. So how much energy do you start to farm on Ashton's side? You need to maximize your energy. Ooh. This is going to be uncomfortable. If you see an ape come in, you might have to go straight into your Charger Bug. Oh, the ape has no health. Oh my goodness, I actually don't even... are we going to see a peek? This is going to be close. Can the Charger Bug sweep? The Charger Bug sweeps! Wow. Good game. Crazy game. That was a very weird game. They seem very friendly, which is nice. Yeah, he was actually happy to let the ape go down because the Spartan's Annihilate was already in Volt Switch range. Probably too many baits there, but this is winner's side. So they're down into the losers, they're not out. They're not out, however, the players that we're about to see... Oh wait, are we still not watching? Oh yeah, no, look, we've got J-Jan vs Cindy coming up on stream, down here. And then it looks like Steiner and Pocket, that's a big game, but that doesn't need to happen yet. We've got to surely do some losers first. Damn, Trip and Zweilous are going to face each other here, if they win. But Martine won't face Trip or Zweilous until the losers semi-finals. He's on the other side of the bracket. They're going to go all the way to winners finals first? Ugh. And then we're going to have to just go through all of the losers? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So that I guess it makes sense so that like Steiner and Pocket don't have to sit there for hours. Yeah. And exactly, good point, Trent, that if you run out of time, you can sack off these wannabes down here.
But if you get aligned against the Annihilate, it's game over.
But it was certainly not game over for Ashton Ash today, who is getting to continue the run through the winner side of the bracket. I've mentioned before, it's like a shortcut, Alpha Feed. It is so much easier. And from the winner's side, once we wrap up these winner's side battles,
right,
shortly, the winners are going to kind of get to take a little bit of a break.
You weren't expecting Ash to do so well? How has Ashton Ash done recently?
On that core of Annihilate and Mantine, bringing it to every single game. That Shadow Alolan Sandslash that we called out did not make a single appearance in this series. Just didn't seem to have a really good spot.
This is probably their best performance. Decent Sacramento performance here. 17 in Knoxville's decent.
Take it away, Pedro, with an interview with Ashton Ash.
Believe one of the wannabes beat you last tournament? Don't think so. I only lost to Colin last tournament. Unless he's an NAIC and hasn't told me, then I don't think so.
One of the best players here today, so close to winning the whole event, and there's one thing I'm really...
You've got to love Ashton Ash though.
What's the thought behind using...
The camera's a bit blurry. They need to sort this out.
What's the strategy with it?
He does have great hair.
This goes way back when I was in Knoxville. So when I was in Knoxville, I really wanted to use Mantine and Alolan Sandslash. So the
thing is that I wanted to pair it with Gligar, but you know, didn't feel that comfortable with. So I was like, okay.
The presenter is his name's Pedro. He is Swagron. He's a LATAM caster.
Right. So I went looking, and actually I found a team. It's because this is part my team because I created it in my head. But I did actually finalize it looking at somebody in Europe. He doesn't know me. You don't know me, but and I don't know you, to be honest. But I saw you using this team Status Stan, so I was like, okay, so that's a pretty cool team because I had a similar team, and then I was like, okay, I think he built it better, so I actually got it, and I've been using it ever since. And yeah, I have a lot of practice with the team. That's like Mantine lost a lot of Whiscash, and it has like a lot of neutral play into the meta, so I really liked it a lot.
I'm loving this chat.
Stan is a really, really well-known player, so I can understand copying a team or getting inspired by him. Right now, I've heard that you have like a cool rivalry with Spartan right here. Can you tell me a little bit more about it?
Yeah, so Spartan and I play a lot of locals. He's a pretty nice guy, like phenomenal dude. We play a lot of locals, and we always face in the finals. In the finals, or sometimes even earlier, but it's always very close. Like he wins, I win. So yeah, like he's an amazing dude. I was very sad, you know, facing him here because like we come all the way over there, like from Mexico to New Orleans. And we're like, I really don't want to face against another local of mine here, but I mean, it had to be done. But yeah, we are rivals, so it's a big rivalry right there.
Yeah, that's one.
That's cute. That was a cute interview. I like that.
Play Pokemon circuit, you know this friendly rivalries, and you know at the end, only one can stand as a champion, as the North American International Champion. So I mean, it had to be done, and we're now going back Torcasters.
Ashton Ash telling us, why reinvent the wheel? Why reinvent the Pokeball? If I can see a team that another trainer across the pond is using to great success, I can be inspired. I can see if I can take this team and perhaps use it in my own way. Congratulations, Ashton Ash, for continuing on.
That was very well played.
And maybe Status Stan is going to take notice now.
And it's great to hear how the impact of local events is affecting the way that trainers.
Should we get? Where's the picture from Dracoviz?
Practice runs for this exact match here in the winners at the winners side of the bracket for the
Here you go.
International Championship.
This is. These are some of the teams. If you haven't seen this, these are some of the teams. These are all of the teams that made day 2. I have no idea where Ash is on the ranking for Worlds. I assume not particularly high.
To the winners semi. So go ahead, stand up and stretch, but don't go anywhere. We are going.
How long have we got?
The winners semifinals coming up shortly.
Okay, we've got 6 minutes. Wow. Okay. Okay, these are the teams. Every single person on this list. Can you see or no? I'll zoom into any we want to talk about in particular. Just gonna turn this down. So let's zoom in first to some of the winners' side. Everyone is still in, by the way. No one has been knocked out since this was published because we've only played some winners' games. That means they've just gone down to the loser side. But just having like a flick through here, if you just keep an eye on how many Azumarill you can see. There are quite a lot of Azumarill all over the place. I'm going to come back out and if you just look for the blue. There's a lot of Azu. There's a decent number of Shadow Quag. You can see a few Gator. And then for the electrics, if you just look out for the color green, you can see these Charger Bug everywhere. Decent number of Charger Bug. Is there day 2 usage stats? I mean, probably, possibly, somewhere. I don't have it to hand. If someone wants to send it to me, then I can get it up on. I can get it up on screen now. If anyone has the usage graphic from today. Okay. Thank you, Maxwell. There you go. There is your day 2 usage. There is your day 2 usage for an NAIC. What do we think? Has anyone got any views on this? Other than the fact that we now know that pretty much every single crest is firmly on Moonblast. We're very much back to Moonblast. Wes, I agree. I think that the meta we've got at the moment is a really, really healthy, good meta. If anyone is complaining about this meta, take a step back, because this is a really good meta. Don't worry, Quag's gonna win. Don't worry about it. People are still learning how good Quag is. Was Azu top 12 day 1? I think so. I believe so. I don't know if I've got that picture to hand, but I believe it was. Most Lantern are on Water Gun, but there's still the odd spark. There is still the odd spark. Yeah, we've not seen a huge number of Skarm, Gligar, and honestly, if you lost Skarm, then you'd see way too many Gligar maybe. But it's not by any means a case of, oh, this is a Skarm dominating meta, which is what some people were apprehensive of. We've seen a few Dirges. We've also seen a few Dirge mirrors. Do you remember? Do you remember the first game that, well, that I turned stream on for was the Zweilous game with Dirge mirror? Claude can be tricky just because there's a lot of Mud Boys, Shadow Gligar, even Cress is fine into it, Azu's good into it, Licky's fine into it, Skarmory's fine into it, so I don't know about Claude. With Azu and Aquatel Quag, there's enough to answer Gligar. You don't need Skarm. Yeah, you don't need Skarm, but that's why I'm saying you don't need to nerf Skarm. You don't need to nerf it. It's not a requisite into this meta. You can run it if you want to, but it's not what it was before, which is like you kind of have to run Skarm to deal with the number of Gligar. Mandy ahead of Alt in usage. Yeah, that is one thing. Blaze, I agree with you. Is the Altaria drop was pretty noticeable. Pretty crazy, actually. Not fully convinced on why, given that Watergun Lantern is very, very bad into Altaria. I know there's a rise in Azu, but you could equally say, well, if there's a rise in Azu, why are we seeing so much Mandibuzz? Altaria obviously benefited more from a Whiscash meta than it does from a Quag meta. Obviously, as you can see, there's no Whiscash here. The move update was boring in the sense that it didn't give anything crazy, but really good in that they tweaked what needed to be tweaked to set this up for a good Worlds meta, which was what a meta update should be. We don't want to... I appreciate that some people just want to use crazy different Pokemon in GBL and things, like, sure. But, like, what we want is a really good meta that allows for skillful play and variety of Pokemon, variety of teams, variety of team building for the World Championships. And then after the World Championships, sure, do whatever you want. But my question to everyone, my question to you guys, to you that want to see new Pokemon come for next season, how do you change the meta for the better? I'm a poet and I didn't even realize. How do you change the meta in a way that can reduce the usage of Pokemon that you're bored of seeing, for example, but you can keep it balanced? Because it's all good and well to just say, oh, give this Pokemon this attack, give this Pokemon this attack, and almost blindly and mindlessly suggest attacks just because they seem like they could be fun. But how do you meta build? It's not easy. It really isn't easy to meta build. To ensure that you have a healthy, balanced meta going forwards is not an easy task to do. So I found it reasonably easy to make meta suggestions for this update, because I know what I would have liked to see being tweaked, and we have seen those. But if you said to me, redesign the meta for next season, I don't envy who's going to have to try and work on that, because that seems tough. That seems tough. To give reasonable suggestions, to give realistic suggestions, that seems tough. Remove XL Pokemon? Sure. Yeah, that's Chipper, that's very likely to happen, sure.
Brought here to NAIC and how they're going to square off against each other in a very important winners semis of day 2.
We've talked about it a little bit.
How many Mons with a stat product between 1800 and 25? There's a pretty big range, Maybe if you narrow it to 1800 to 2100, have a look at those Pokemon, see which ones you want to build the meta around. I think that's a reasonably good start. 2500 is a bit high. 2100 is probably more reasonable.
Exactly right. Steiner's team is very familiar.
Grassmons with a little bit more coverage. Hey, why aren't you running Thunder Punch Chestnut? Has play into Annihilate, resists Night Slash, outpaces to the Shadow Ball. Has play into Lickitung, although you are dropping Superpower, but Frenzy Plant's a better attack than Body Slam is. Has huge play into Azu. It's not great versus Charger Bug. It's not brilliant versus Shadow Gligar. It's not brilliant versus Cress. Thunder Punch can now win the 2s against Skarmory. You win against Vigoroth as well. You win against Lantern. You win against Quag. Mandy's not brilliant, and Skeledirge isn't brilliant. But you got some play there. You got some play. No one's trying it, which is fair enough. I personally wouldn't either, but it's got some play. Right, let's go back and have a look at what they're doing on stream. Here we go. This is a big game, isn't it? This is a big game. Yeah, Slick Nick, I agree that there are lots of attacks you can add. There are lots of attacks I would love to see being added, but we've got to remember that the more updates you give now, the fewer updates are available to you later. So how do they leave themselves enough space to continue to grow into as well? They don't want to completely redesign everything and then struggle to add anything interesting or exciting later on. Speaking of which, speaking of adding things interesting and exciting, who's heard the little rumor about what's coming up in the not too distant future? Who knows what I'm talking about? I talked about it in the server very briefly. I mentioned it in my server as to what we might have come to the game in the not too distant future. Bread. Bread is correct, Iris. Bread is correct. What is bread? Codename Bread. The Euros? No. Dynamax, surely. Yes, Wes, I think you're right. I think they might be setting up for Dynamax. Dynamax and Gigantamax, potentially coming to Pokemon Go. How will they do it? What relevance will it have? We'll see. But we're expecting Generation 8 to come in straight after Worlds, Rillaboom, Inteleon, Cinderace, and maybe Dynamax. Okay, what are we thinking with this? Vigoroth into Mandibuzz is reasonably neutral. Based on IVs, Vigoroth can take certain shield scenarios, but Mandibuzz is generally pretty good. You might want a soft lose. Quag, as always, looks like it could be good in the back. Yeah, I'm not expecting Dynamax to have any relevance for PvP at all. No PvP relevance. What is Dynamax? What do you mean throw at 5, HVK? He would have thrown at 5, but the opponent threw a Rock Slide first, so he can't throw at 5. 5 is 15 turns. Rock Slide took 14 turns, so Pocket threw at 14. It prevented you throwing on 15. Right? You agree? Yeah, no. It was 5, and then he did one more to throw at 6 because he'd been thrown. Corviknight over Skarm based on moveset. Yep. I agree. What would we give Corviknight? Who knows? It's very similar stats to Skarm. Obviously the same typing. Do you give it Drill Peck instead of Brave Bird? Lots of people say that Skarm's too good because it has access to Brave Bird. Look how much work Vigoroth is doing here, by the way. This is good for Pocket. Because now the Gligar doesn't get a huge amount of farm.
Yeah, you can see he's counting his energy dry after throwing this X Scissor. He might not be able to make it to another one, but Gligar has taken a little bit of a chunk. And Pocket, really, I mean, we've seen it yesterday. I keep talking about the Quagsire show. We might see another showcase as these Aqua Tails come in so quickly. But we'll have to see what is going to happen here as the Gligar is ahead on energy.
Pocket has Elite TM'd Aqua Tail onto the right side of Quag. We'll add it to our legacy count on the right side.
Shadow Gligar way ahead on energy, right? Gonna look to outpace the Quagsire here, but the difference maker is that X Scissor and Charge Bug Volt Switch damage puts this Shadow Gligar within single Aqua Tail range. So Shadow Quagsire only needs one charge attack to land. It just needs to break these shields first.
They definitely won't. They won't give it the same moveset as Skarm. Don't worry, they won't. Yeah, whereas it's not just the bait moves, it's just the fact that also it's legacy, right? So if you were to have evolved it correctly, it would be on the left. But I was speaking to Colin about this the other day, and he's of the view that, yeah, if you were to evolve it correctly, it would be on the left. So the only opportunity to ever get it on the right is via Elite TM. So that makes it more special. And I was like, fair point. Fair reasoning. Yeah, I think give it Drill Wreck. Drill Wreck. Give it Drill Peck. Give it something coverage. Don't give it Brave Bird, and then you can have something.
No, looks like he's staying in. This is so interesting. He's going to go for it, forcing Steiner to throw here, shielding this up because recognizing he's got two Aqua Tails stored. First one's going to knock out that Mana Buzz. Second one is going to be safe for that Gligar in the back.
Wow, even through the shield.
Wow, very well played by Pocket. Very well played.
Part about this is that the Quagsire will win the charge attack priority over the Gligar. It has energy, but it doesn't matter. Out of Pocket and Quagsire are going to take game one.
Steiner sits back in his chair as he already realizes it, taking some notes himself. Great.
Wow. Well played, Pocket. That was awesome. That was awesome. Do I think anyone will run Licky Licky for the Shadow Ball if 8 keeps getting used? No. Definitely not. Definitely not.
Sometimes he'll look around, you know, kind of glance at the crowd or look around the stage, but he wasn't looking anywhere else besides that matchup. Because
Yeah, Weedle, I agree. Go for the shield knockout. I agree.
Out of Pocket sort of has a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on. Sometimes he's like very cheeky and making like funny little grins, and sometimes he's so locked in, very serious, making sure he's getting all of his counts correctly. I think Out of Pocket's recognizing this is time for me to play. I mean, I need this moment to shine. I want to get this title as North American.
Thematic reasons to give Flying and Dark. I don't hate it. Some people want to give Corviknight Body Press, and I'm like, no. Definitely don't do that. Let Body Press be a good attack. And don't give it to bulky Pokemon, and don't give it to Steel Flying type Pokemon. Give Body Press to loads of non-fighting type Pokemon, sure. Because it's a great option for fighting coverage on non-fighting types. Other than like Hariyama. You can give it to Hariyama because no one cares about Hariyama. Okay, you can see here, we missed the start, but you can see that Steiner's switch clock is currently on. So that means he swapped something in. Pocket went for the Aqua Tail and has come straight in with his Vigoroth after that. So he's done the classic chip and dip. Pocket's only dropped one game so far. He's got a great team. He's got a great team. He's got the same team that he's used to playing with. He's dropped the Basti for the Shadow Quag. Shadow Quag is our favourite mod on this channel. And it's doing well for him. It's doing really well. Do you one shield as Pocket now and full farm down, or do you let this go and farm with something else? Yeah. So he's shielding and he's going to full counter this down, which is pretty easy. And then your energy can get into the Gligar. And you're throwing the Rock Slide here because even though it's less efficient than Body Slam, if you're only able to throw one attack, Rock Slide does slightly more damage than Body Slam. So this is the correct attack to throw. And now it can come back in with the Quag. Gligar is going to go for the Dig. It will do a lot of damage if it goes unshielded. So Pocket needs to have a think. He's going to shield it. Good shield. As soon as that Azu comes in, avoid a catch. You need to avoid a catch, which he does with a slight pause. As soon as that Azu comes in, then Cress is going to probably sweep up the Azu. So this looks very good for Pocket, as long as there are no... Oh, he's going to catch. Yeah, he's going to catch. This doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Pocket had to throw there because it was a dig. What he needs to do is go up to another Aquatail. He knows he wins CMP. He just needs to bank one more Aquatail, and then he can go into his Cress. Exactly like that. Then when the Gligar comes in later, Steiner knows this is game over. Steiner knows this is game over. The Azu is within 2 Grass Knots. You'll reach 2 Grass Knots before Azu will reach enough attacks to take out the Cress, which probably needs to be 3 play roughs, it looks like.
I just want to point out this opening that Out of Pocket has created for himself. Look at the team from Steiner. No Licky Tongue in this game, no Mandibuzz, no Charge Bug. All of the answers to Cresselia are on the bench, and that means that Cresselia is just going to run wild here against the Azumarill and Gligar that are still remaining.
Steiner's still playing out patient and calm. He knows that his win conditions.
Pocket needs to take this Azu out before the switch clocks go up. He needs to take it out now? Yep, okay, good. If the switch clocks go up, then the Gligar can come in and land a dig and potentially take down that Cress. That would be very bad for Pocket. Okay, Azu has... Well played by Pocket. Really well played.
Pocket is just so clever with his plays. He has the Aquatail banked, and he throws the Aquatail for a little poetic justice against the Azumarill. He said, you caught the first one, well, here's another.
Aquatail after Aquatail, Quagsire once again finishing off the matches for Out of Pocket as he breathes a sigh.
Soph, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate you. Thank you.
In this competition.
Pocket is slaying. That is awesome from Pocket. Do you remember there was that Twitter, it was kind of jokey, baity, player tier list, and Pocket didn't make the tier list, and he took that personally. He took that personally, so he has been on fire this weekend. Yeah, because he's not there for top 3. He's not there for top 3. He wants the win. We said before that for Travel Award, not only Travel Award, think how much money you get for winning this. Maxwell, you still around? How much? What's the IC cash prize? It's a lot, right? It's like 5 grand, 5,000. That plus the 3,000, 3.5 grand from Travel Award. It's a pretty big win if Pocket wins. It's a pretty big win.
Honestly, I'm still firmly in the Annihilate court.
Yeah, Iris, I agree.
To avoid the tough matchups that Annihilate has, right? How it struggles against Shadow Gligar.
Winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals will all be tomorrow. Oh, true. The Travel Award is reduced for in-region, and Hawaii counts as in-region for the Americans. I don't know how old Pocket is, and I don't know what the Travel Award difference is for minors. I don't know. Oh, he's 18. He's 18. You'd assume that Pocket's Gator is attack weighted, so he has better 8 coverage. Don't know. It's a hard one because if people are also running attack weighted Annihilate, you're reaching quite far with Gator to try and overtake it, and that might not be worth it overall. So it's hard to, it's not an easy thing to reach that CMP. And there are a lot of reasons for Ape to chase the CMP. There are a lot of justifications for that. But there's not quite as many justifications for Gator to chase that CMP in the same way. What have we got here? Mandibuzz, Carbink, Guzzlord, A/Mantine? Is this the best we got?
Personally, I chose Spartan's Mandibuzz because we've seen a lot of Mandibuzz actually enter the tournament, and several...
As I've said before, and I'll say again, if you are looking to build Mandibuzz into this meta, take a look at the Water Gun Lantern matchup versus your Mandibuzz. How does your Mandibuzz's HP stat affect a matchup against Water Gun Lantern? It is worth looking it up. It is worth knowing. Yeah, honestly, Iris, honestly, the fact that no one's picked Pocket and his Shadow Quag infuriates me.
One of my favorite plays of the entire weekend. I understand.
You don't understand the point of this? It's just for fun. It's just to have viewers, it's just to help give less experienced viewers something to keep an eye on, right? Because otherwise a lot of this can just be information that goes over your head. That's all. Nothing more than that.
Say that 3 times really quick and type it in the chat.
And also try
Yeah.
to
Yuma, hey, how you doing? How you doing? It is filler. It's filler, yeah.
the next stanza. Maybe someone can go
Shadow Crag can't be a signature pick when it's top 12 usage? Hold on a minute.
song by the
Mandabuzz was top 12 usage.
Pretty experienced rapper as well. You've done some other music and
Yeah.
pretty talented.
I know.
I must say.
Yeah, it comes with Pokemon Go. I remember when Pokemon Go came out.
Oh.
Yeah, it was great. Just like my rapping skills. Sorry, it's my birthday. I don't have to rap if I want to.
Our trainers are already on stage. Let's get the camera off of us and onto them because we've got Auburn and Ashton Ash, that trainer with 2 MVP picks, taking the stage.
Yeah, it gets people into PvP. It's just a nice thing to say. Okay, think about it like this. What does Pokemon, the company Pokemon, want from these streams? And what distinguishes Pokemon Go from the other games? Pokemon Go is the one game that they want to say is like being a Pokemon trainer in real life. That's what Pokemon Go is. You're out in the real world. You're catching Pokemon. You're meeting people. That's Pokemon Go's kind of unique selling point. It's USP, right? One thing that's nice about that graphic is it gives you this partner Pokemon approach, which is something that the Pokemon company loves. They love the idea of I'm not just supporting Ashton Ash. Okay, I'm not just supporting Auburn. I'm supporting Ashton Ash and his Shadow Alolan Sandslash. And it's that partner thing that adds a different dimension. So that's why they like these kinds of graphics. And that's why lots of viewers like to be able to pair and associate in their mind players with very specific Pokemon. You guys have talked about players and their signature Pokemon. It's exactly the same here. That's what they're trying to do, right? That's what they're trying to do. Which is cool. I think it's cool. If someone brings Carbink after seeing that, they go into service. Look, it's you're not saying, hey, bring this Pokemon yourself. You're just trying to help associate these players with some of the Pokemon that are doing well for them. Yes, I'll hydrate. Thank you. Exactly like that. Exactly the way that they said you get Emmy Weedle's Altaria. And now, hundreds and thousands of players will have a subconscious association of Altaria with Emmy Weedle. They love the idea of that. They love doing that. Here we go. We know that Ashton Ash's Annihilate lost CMP against the Feraligatr earlier, and look, it loses CMP here again. Why is Ashton Ash surprised? That's the question. Did he expect to win? Who knows? Who knows?
You see Auburn not reacting at all to winning the charge tag priority tie.
And not shielding at all, too. Recognizing how most trainers want to play this out. Going ahead and taking that nice slash.
Big no shield.
Getting ahead in shields.
And Ashton Ash, you can see all the emotion on his face and in his body language, avoiding the charge tag party tie.
Good catch, but he's caught a Night Slash instead of a Shadow Ball. Should have done it on the last one instead.
He may have saw it coming, but like you said, cool as a cucumber there. No response on his face. Recognizing that this could happen and going ahead and throwing that.
Auburn's going to bank that Shadow Ball. Remember, both players have a Shadow Ball banked, but Auburn's wins CMP. The counter damage basically counts as a pretty good chip and dip. Ashton Ash has energy, but the counter damage was more valuable than the energy that he gained. This is K9's favourite matchup, if anyone didn't know. Auburn is so good and he's so composed as well. And I love composed players. They're actually quite scary to play against. When you see a player who just has absolutely no emotional reaction to anything, you can't even get in their head, it's tricky. It's very tricky. Where is Martine? He's there. He's just below me. He's watching. Can you not see him? He's right here. I mean, if you shield this correctly, you can counter this down. Shield it. Ooh. Oh, you can Whiscash Mudshot this down alternatively, which could be pretty cool for you. Ooh. 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 Here we go. Look at this. Murphy, You asked, we answered. Debuff? No debuff. Only 30% now. You're going to want to shield this one. And try for another debuff. Oh no. I guess 2 are usually going to take you out anyway, so it doesn't matter massively.
Taking some notes here as he lets the Lickitung go.
Auburn is just 1 Volt Switch away from the next X-Scissor to win this first battle, because I don't know if Ashnash is even going to bother shielding. He knows this is a very uphill battle. Ashnash taking some notes, doesn't even bother with the menu. He's going to go ahead and let that go.
Yeah, that was smart of him, because he would have had to go through a mud bomb to go through that shield, a mud bomb to take out the Charger Bug, and another mud bomb to take out the Lickitung in the back. Just too much for the Whiscash to handle.
Really exciting matchup to start things off. The Annihilate mirror match.
Sorry.
A lot of valuable information.
Look, I don't have anything. I'm watching these players play. I don't have anything to hold or to do. I get distracted. I just fiddle. I just move them from finger to finger, and I just do that for a few hours. I do need to stretch. You're right. You're right. Oh. Oh. I'm not bored, but like I'm not doing it. You know, I've just been sat in a chair. You guys can watch and roam around, do whatever you want. I'm just sat. You know, yesterday I sat here for 5 hours before I went for a toilet break. One done. Yeah, well, every water bottle I finish, you know, becomes more useful to me. I don't even know what Subway Surfer is. Good lead for Auburn again. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Look at the back lines. Ashnash does not want Auburn's Charger Bug on the Mantine.
Now, the Lickitung Charger Bug actually favors the Lickitung just a little bit, just because of the bulk of the Lickitung. But at this stage as well, I think
Henry put an 8-hour shift and went and edited a YouTube video. Wow.
now from the Lickitung Charger Bug going to be able to take this. Ashnash not bothering to use his shield because it's not necessary at this point. Getting a ton of energy, throwing this next X.
We have more squash.
And I think it's all about pacing at this point and who wants to keep the lead.
Yeah, my favorite is getting back from the office after like a 9 or 10 hour day and then doing a 7 or 8 hour, 6 or 7 hour usually stream. That is tiring. How do I not know what Subway Surfers is? I'm not even a mobile gamer. I'm not even a mobile gamer. I play Go, that's it.
But Auburn shields up because he's saying, okay, your move. Do you want this lead as much as you thought you did? Because you have to go 2 shields down to do so. And you know what? Ashnash says that absolutely that is what I want.
Here we go. CMP massive there. Big miss time. Big miss time, and that makes a massive difference. I honestly don't even know what Subway Surfers is. I could not tell you.
Very important for that man team. And being able to now go down, you can dictate what comes in. It's going to be that Whiscash and an immediate swap into Annihilate, only to be met by the man team here. Going to be able to get to this air lace pretty quickly. And even though there are no shields left, they're going to be able to hit it before the Shadow Ball comes through.
Yes, if I'm looking at the back line, I can't look much further than Auburn's face, because you can't tell if it's raining or snowing or if it's the best day or the worst day. He is totally stoic in his approach. Shadow Ball coming through here from the Annihilate. This is going to take that main.
To be fair, I do use my phone for Twitter and Discord. Twitter, Discord, and Go. That's all I do.
The worst of times, the Annihilate goes down, but the Charge Bug will get a Volt Switch through after the and it looks like Ash has completely stopped tapping because he wants to get an advantage on that way. He doesn't want that charger bug to be able to get
Interesting. I thought there was lag, but actually it was stopping tapping, and Auburn was trying to think, hold on a minute, what do I want from this? Uh-oh.
Will that additional volt switch that Ashnash just denied be the difference maker? Will that stop Auburn and prevent him from winning the game?
Well, we just saw how much an X-Scissor did. There's almost another one ready and loaded here. Will this be enough to knock out? I think it's going to get it very close. He needs to get 2 more mud-shots to be able to do anything here. Very low into the red, but one going through, throwing right...
Or Ashton Ash has absolutely smashed this. Absolutely smashed this. Well played, Ashton Ash. Really well played. That is superb gameplay. Superb. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. I'm a League of Legends PC gamer. I don't know what League of Legends is. I don't know what that is. I've heard of it. I know that there was a Netflix series called Arcane that was based on League of Legends, and that was a very good Netflix series. Couldn't tell you the first thing about what League of Legends is. All I know is that there are lots of people who say that they would never date anyone that plays League of Legends, is what all I've heard. So, wasn't me. I'm just saying, that's what I've heard. Luke, I honestly don't even know what League of Legends is. Like it's like Pokemon Unite. They copied Pokemon Unite, right? That's bait. That's bait. I obviously know they didn't do that.
We've seen lots of Lickitung, we've seen lots of charge bug. Annihilation's also been a key player. We have not seen Shadow Loveland Sandslash from Ashton Ash. We have not seen Azumarill or Skarmory from Auburn. What do you think? Is this the time to bring any of those 3 Pokemon? Because you pinpointed Azumarill early on in our discussion.
You know, I'm not really sure. I was more thinking
Ashton Ash must be seeing light at the end of the tunnel. Have I not been a big gamer outside of Go? I mean, no, I've gamed a lot, but just not particularly exciting things. So I was never really a PC gamer, other than I played a lot of Age of Empires when I was young, just because my dad played Age of Empires, and that was kind of one of the few games that I was able to play on the PC at home. Ouch. Cash very safe here. Cash very safe here. Well done. Okay, this is smart from Ash, because what he's doing is he's delaying the switch timers. He's getting them misaligned as much as possible so that the Mantine later on isn't going to be as stuck on it. So let's watch. Let's watch. Age of Empires is super. Age of Empires was a really fun game. Okay, this is good from Auburn to come in with the Azu instead of the Licky. If he'd come in with the Licky, then Charger Bug from Ashton Ash would have been left for the Azu in the back. So Auburn's played well with that one. So very smart, agreed. Very smart swapping. But now, what do you do? Because alignment isn't as important anymore for Auburn, because you don't need it. Licky doesn't really care what it's up against. So this is a little bit trickier. He's not going to invest in the shields. So Auburn's playing this well. Auburn looks like he's got this, right? It looks like there's too much work to do. It looks like there's too much work to do for Ashton Ash. Do we agree? What do we think? You probably want to undercharge just a little bit, right? You got some. You can farm. All right. Interesting. You're gonna have to shield something. You're gonna have to shield something. Okay. Good timing, maximizing energy. 2 shield Licky though. 2 shield Licky.
Not only the bulk and health of the Lickitung, but also 2 shields to hide behind to take out this Charger Bug and the Mantine in the back.
Ash is playing well. Can we just appreciate, Jox, you mentioned earlier, Ash is playing well. He needs to catch these. He needs to count these licks. So he's got and 1 and 2 and 3, 6. Okay. Okay. You cannot. Ash cannot let something get caught. Cannot let something get caught. You have to shield this. Do not let something get caught. Very, very good! Very good, Ash! Okay, I'm a big Ash fan now. Yeah, nice. There's an X-Scissor banked, okay? An X-Scissor will win CMP. So if he shields this Mantine, gets off an aerial ace, it's in X-Scissor range. You shield this, right? You shield this. You get the aerial ace to get the shield away, and then the X-Scissor takes it out. He knows! He knows! What a game again from Ashton Ash! Wow! Wow! Well played. That was sick. That was awesome. He's going to watch those games back, and he's going to be very, very proud of himself, and he should be, because that was awesomely played. That was Auburn's to lose, but that's all you can do, right? You play against your opponent, and Ash made all the right decisions at the right times based on Auburn's decision-making. Auburn will look back on that game and be like, this is where I misplayed, sure. Oh, the previous prediction's not closed, sorry. But, guys, that was a good game. That was a good game. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I played Age of Empires, and then I played like FIFA, as I am but boy, and that was kind of it. I didn't really. I've got a PS5 there. I never turned that on. I'm pretty bad at playing main player story games. Oh, the losers bracket are coming. Okay, let's go look. Okay, this is our losers bracket team. Zimmy. Oh, Zimmy's wireless. Zimmy's wireless. When is Open Great League coming back? Didn't it just change? Didn't it only just change? June the 21st. June the 21st, we have to wait for Great League. Ugh. Summer Cup. I mean, I don't mind Master League. Master League's not quite as fun as it used to be pre-Zygarde. Pre-Zygarde, I loved Master League. But, yeah, June 21st. Oh, yeah, the bracket. So, Zimmy vs Y. Zimmy vs Y. And then these are all playing Pocket versus Ashton Ash. Guys, I'm going to be honest. As much as I want the Europeans to do well, it's hard not to root for Ashton Ash. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Like, this is a player that hasn't done, like, incredibly in previous tournaments, but is playing incredibly today. So, we love an underdog. And now, look at what happens. This is what I mean. When you go into the losers bracket, from here, Ashton Ash has one game, and if he can win it, you're in the grand finals, right? We agree. As soon as you lose, you're dropping down into this section. At least Auburn and Steiner can go to this point, but these players have got so many games to play. Look at where's Martine? Martine's all the way back here. Martine he's basically in the 20th century back here. He has so many games he would have to get through. So many games. That's mental. Yeah, Ashton underdog story is pretty. Fabio, how are you doing? Welcome in, dude. How you doing? Good to have you. Yeah, Auburn's. They can go home and rest. They can go eat. They can do whatever now. They've got ages to wait, ages and ages and ages. And obviously, bear in mind, this is the winners' finals. So Ashton Ash is done for the day. So Auburn has to wait for ages. Ashton Ash, he can go out now. He can vibe, do whatever he wants. Yeah, exactly. Winning on day 2 makes your life a lot easier. Just you only play a few games, and then you can wait, especially for an IC. Thank you very much for the sub. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you. But we're going to now switch down to the losers bracket. So not all of these are going to get streamed. There's way too many games to get streamed. So typically for a day of Go, if you can stream 20 games, that's considered a really good stream day. 20 matches is a good stream day. We've already had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We've already had 14. So they might get more than 20 today, right? Because it's only 2 o'clock there. If you give what, maybe we're actually not going to see the rest of these games. I reckon stream might cut off around here. Stream might cut off here, and we miss the rest of these games on stream, because presumably stream is only going to go on until maximum 6 p.m. maybe. What would you say? The Go streams usually finish earlier. Did they stream everything in EUIC? I don't know. Did they? I don't know. What time did the stream finish? Until 7 p.m. at EUIC? So if it's 7 p.m, that's how many hours from now? 7, 1, 4, 5. 5 hours. 5 hours is how many games? 10 matches? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. You can get through 10. If you do Cindy versus Jjan will be 1. And then we haven't got a stream list yet. These games will just go on. Oh, Zardi down here. Zardi has got a game. So we'll do 1, 2, maybe 1 or 2 of these. 3, 4, maybe 1 of these. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it. They won't do 2 losers 2 on stream. Okay, so you reckon. What do we reckon? This says stream. Cindy and Jjan. Richie and Zardi also on stream. So we've got 1, 2. But the problem is look, Zimmy Kid has already won his game, which means Zardi's going to be sat there for like another 45 minutes, basically. They went 11.5 hours. What time did they finish yesterday? What time did they finish? I'm hungry. Martine not on stream. Not on stream yet. So Martine is playing against Shiny Dialga on table 10. If anyone is nearby, go check out table 10. Let us know how Martine's doing. And if he wins, he will be on table 9. No, he gets to stay on table 10 to play Rocha Babyface. So it doesn't look like Martine's going to get on stream until much later. Maybe if he gets up against House Stark a little bit later. We've got Cindy and Jjan here. Okay, this is a reasonably neutral lead, but can be IV dependent. So let's have a look. We've got a 1494 Annihilate. We've got a 1500 non-Best Buddy Lickitung from what we can see, but as I learned yesterday, you can have no Best Buddy ribbons. So only the players will know if this is Best Buddied. Let's look how the matchup is. Well, Jjan does not want to get involved. He is out of there. He has gone into his own Lickitung. He's going to take this damage. Cindy has gone for the Power Whip. I couldn't see if that was a catch or if she's just thrown a Power Whip, but she is smiling. This could be interesting because if you come out with a lot of energy, it is Best Buddy. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, you can see it on Cindy's side. Cindy's. Oh, you can see it on both. You can see it on both. It's just hard to see. Cindy, yeah, it is Best Buddied. No, wait, that's Jjan's. Was Cindy's one Best Buddied? There was a ribbon on Cindy's. Cool. Okay, so both are Best Buddies. Both are. Okay, good to know. 1496 Lickitung. 1496 Best Buddy Lickitung. That's max defense Lickitung, right? That's 615-15. Okay, cool. Yeah. How are we doing? Lantern? Can you use Best Buddy Pokemon in Regional? Yes, and you can use it as a buddy whilst battling, but you can only use one. But you have to write it on your team sheet. That's why you Best Buddy your Lickitung even though it's not active. Ooh, you sneaky boy. But you do have to state on your team sheet if it's Best Buddied or not, right? What? One sec, I'm just going to let this game finish out of respect for these players. Does Best Buddy get an advantage? Sometimes. Certain Pokemon can. It can make them bulkier.
Surfs are super effective against Gligar. It will be doing so much damage. He wants to try to get off a little bit of damage. Will he be able to make it to dig? He does. There are no protect shields remaining. This is definitely enough to knock out the Lantern. It's going to be that Lickitung against Gligar in the...
Oh, this is Logan's team.
Cindy could have tried to catch the dig on the Lickitung, but the Lickitung still has a chance to close out this game. It's going to try to reach for the power. That's the most effective charge tag it can use. But J-Jan gets the aerial ace first, cutting off the energy and stealing away game one from Cindy.
J-Jan looked pretty comfortable there, to be honest. Pretty comfortable.
He knows that he has taken game number one, playing to his win condition and playing it out perfectly.
I just can't get over those two annihilates hanging on by a wisp of health. I mean, I couldn't even see the HP bar. And Cindy did it once, and I said, okay, that's impressive.
Oh no.
Fun fact about Lawrence,
That's very sad.
one of the most, quote, haunted places in the United States, so maybe that's giving those ghost-type Pokemon a little bit of extra energy to
Poor Martine.
a little bit longer.
A little boost, I might say. Or take a look back at the replay for this game one, because it was definitely a nail biter. I don't know about you, Amanda, but every time Annihilate throws Night Slash these days, I hold my breath because
Shiny Dialga has been very good recently.
every time the camera flips, it's a thrill to see.
One thing I was talking about, playing to your own win conditions as well. Cindy was doing
Yeah, this means that the only two Europeans left are Trip, who's here, and Zweilous, and they will face each other here.
able to win that would be if she could reach that power whip. Unfortunately for her, Gligar just had a little
Where are they? How are they doing in the leaderboard race?
that aerial ace, which knocked her out in the end and got that game one for J-Jan.
We are locked in and ready for game
We'll check in a minute.
number 2. Cindy versus J-Jan. We're going to see what happens here because the leads are going out onto the field. We've got Lickitung again.
Cindy is very smiley and relaxed in these games. Maybe too relaxed.
That annihilate. J-Jan last time went up until Cindy got to that power whip before throwing. This time throwing right away. And I think like everyone else, holding our breaths to see if this will be able to get
Boost?
If it doesn't, changes this
Boring.
completely not able to get the power whip is reach, trying to catch
Why he keeps doing this? He doesn't hugely need to.
annihilate, but this is on even energy, and now the Lickitung has a lick advantage.
It does have a slight lick advantage. Cindy also going for the Night Slash immediately. Like you've called out a couple times, Amanda, the boost here.
Cindy's always relaxed. Fair.
She doesn't get it. No boost to go around. We're going to see another Night Slash get fired off here quickly, but J-Jan reaches for the power whip first.
Throwing the power whip beforehand. This
Eight Blicky players are so boring.
very low. Should
Damn, Jux.
She is comfortable with that. She saw last time how it was able to hang on, going for another Night Slash. This could be it for J-Jan. He will lose that alignment if he chooses not. He's going to go ahead, let the Lickitung go down. Still, actually,
You know who's boring?
lick.
Vigoroth players.
The Annihilate again hangs on by a thread. Look at that. It barely
Cannot stand Vigoroth.
J-Jan sends in his own Annihilate. It has energy. It has health.
Oh no, did you did you clip me slowly zooming Martine down to oblivion? I'm sorry, Martine.
I'm wondering if we need to talk
Oh yeah, lots of 1500 CP mons there.
game because it looks like they're pretty much the exact same lineup, forcing to come in here. This time protecting Night Slash instead of a
Vig, I'm so ready for Vig to get nerfed one day. So ready.
any of
Poliwrath meta? Sure, I'm happy with Poly.
all this energy and put some hurt into the lantern.
JJ throwing the night slashes like our friends, nighttime clasher Tomahawk.
People,
Looking for the boost button, can't get it, so he goes for the shadow ball instead. Cindy has a decision to make.
did you hear that shout out? Did you hear them say Tomahawk? That's this guy.
Keeps her lantern in this fight.
I don't know if I like Spark on Lantern. Why? Why? Why?
These are super effective. I can just shield it up because I'm going to get to this.
SJ says people want to see spice, but it rarely ever works out. SJ, have you considered Shadow Bastion?
A great combination play by Cindy here, trying to catch
Well played from Cindy there.
You're gonna get a body slam, forcing J-Gen to make a different decision and change his play a little bit.
Yeah, she's playing a lot of mental pressure too because now JJ needs to remember how much energy this Lickitung has. If this is the power whip, this would be close to knocking out.
Bastion with a hat? Nah.
Still continue to apply pressure. Gonna throw the dig immediately. JJ is content with how much energy.
Shadow Quag was reasonably spicy for Bologna. I would say. That was pre-schooled nerf.
The question is, who is closer? Turns out to be J-Gen.
Well played from J-Jan. Well played.
No protect shields that Cindy can hide.
Visor Vig is going to be super spicy. Shiny Visor Vig? Holy. Well played, J-Jan. Well played.
And KOs it. Cindy, unfortunately, will see her run in NAIC
Trent, because PV Poke rankings mean absolutely nothing.
bracket here in day 2.
Day 2 performance coming up from the loser side of the bracket. This is just losers round 1. We've gone all the way through the winner side up to the winners finals. Now it's time to see what these trainers.
Yeah, but Spark is just now bad, right? Like, yeah, you might be slightly soft to it, but Spark is just, your neutral matchup is just bad, right? Oh, it was a bait question. Fair, fair, fair. You got me.
Wait for it.
And they've been scheming, they've been looking at these teams, they've been running through all the different situations in their heads, and that's why, another reason why, we're going to get really, really great battles in this loser side bracket. Unfortunately, one of those trainers had to be eliminated. Cindy was the one to fall, but J-Jan has really made incredible strides this season. J-Jan, definitely a big contributor in the grassroots scene, helping trainers keep track of their Go Battle League records, especially on the leaderboards. And now we see J-Jan conquering locals, conquering a regional, and run into international championships. So his growth is on an exponential curve.
And everyone has to start somewhere, right? So I mean, like we've talked about the big names. I love to bring up Itzaxin as an example because he said it in one of his interviews. He's like, you know, I was.
When are they streaming Pocket vs Ash? Tomorrow. That is winners finals. That is not until tomorrow.
On top of this as well.
Yeah, you are right, Iris.
Other trainers
You are often right.
like him, other trainers want to have their own like special little titles, special different ways that can make them stand out as a unique player in our Pokemon Go circuit.
I need to catch some Vigoroth from my chair.
Already having so many
How long is this event on for?
impact.
Where are my Slackroth?
I think it's important as an individual to recognize watershed moments in your life. If you invested a lot of time into learning the mechanics and practicing, and you feel like your skills are increasing and you're playing
You don't mean that, Iris. You don't even mean that.
advantage of it, pursue those opportunities, make ambitious goals, and push yourself to
What do you mean you haven't seen a Slackroth yet?
maybe you be a little bit
Have you opened your game?
to approach or a little bit kind of wary to, you know, there's always this voice in your head saying, what if I lose? What if I'm not as good as I think? What if I hold myself back and I don't make it as far as I had hoped? You have to silence those voices.
If I don't even have GPS signal right now. What's going on?
J-Jan is qualified for Worlds.
I'll refresh.
He's pushing himself to that next level, trying to see just how far he can.
How far is J-Jan off travel award?
That's what life's about, right? Another famous saying for you, Amanda, if you're not growing, you're dying, right? So you need to keep on making progress.
Pearls of wisdom.
Damn, did you hear that from Speedy? If you're not growing, you're dying.
So we'll see what
Pay
happens,
attention.
because there is a long road ahead for
Oh, J-Jan's basically confirmed travel award, which is pretty good.
now. We're going to take it to the stage. You know,
If not already.
let's hear from the winner himself. This is Pedro and J-Jan.
In fact, Will, we got a long road to go, and every battle teaches us something. We're now with the J-Jan. You just win. You're one step closer to being the North America International Champion. And there was a strategy that you used in both matches, the classical chip and dip. Can you?
For the record, I've opened the game and I have both a Kamala, a Slackroth, a Sandygast, and an Oranguru? Oranguru? Or I don't know how you pronounce that. They are all outside right now.
Tried it the second time, it didn't quite work, but I was still able to pull through. Yeah, it was a good matchup. I just don't want to take charge moves. I don't want like to have to call baits and stuff.
Yeah.
That early in the game to be calling baits.
Yeah, yeah. So you're playing kind of like not safe, but you know what you're doing. Now, I want to know what's the mindset coming from the losers bracket. It's a lot of like, it's really tense. It's a lot of weight in your shoulders. So what's the mindset to win in a situation like this?
Yeah, it's tough. I haven't really done that much in losers in previous tournaments.
How do I say Skarmory?
4 times in losers, which is the most.
I just call it Bay. That's all I say.
When I first got into losers, I was playing Dunebug. I was like, oh well, it's my turn to get Dunebugged. And I was able to beat him. I beat a Bosox guy. And then I beat Dirt Ficus in the losers finals. But I'm also going for potentially travel. Came into the tournament 6th place. Looks like I'm pretty close on the 8-9 border for getting the travel award. So we'll see. Any wins, keeps helping me.
Yeah, you're really close to not only the travel award, but maybe winning the whole thing. What do you have any message or last words to someone that's watching or supporting you?
I guess shout out to Cindy. She's one of my best friends. Neither of us really did any scrims before the match. We played a couple times in previous tournaments, so we kind of know how each other plays. We scrim versus each other. So that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, I kind of know how she plays. So that's kind of what I was gonna do. Trying to read what she was trying to do.
And it really showed because there was so much baiting and kind of like, trying to be one step forward. You knew each other, so you know how.
Solly, how you doing, mate? Good to have you. How's your day going?
Friendly rivalries in Pokemon and Pokemon Go in general. So every match, it's a world. Every match has its own ups and downs. And
Toxapex, Dirge, and Mantine is fun in Summer Cup. Toxapex, Dirge, and Mantine. Are there any ground types in Summer Cup? Any ground users?
As you were saying earlier, yeah, everyone has goals to set. Everyone is competing for a reason.
Are the Mud Boys?
He's going for that travel award. He said he was already 6th on the board. It needs to be top 8 for you to be able to get that travel award.
Quag is available in Summer Cup, but you're running Toxapex, Dirge, Mantine? That's pretty tough, no?
I mean, maybe that extra spending money kind of converts itself over in the Pokemon Center, right? You never know. You never know where you might find yourself when you come to one of these incredible Championship Series events. But JJan also pointed out he and Cindy were great friends.
Yes.
I saw
Legacy seeking.
on stage, right? They were acknowledging.
Oh, all the muds are available.
And there was a bit of poetry.
Dirge, Cradley, Ferrothorn.
Like Pedro said, a lot
Nice.
of dip, a lot of kind of piecing away at your opponent and being patient. That was one of the keys there for JJan as he won that battle against Cindy. And contrary to what Pedro said,
Can
that JJan
Kamala be
he's got to be patient because
shiny? It can, right?
Loser side bracket. That was just losers round 1.
Yeah, and speaking of, there's still so much more in this tournament, so many more plays to go.
This one is not.
Now, I mean,
Very sad.
Might as well go get a little bit of popcorn because we got a lot of matches coming up. In case you missed some of these, we're going to show you some highlights of the previous matches before we kick it over.
What are our thoughts? We've seen a lot of games so far. We've seen all the teams. Are there any Pokemon standing out to you? Are there any that you're like, hey, you know what? In this meta, I'm really liking the look of X Pokemon. What are your learnings? What are your takeaways from this event so far? Quag, Wiggly, Talonflame? Don't worry, Calvin. My rank is pretty low. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't played many games yet this season. Gator. Tom likes Gator. SJ thought he'd see more. How available is Gator? Okay, tell me actually. If you don't have a normal for alligator, let me know. Actually, I'll just put a poll up. I'll put a poll up. New poll. Do you got Gator? Or what? Okay, I'm putting a poll up. You got you got 3 minutes. Let me know. Do you got Gator or what? Because I actually don't have I don't have a really good normal for alligator. Like I've got normal for alligator, but I don't have like a really good one that I'm like, oh, I definitely bring that. I've got a shadow for alligator. I've got a very good shadow for alligator, but normal for alligator. Do you got it? Or not? I actually, do you know what? Lurgan and Arceus Aurelius and EJ all before Bologna tried to help me out by trading me fully built normal for alligator. So shout out to those guys. They all went bad, but they all, each of them traded me fully built normal for alligator to try and get one for Bologna.
There's so many fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. If you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
Yeah, regular Gator has been popular. Regular Gator's been popular. I don't know how many Shadow Gator we've got at the moment. You've got a fairly high-ranked regular shiny Gator? That's pretty good. That's good. I had kind of been hoping that the upcoming Classic Com Day was going to be a Totodile Com Day, because I do think that there are lots of people who don't have a really good Feraligatr that might want one. But it's Typhlosion instead, which is also fine, because Typhlosion's obviously just been buffed as well. Gator's probably more viable, so I think it would be a shame. I think it would be a shame to not have an opportunity to get a good normal Feraligatr before Worlds. But it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Talonflame will be really good for a couple of weeks after the Gudricom Day. Interesting. Interesting. Big shout.
Now trading is a two-way street, so it's always best practice to keep Community Day Pokemon and special event Pokemon for
Do you want to hear something funny? I don't have a normal Swampert for Great League. I know. Roast me. Roast me all you want. I do not have a Great League Swampert. Why, you ask? How can this possibly be the case? So I had I had two Swampert. One for Ultra League, one for Great League. I think they're both very high rank, if not rank 1. And I powered one of them up to Ultra League. And then I looked at the other one, and it was above 1500 CP. So I accidentally powered my Great League Swampert up to Ultra League, and my other Swampert was already above 1500. So now I have basically two rank 1 Ultra League Swampert and no Great League Swampert. So I've got 3 Great League Shadow Swampert and 0 non-Shadow Swampert for Great League. It's very sad for me, very sad for me. But good news, this season Mudkip is spawning again in Europe. So now I can start getting them again. Yeah, there were no Mudkip spawning. There were no Mudkip spawning here for a long time, but now this season Mudkip is spawning again, so I got my first Mudkip today that I've got for a long time. And bear in mind that any Shadow Mudkip that you purify go above the CP for Great League, so I wasn't able to even catch more Shadow Mudkip, of which I've got a lot. Does anyone have a link for the spawns in Madrid next week? You have.
Welcome back, trainers. We have been looking at the winner
Here.
side of the bracket this entire morning. Thank you, Will and Amanda.
There you go.
Wrapping that up. The winner's side is set for Championship Sunday tomorrow. We are going to take you on a journey, continuing through the loser side of the bracket. I am
That's okay.
250,
Here for you.
Stephanie Christine, and I am joined here today by Alpha Phoebe.
I am so excited to see which trainer can dragapult themselves into the final to wait for that
Defay's face. God, I think she hates him.
We have two trainers from Latin America. I would say two friends who are going to face off in losers round 1. We are going to see Zardy, who is representing Brazil, as well as Richie 1409.
This is a pretty big game, isn't it? Richie versus Zardy. What's the LATAM leaderboard looking like? Good question. Oh, I don't know. Okay, well, Zardy's here. Is this Richie? I don't know. Which one's Richie? Oh, Richie's down here. 544. Zardy has guaranteed the travel award. Wait, how many travel award places do they get? Do they get 8 as well? That's desynced. This Ricardo is desynced. This is Zardy, and this is Richie. They get 8 as well. Oh, cool. Okay, so Richie, assuming he's getting 100 and something. Oh no, Richie still needs a decent number of points. This is very important for Richie then. What do we think of these teams? I think this is the first time we've seen Richie on the stream, right? We've got Lantern on both sides. Are they both Spark, or are they both Water Gun, or a mix? Yep. Here today in New Orleans. It's certainly heating up, but I don't know if it's Dirge only has to avoid Lant. Lickitung can obviously put in work, and Talonflame beats Dirge usually, so but Dirge definitely has play. That Lantern has to be Spark from Richie, right? Because otherwise he's so weak to Altaria. And even then, it's still pretty weak. Altaria beats most of this. Especially if it's a high attack Altaria. Okay, we're gonna see some Altaria, which forces Richie to bring Skarm, which invites Zardy to bring Lantern and or Skeledirge. Skeledirge also scares away that Cresselia somewhat. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? High attack Altaria. It just means that you're hitting like 107 attack. That kind of, not even that. So there's the Skarmory. You can see the Altaria in the back. So Zardy's plan is to soft lose against this Skarm, so that Altaria is free in the back, which is a smart strat.
Going into the Skarmory that is resisted damage, unlike those fast attacks of Lick. It's a bit of an interesting team composition coming in from Zardy.
Yeah, there is a bit of stutter here.
A little bit AV8 weak to this Skarmory.
The body slam connects, and Skarmory is slowly starting.
Look how much work Licky's doing.
Knockout blow. Richie throws a sky attack, and that energy is going
Catch. Great. Great. I didn't realize this is a mirror match we're gonna have to see now.
The fast attacks are resisted by both of these Lantern, where a Spark would at least be dealing some damage.
And it's interesting to see.
I really am not. I don't know how much longer I want to watch these Lantern crossing swords, to be honest. I thought I'd be okay with Water Gun Lantern, but this is boring.
On the exact same amount of energy, reaching the surf at the same time, both going past and going for the Thunderbolt. However, Richie throwing first, threatening the knockout here. I have to imagine Zardy's going to come back in with the Altari and get a large farm down.
Because in the past with Lantern running Spark, this
Uh-oh, he doesn't reach the Thunderbolt. Doesn't reach it.
so much damage at the longer you stayed in that matchup. However, this is going to be a cheap farm down for Zardy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind.
And a minuscule
You have to remember this is NA. That's all I'm gonna say.
water guns, just a little miss. Not even full rain.
Sky attack coming through for Altari is going to do a good amount of chip damage, but is shielded up there. Were 4 shields on the field of play, now just 3. Body Slam coming through for that Lickitung. Body Slam is just a little bit faster.
Leia, Latam's even worse.
But with that
Joking.
surf that had landed from that Lantern, it'll be curious to see if Body Slam, by the time 2 more are reached by Richie, will be enough to potentially knock out.
How this Sky attack will certainly not knock out. It'll take the Lickitung down under half health. So now Zardy is left with a little less than half health Lickitung and a little less than half health Altaria. Richie still has all 3 Pokemon on his side.
I don't know why. I don't care that much about Lickitung, right? I think Lickitung is probably charge attack priority there. Lickitung is healthy for a meta, right? Because it's just a neutral option. So that's why I'm never that fussed about Lickitung. And Lickitung usage is nowhere near what it used to be, so it's not so bad. SJ, I was probably just facetiously rinsing NA again. But admittedly, this is LATAM. But they're playing in NA, maybe that impacts them.
Not sure the Skarmory is going to come in, going to be doing some damage with Steel Wing. This Body Slam is going to be more than enough to knock out. Then it's only that Lickitung in the back. Was there enough damage done earlier by the Skarmory and by the Lickitung? Will he get to the Body Slam first? It's a race, and it looks like Richie's is firing off first. That Lickitung must be winning that cap tie.
Wow.
2 times in a row, we see Richie's Lickitung being able to win that exchange, but there's still the Altari in the back. Dragon Breath is same type attack bonus. It'll do slightly more damage.
Wow. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. 50%, 50% Licky on day 2. That's fine, right? That's fine. 50's not bad. Bear in mind, Bologna Altaria usage was 75% day 2. Bear in mind, Medicham once had a day 2 of like 96%.
Was key in that matchup. And really tough endgame for both of those. I agree with you. I'd like a little bit more time to dissect exactly what happened. This is the mid game here, knocking out the Lantern with the Surf and landing the chip damage from this Lantern into Zardy's Altaria.
SJ, I want to know if you you mentioned you like the look of Gator. Is Gator on your list, on your potential list for Worlds then? Do you like it that much, or do you just like watching other people use Gator? Because I have that sometimes. I have like Pokemon that I'm like, yo, it's quite fun watching X Pokemon. But then I'm never like, oh, I'm not going to bring it, but I like that you brought it.
Some more water guns against that Lickitung, but able to win that charge attack tie in the end because Zardy could have theoretically farmed up a little bit more energy had he done one more lick against that.
What would we say is the most disliked Pokemon in the meta at the moment? From this list. Oh, Zweilous won? Nice. Shiny Dialga also won and carried on going.
Right now, that was an incredible match. Zardy was so close. I cannot
Basti, Licky, Ape, Licky, Ape. Shock. The VIG users don't like Annihilate.
In this next battle, he has to win this next one. And again, another neutral matchup. Lickitung into the Annihilate.
See, this for me is a healthier matchup than Annihilate into Vig or Vig into Licky. I like Ape into Licky. It's a pretty, it can go either way, right? I don't like Ape into Vig and I don't like Vig into Licky. Vig is the problem.
threatens a large amount of damage, and a shield comes up from Richie. I think we see a counter swap into this Altaria. Altaria is going to be threatened by a potential Shadow Ball, but this is just a Night Slash bait.
And Zardy opts not to
Yeah, Vig Licky and Ape Vig, obviously, yeah.
Altaria can take that just fine. And then we have another pretty neutral, this has all been just neutral matchups, which can make up.
I don't like Basti in GBL, because I think in blind formats it's really annoying and boring. But if you get a good Basti player in Open Great League, I don't mind that so much, because it's actually quite hard to use in Show 6. Vig beats Scrafty and Zero Shields. Makes sense, I guess.
But no, instead Lickitung needs to come out because Watergun Lantern does not do well in this matchup.
Yeah, Bubba, I agree. I agree with you.
So much damage to this Lickitung. Another body slam is just being able to be reached to win switch advantage for Richie.
What are we thinking? Who's winning this?
Be knocked out here, leaving Zardy with his own Lickitung trying to get a
Will there be
Will he be able to do it, Richie?
a UBL Championships? What does that mean?
Give this Annihilate an opportunity. Zardy sees that opportunity, takes it away, absorbs.
If Obstagoon gets Thunder. Ultra Battle League. Oh, okay. Wait. GBL doesn't stand for Great Battle League. GBL stands for Go Battle League. So GL means Great League, UL means Ultra League. They're both GBL formats, which is Go Battle League. Do I think there'll be an Ultra League Championships in the future? No. I don't. I don't think there will ever be Ultra League. It's just not as accessible. It's just not as accessible. We don't have the player base to host massive Great League formats as it is, right? So that's why when you're talking about resources, personally, for me, I invest in Great League Pokemon and I invest in Master League Pokemon on the basis that firstly, Master League Pokemon are freaking cool, right? But also because they're useful for raids. Stuff that you build for level 50 for Master League is going to be useful for raids at some point as well. So I feel like there's a little bit more return on investment for them. Ultra League for me doesn't, it just, to me it's a waste of my dust.
Zardy nodding here, recognizing I think my opponent might have it, but I'm going to play this out. The Lantern on
Richie has played this so well, by the way.
Secure the knockout here, but is going to be extremely close. It is just going to be able to water gun down. Zardy not able to reach the thunder.
To be honest,
time, but we see
I think you're right, team. I think you're right. The lantern water gun mirror is not as bad as the Lickitung mirror, because actually the water guns add up quite a lot, whereas the licks don't add up, which can get annoying with Licky. So fair enough, fair enough. Okay, should we have a look at the bracket again? So what have we got here then? Adib versus Shiny Dialga, these two are friends. Zweilous is going to be on stream. And, oh wait, Trip is against Harjeff? Big game. Can Tristiano Triptando beat LNDS Harjeff? What do we reckon? Should a poll? Should do a prediction? Let's do a prediction.
Water gun damage just does not add up against that Dragon type. Outpacing to the body slam, Lickitung knocks out the Altaria and wins Richie blind.
Yes, Richie making a very good pivot here. You can see that was a little bit disappointing for Richie, but was able to win out in the end. Actually winning it with the Lantern, but the pivot he actually made was
right. Poll predictions going up. Prediction is going up. What do you think? Who will win this? It's not going to be on stream. You're not going to get to watch it. Triptando is one of the two remaining Europeans in NAIC. LNDS Harjeff, the only player ever to go through a regional without dropping a single game, to have a 100% record in a LATAM regional. Also the LAIC champion. Trip or Harjev? What do we reckon? How much EU bias do we have, if any? Obstagoon with Thunder Punch, I don't think is going to help it that much, no.
And honestly, leading your Lickitung is so safe against most teams. Dark types aren't extremely prevalent. We have seen kind of a upsurgence of Mandibuzz in the meta to answers to the water types with Celia and Lickitung, but it isn't everywhere. It isn't on every single team. So Lickitung being so good into a lot of, and so good and so safe into a lot of the rest of the meta means, you know, if you can lead it and not be hard countered, go ahead. Why not do it?
And if you would like to build a Lickitung for yourself, come to these events. I see them spawning. We get special spawns at these events, at regionals, at internationals. I'm sure we're going to get something really special down at Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii in August. So
yeah, oh yeah, good point. If Harjev knocks out both remaining Europeans, so be it, right? So be it. Stretch, sure. I'm hungry. What shall I eat? All I've had today is some sushi. Oh, no. One of my rings just flew off again.
Something that I always love to do at these events, because you're meeting up with away from you, so you get those guaranteed XLs on each and every grade. Make sure you save up and hoard all of the Pokemon that you want those XL candies for, whether it be for the Great League for Pokemon like Metachan or Azumarill, or maybe even Chansey, or Ultra League for, you know, Kanto Ninetales, Alolan Ninetales, Poly Wrath, Poly Toad. So many different options for Ultra League.
yes, I think you are
Losing all my gains? Yeah, I'm not eating enough. I'm definitely not eating enough. Especially when I stream. I feel like I don't eat much on days that I stream. So, bad for my gains, good for my waist, I guess.
Have an interview ready on stage. Let's go ahead and send it over to Pedro for an interview with Richie.
Okay, we got an interview. I'll put the volume up so you can hear them.
Yes, thank you, casters. We're here with Richie. You just won the first round of the losers. It's tough to be in losers. What's the mindset? What's going on your head when you know that you have such a long day in front of you?
Just to take it one game at a time, definitely. I mean, that was my mindset going into day one also. Just like play the game, analyze the matchups, just focus and go on and play the matches and play the best you can, and also have fun as always.
And you did play really well. And you know what? There was a play that really caught my eye at the end. When you got your Lickitung, you used 2 of your Pokemon to lower the opponent Lickitang's life, and then
life?
use your own Lickitung to finish it. What was your thought behind that strategy? Because it was super, I don't know, unusual.
No, really, I think at that time I was just tapping the screen. Probably that was no strategy. Just get as much energy as possible, throw the charges as soon as I can. But I knew that part of my win cons in the match was not getting my Lanturn into the Altaria and my Lickitung in the Vigoroth. So I knew that if I was as efficient as possible with my fast move and charge move, avoiding those matchups, I would be okay.
What a cutie. I love listening to people so happy. I love that excitement. That makes me smile.
You would like to
Bugcatcher, how you doing?
I would really like to battle against Soborn. I mean, we had that regional finals in Charlotte last year. He's a good friend. I respect him and I admire him a lot. So if I can go all the way and get to the winners, to the loser round, I think it's 4 or 5, and battle him again, it would be awesome.
I think that's totally possible. Maybe we'll see that match later today. But right now we're going back to our fabulous casters.
Cute. What's going on in the main chat then? What do you mean it's unhinged? What are they saying there? Are they causing trouble? Have I considered a rate my team redeem? As in you rate my team or I rate your team? I can rate your team for free. Chat can rate your team for free. Jersey slightly better than the Legends United one. 4.5 out of 10. Happy trainer in Jersey. +1 bonus. 5.5. Fair. Very fair. Main chat is exclamation point drops. Nice. Nice. Reminder, if you've not got your drops, that you should take advantage of that in the main channel.
So we have worked through losers round 1. We are going to be continuing on with losers round 2.
And get your Vigoroth that are currently spawning. We've only got a couple of days, so get your... I want you to all going out and get high attack Vigoroth, high defense Vigoroth, high HP Vigoroth, and a bulky Vigoroth. Try and get at least one of all of those things, so that if and when we decide on a more settled meta, you can pick one of the bunch. Jack, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you. All of your Vigs were awful today, Matt. That's very sad. But what does awful mean? Just make sure it gets close to 1500, and then you don't need to. You don't necessarily need to worry. If it can get to close to 1500, it might have play. High HP should be what, 0.5? Yeah, like that kind of vibe. Yeah, like very low attack, a little bit of HP, and a little bit of defense, and very high HP. That kind of vibe would be high HP, and then the equivalent for defense. But then high attack, all I mean is just a little bit of attack. I don't mean like silly high attack. I just mean a little bit of attack. And then try and get as high rank one as well. Try and get 4 Vigoroth. You don't have to build any of them just yet, but just try and get them for your storage. If and then we eventually look into Vigoroth IVs in real detail, maybe we'll find something. But it's difficult to do for Cabbage. Fast Cabbage, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Try and get a number of Vigoroth ready. Like if you looked at how many, if I just open Altaria, I wonder how many Altaria I've got. Great League Altaria. I have 4 Altaria built. I have 5 Annihilate built. Like I just build quite a lot of these things just to test out IV spreads. I will then tell you the IV spreads, and then you only have to build 1 or 2, so that you can choose. But just all you have to do is you have to go and catch them. You have to go make sure you have them. You need more storage space to keep the goofy spreads. That's fair. Yeah. What do you mean? He wears his mask, you feel lied to?
It used to be, and I can still remember.
Yeah. I was gonna say something, I'm not gonna say it. I got 4 Vigs and could probably use more. Yeah, get different Vigs. I mean, I hate Vig, so I'm not like a Vig fan, but I am. It is important to get Vigs. I know. Jungler, I agree. I actually also have a 1493 Vig, and I think it's part of the reason that I have an aversion to Vig is because my Vig's so ugly that I think I've decided I don't like any Vigs. Say, are we pronouncing this Sotire? If that's right, then I'll carry on with that. Umbreon. Triple Dark Umbreon. Here he goes. 1493 is ugly? I mean, no. Everyone's beautiful in their own way, Trent, okay? And I want you to feel happy in whatever CP you live in. I'm just saying, personally, for me, 1493 CP wouldn't be like my go-to. I wouldn't be like, oh, 1493, swipe right. Like, not for me. But we'll see. Iris, thanks very much for the sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Shout out to Iris. My Vig is 1489, but good stats. I hate it. Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. It's just let's have a look at some of these IV spread these CPs. Is there a 1484 Skarmory? Ugh. Joking. 1484 though? Come on. Hyduck, it depends what you're using it for. For Show 6, you're more likely to have mirror matchups. And or you're more likely to be up against very specific Pokemon more frequently. Big bait. Will he get the shield? Gets the shield. That's very efficient. That's a really efficient shield to get. 1484 Shadow Quag. Look, I have more sympathy for Shadows, right? Because they're less accessible. Hi, Dirk, to finish answering your question. If you're up against the same Pokemon very regularly, you might want to tailor your IV spreads to specific matchups. Oh, he's got it again. He is toying with him. Toying with the Masked Asian. Matt Beer, you legend. Shout out to Matt Beer. Thank you for the sub, dude. Matt, when am I seeing you next? Am I not going to see you until... wait, Matt, you're not going to Madrid, right? I'm going to see you at Worlds. That's the next time I'll see you. Tell us the Shadow Basti breakpoints. Shadow Basti. Actually, there are a couple of breakpoints, actually. Nah, Shadow Basti just go for max bulk. What do you mean you didn't qualify? Is that a lie? Trip lost? No. Fine, we're ending stream. I have no one to root for. Actually, I'm rooting for Ashtanash. Yeah, but Matt, did you not get, like, you got 160 points from that. Did you not do locals as well? Jeff overtook you on the global leaderboard. Let me get... Colin, let me get out my tiny violin, okay? Let me get my tiny violin. Oh, Matt, did you not do locals? Okay, fair enough. How long does it take me to read chat? I guess chat comes up slightly delayed from when I'm saying something. You hear it slightly delayed, and then I wait for you to say something. And also, there's quite a lot of comments that I'm trying to read and also watch what's happening, so I don't know. Can I give you an example IV spread for Vig? No, I can't. I don't have one off the top of my head. I haven't looked into it enough because I don't personally run Vig that much, so it wasn't high up on my to-do list. Satire is playing this well, though. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Okay. Smart. He's not. So this is a good example of where you don't go for optimal timing, because going for optimal timing risks you not actually getting the attack off. So that Dark Pulse obviously does a lot of damage. Masked Agent needs to now capitalize on the time to get as much energy in as possible. Oh! He's gone for a Aquatail. That's not going to take it out. But he's going to reach the second one anyway. Oh, risky. Could have just gone straight Stone Edge. Risky. Zweilous Harjeff is the next big game on stream. Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. Oh my goodness, Swoley, you are outrageous. Shout out to Swoley, doing Swoley things. You hero. When I grow up, I want to be more like Swoley, and that's what all of you should be saying to yourselves right now. If you got a gifted sub from Swoley, please thank him. Yeah, Zweilous is still in. He'll be on stream, so we've got one European we can support. Any Swoley fans in chat? Yeah, at least 100. Almost 120 of them, I believe. Do I have a method for going about certain IV spreads for a given one? Yeah, I guess honestly, when you've got a good meta like this that's very broad, it's almost a little bit harder, right? Because you're trying to chase spreads that take on a lot. And one of the reasons why there's not an obvious Vig one is because there are different outcomes for slightly high attack, slightly high defense, slightly high HP, and maximum bulk. All of them give you different wins and different losses. And that's why I'm not really jumping to any of them immediately, because as we see this meta naturally gravitate towards certain cores, that might make, that might weigh in on my personal decision as to which Vigoroth spread I think is preferable at that given point in that given meta. So that's why it's a little bit tricky, because these IV spreads aren't like future proof. It's if you're seeing lots and lots of Mandibuzz, you might chase a Vigoroth spread that has beneficial matchups into a Mandibuzz. If you're seeing lots and lots of Cresselia, the same. And that's why that Vigoroth specifically is a little bit less obvious, because if you go through the sims, right? If you go onto PvPoke, go onto Matrix, get the relevant meta up on the right hand side on Matrix, and then get 4 Vigoroth spreads up. Get the rank 1, get a pretty high rank but with a little bit of attack, get a very high defense but low attack and lower HP, and get a very high HP, low attack, lowish defense and high HP, and sim them, and you'll see that there are wins and losses for each of the different Vigoroth. There's no obvious this is definitely the best one, because certain of the matchups might be more important to the specific team that you're running. If you're running a specific team that's slightly soft to Mandibuzz, you might chase a Mandibuzz matchup more than if someone isn't soft to it, etc, etc. Good lead for the Masked Asian here. Quag comes straight in, and look at this. Look how good a swap Quag is into the Masked Asian. You can use it as a free safe swap into anything here. And it paces so quickly that you can also start to get attacks off very, very rapidly. So I think it makes sense to shield and X's. I think that's fine. And now you can just start spamming Aqua Tails, because you're going to reach 3 Aqua Tails before this Annihilate reaches a Shadow Ball. And 2 Aqua Tails could be enough for you based on the Annihilate spread. Actually, they might CMP on this one. Yeah, okay. So that's good from Masked Asian to go for that CMP. Otherwise, he would have had to shield another Aqua Tail. So this is a good Shadow Ball. This is a good Shadow Ball. And it's a good shield. But do you know what this means? This means that now you're going to get a ton more Aqua Tails in, because the Annihilate can't catch up. And look how good that Shadow Quagsire becomes as a safe swap. It's completely... It's flip switch. You got the shield correct, and there you go. You've gone down shields, but your energy is applicable now, because you can now spam more Aqua Tails into this. Look how good Shadow Quag can be into a team that doesn't have enough good answers for it. Look how good it is. And the Masked Asian is forced to throw an attack, because otherwise you're getting to another Aqua Tail. Which is crazy. Crazy the amount of work this Quag has put in. Crazy. And now although Masked Asian has a shield, this Stone Edge will do a ton. Lickitung can sponge a lot of this. Don't underestimate how much Masked Asian's Quag, how much damage it can put in on that Mandibuzz though. Lorks, if you go onto your settings on PvPoke, scroll down on settings, there will be an option to change the IV spread. If you go on settings, it's like in the top right, or probably on a menu. Then scroll down, there will be a setting to change from default IVs to rank 1 IVs. Go onto those settings, press save, refresh your thing, and on that device that you're using, the default IVs will now be rank 1 IVs. Good counting, maximizing as much energy as they can. Asian wins? Which game are you watching, Snorrick? Which game are you watching, my friend? Yeah, what you talking about? This is like Eric commentary when I'm sat next to Eric. So it was a bit of a risk there from Satiri, and he knows it. That's why he's shaking his head. You don't need to do the optimal timing there. You can just go straight down pulse. But very, very well played from Satiri to tie the series. Big game 3 for these players now. Remember, we're in the losers round, so whoever loses, you're out. Satiri's hella nervous, but he's playing well. He's playing well. He's if you can stay composed, that game gives you a little bit of momentum. And bear in mind, this was a game that he led his Mandibuzz into a Charger Bug, right? So he's turning on his chair more than Enhoff. Impossible. I don't know, actually, you're probably right, it's getting pretty close. This is, Satiri's also our pencil eater, right? How did I make my way into casting? Good question. Good question. I was at Warsaw Regional. I came second in Warsaw Regional, November 2022, and I did a couple of interviews with Lou at the time. Lou the Pikachu was the caster, and she interviewed me. We had a pretty good interview. It went really well. And then a year later, I did some more interviews on stream. It was in Barcelona in September 2023. I did some more interviews, and again, they said, hey, your interviews were really good. And then after that, one of the producers for Pokemon just approached me and was like, have you considered casting? And I was like, sure, I can do it. And then they brought me in. They effectively trialed me at Utrecht. That was effectively a trial in Stockholm. And yeah, like if you're a player who understands the game, and if you're obviously English is my first language, so that helps a lot. Whereas for a lot of Europeans, like English language can be a barrier, which can be tricky because these streams are in English. So having English casters obviously helps. And I've done a lot of public speaking before. I've done a lot of drama growing up, going through school and uni and things. So I was perfectly happy to be on stage, on camera and things. But you know, if any of you guys, if you wanna cast, get involved. Do what you can do, because we want the best players, we want the best casters, we want the best people in the game. So if you think that you got what it takes, I didn't do drama at uni. I did law at uni. You know that, Tom. Ooh, Quagmira, let's go. So I don't know if we've seen CMP ties in this matchup. We're going to see them now, and this is big information automatically for the Masked Asian. This gives him a huge advantage in this game, having this Aquatail win CMP. It means that Satire is going to maybe have to consider a catch later on. However, in this zero shield scenario, if you can both throw Aquatails, it's actually not the last Aquatail that will be relevant, because it just ends up being a farm down situation. So you could... Oh, he goes for the catch, and now this is going to be painful. Satire went for that catch, and now he's going to eat a Stone Edge. We're going to see this do half, if not more. Have we had a true coin flip CMP? Who knows? It's difficult to know. If you're... One sec, I'll talk about casting after this game, because this is a pretty decisive game. Dark Pulse actually does a decent amount of damage, but it won't take it out, right? So you still need 2 attacks to take it out. So it depends whether or not you think you can reach 2. And you can, so you may as well here, for everyone watching, you may as well have gone for 2 Aerial Aces here, right? And then you would have had that extra 10 energy later. Because you would have reached another Aerial Ace now. Very nice. 6 ads, Alejandro. You know how to get rid of the ads. We have 10 more games after this one. Damn, I should have dinner at some point. Did he undercharge? Ah, very smart. Wow, what an undercharge by Masked Asian. Perfect Steel Wing down. Very nice. Order sushi? I should. I do like it. That was a wicked undercharge, by the way. That was really good. However, Satire has a shield. This is a little bit uncomfortable, because how do you take out the Masked Asian's Quag? You're going to have to be very smart about it. Would you go Sky Attack Brave Bird, or are you going to go double Brave Bird? Oh, okay, he's coming in with the Mandy to reset. Fair enough, fair enough. So now he can, if his timing is really good, don't let your attack get caught. Don't let your attack get caught. Maximize energy, and you can Sky Attack to take this down. So pause. No. Okay, now it's a little bit trickier, because you're now going to have to consider a shield. Oh, he's not shielding. Okay. now shield, and then now how do you take everything out? Because now the Volt Switch is going to come. You're going to win, yeah? Oh, that extra Steel Wing might have cost him because now he's going to get Mud Shot down. But unless he Sky Attack, he just goes straight Sky Attack into this Quag. How much health is it on? Oh, it's got an Aqua Tail. Doesn't matter. Damn! Well played. Well played. I think Satiri did as much as he could there. It got a bit wacky in the mid game, but good effort for sure. Great effort for sure. Okay, what you guys saying? You want to cast? How would you recommend getting into casting for Pogo? Try to record with some regional content or try to contact... Yeah. You need to create a caster reel. So you'd record yourself shoutcasting games. And you do a series of those, get a few of those as an example. You've got to be on video. You've got to see what you look like and how you deal with it and present. And you can submit that. Yeah, just with normal games. Yeah, I agree. That was a really good set. That was you saw some undercharges, you saw some catches, you saw some snipe play. That was a good game. That was a good game. Good set from both of them. K9, thank you very much for joining. Catch you in a bit. Alejandro, you can't cast, mate. Your English is terrible. I will hydrate. I wonder how often people are complaining about this meta at the moment. I mean, we have to remember, people complain about everything, right? Someone somewhere is complaining about something. That's just the world we're in. But if we had real push against the meta from substantive portions of the player base or from like a lot of key voices, then you might be like, ugh. Which was fair to have when we had Noctowl Trev Lantern. Not so fair to have now, I don't think. I think we got a good meta. Well, this is... Yeah, Lux, I think you're exactly right. I think a couple of months ago, some people were saying, oh, we're maybe seeing this meta settle down. We're seeing it kind of get to its twilight in its life cycle. And then very shortly after that, everything changed. Shadow Magnezone suddenly popped up, for example. Shadow Quag has recently popped up. We saw Rise with Umbreon and Wiggly. We saw Martine with Giratina and Wiggly. Like, there's been so much change out of what had seemed like it had settled into a Gligar Cress Skarm. And then, yeah, now we've got this most recent move update, which takes Lantern away, allows for a rise in Azumarill, allows for a rise in Feraligatr. We've got the option of Typhlosion. Yet to see anyone, no one top cut with it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. I mean, it might be bad, but someone somewhere might unlock it at the right time, catch people off. I tried it in a practice tournament the other day, and it didn't really have much space to maneuver in because of the rise of Azu. I will stretch. Oh. Oh, right. I'll put the volume up for this.
Hey, yes. Thank you, casters. I was wondering the same thing. I'm here with Paul, the masked Asian. He has one of the coolest teams I have ever seen. In this tournament, because I love Umbreon. And my first question is,
yeah, Jack, probably. Fun in GBL especially, but Show 6 is a little bit tougher to use it in.
Is a big weakness to my team, and I already have 2 flying types, so being doubly weak to ice, and the main reason I wanted at least one dark type. The reason I didn't want to choose Mandibuzz is because of the threat of Ice Beam for Alligator.
That sounds like a lot of game knowledge. You're doing great. Now, you did have to face a Quagsire mirror. And every mirror is pretty hard. So how do you face that? What's the strategy when you start a match with a mirror match?
Obviously, it's in favor of who wins charge attack priority. So once I saw that I won, I knew it was going to be a winning matchup and he would switch out eventually, and I anticipated the second Aqua Tail charge attack priority.
So you gotta play ahead. Yeah.
You gotta outsmart your opponent. That's how you win in such a high stakes tournament like this.
And that's what you did. And before we leave, I gotta say, we got a local over here. It's from Louisiana. So how do you feel representing Louisiana?
This is my home turf. I mean, I feel it's a little ironic because I'm from the Bayou region and I didn't bring an alligator. So I'm kind of taking down my home animals, but it's good to represent not even just the U.S., but the state of Louisiana as well.
Hopefully you can take this home. I mean, literally make it a Cupid home, you know, and do your best. So we'll see you in next battles because I'm 100% sure you'll do great in the next one. Now we're going back to the casters.
All right.
Well, it's great to hear.
David, how you doing? What have you missed? You missed Trip is out, Martine is out, Zweilis is winning, Shiny Dialga beat Adib in the losers bracket. We had a really good set there. Ashton Ash, if you were, depending on how long ago you were last in, Ashton Ash is up against Pocket in the winners finals, which will take place tomorrow. Lork says, funnily enough, the rank one, yeah, Vig versus Mantine and Mandy. This is exactly what I mean. Different matchups that are reasonably relevant matchups can change very quickly based on the IV spreads. I'm not going to comment on Swagger. I'm not going to comment. Was Martine's match shown on stream? Martine was not shown on stream. He played... I'll show you. Martine played here. Can you see here? This was the losers round 1 for the day. And if he'd got as far as House Stark in losers round 4, then he would have been on stream. He lost to Shiny Dialga. Shiny Dialga also knocked out Rocha Babyface and Adib. And Shiny Dialga will be against House Stark on stream soon. Most recently on stream, we've had... what did we have? Satiri here. Satiri and the Masked Asian. And next up, we've got LNDS Harjeff and Zweilis. So that is a pretty big game. Right, I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom before this match starts. You can... I'll put the volume up so you can hear the casters a little bit more. And then I'll apologize for doing that in a couple of minutes.
I know our co-caster and competitor here, Inadequance, was thinking to run a Azumarill with Play Rough as well as Hydro Pump. A lot slower pacing. I really, in most metas, prefer Ice Beam and Play Rough.
We are going to see here, I love Skeledirge. I will shout it out every single time, but I think the real standout pick is that Shadow Dragonite. Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw, and Super Power is super versatile. Shadow Dragonite is not on the battlefield for very long typically. It's here for a good time, not for a long time on the field of battle because it just takes so much damage. It is incredibly attack weighted but can't really take a punch.
And I want to call out a moment from day number 1 where Zweilis brought that Shadow Dragonite into a team of Shadow Magnezone, a Steel type, as well as a Azumarill, a Fairy type, and still managed to win that battle. It just goes to show how good he is at maneuvering that Pokemon around the battlefield.
And we are going to see these trainers lock in. They are thinking through their decisions. You can see Harjeff lost in thought, really thinking about how can this battle play out for me? What am I going to do in each of these scenarios? Let's you're at the start of a route in Pokemon in the main series, and you're looking at all these paths before you, especially in Paldea, which is a very open mapped game.
And looking at these two teams, I'm not seeing any obvious weaknesses. At first I was thinking, oh, Rajeff's Azumarill looks really safe, but there's Charge Bug as well as Cresselia on that side. Zweilis' Vigoroth also looks fairly safe, but it would have to contend with the Azumarill as well as the mirror match of the Vigoroth on the side of Rajef. Comparing the two teams, I feel like Zweilis' Vigoroth is just a little
I'm back.
more safe. So I might expect
We're going to be eating some pasta. This is now a pasta stream. Does anyone want to see my pasta? Or can I just eat it in peace on the side?
What you need to be able to make this dance work. Let's head down to the field of battle as we see the opening matchup.
You want ASMR pasta stream?
And Azumarill. This is a
Good lead for Harjeff. Let's look at the back lines. Ooh, Skelly doesn't have like a huge space to work in, and Harjeff is going to be very, very happy to see Vigoroth here and not on the Lickitung. You want to see my food? This is pasta. Lots of meat, because pasta bolognese should have lots of meat. Parmesan cheese sprinkled on top. Got carrots and mushrooms in here as well for that sweet, sweet veg. Protein, baby! And this is, I'm going to be honest, no offense, Alejandro, this is so much tastier than the very tiny, tiny portions that I was getting in Bologna. Did I cook it? Yeah, I was just, yeah, on this side here, I've been just cooking pasta.
We'll see if that discharge connects. Wireless wanted to save shields for the Skeledirge.
No. My girlfriend was cooking. I didn't Uber Eats it. What's the meat to pasta ratio? It looks pretty like 60% meat, I'd say. What do you mean if that isn't too Sorry, obviously that's too personal to ask. It's funny. This is still looking pretty good for Harjeff, right?
Hits from the opponent before being knocked out. So this is going to be a tough matchup. In the back, we still have that Shadow Gligar and Skeledirge. So both
No, this is not the last day of the tournament. Tomorrow is the last day, and it will be the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals. So only 3 players make it to day 3. Worlds will be similar. It will have 3 days.
Basically 100 energy at every single moment. Play rough number 2 coming out. A play rough number 3, not that far away, but I have to imagine
Hundo meat IVs for sure.
Is coming from Harjeff.
And there's the power whip, and there is the shield protecting this Azumarill in keeping it around.
Let's bear in mind, imagine if Zweilous could get a catch from the Lickitung and get an Incinerate through. I don't think it's ever going to happen because the bubbles are so slow.
Ice Beam connects. It's not quite enough. We see Skeledirge come in. We see Incinerate
Big.
through. And this Disarming Voice is going to register first. Harjeff puts up a Protect Shield to protect that Shadow Gligar that has a move ready to go.
I'm eating pasta and Matt Beer is sat eating Space Raiders and strawberry pencils.
And there's an
Amazing.
but it's not enough. The Skeledirge is still knocked out.
I think that Lickitung is loaded on energy. Aerial Ace not being able to be launched because 3 bubbles knocked out. Power Whip does come through. Will this be enough to
Can Azu survive? No. Ooh. No. Oh, close, close. I can't remember the last time I ate crisps or sweets, Matt, to be honest.
So we can see Harjeff taking an early victory here in losers round 3. He needs one more win against Siege Wireless to make it to losers round 4 and just continue this march, continue this parade down the path to the losers.
This is a pasta stream now. Sometimes we play, sometimes we watch Pogo on the side. We certainly never play Pogo on the side. That doesn't happen here.
He was really forced to throw there. I feel like because if he had gone for the play rough, the Lickitung would have been able to reach the power it before the play rough was reached. If he had built up to the Ice Beam, not thrown it, and then switched out, maybe he could have reached a play rough later.
Yeah, Weedle, you're right. Going for that Ice Beam earlier potentially cost.
4 or 5 HP remaining. Back in the replay, we see the
Woke up in New Zealand. You just woke up in New Zealand? I assume you went, when you went to bed, were you in New Zealand? Coffee and a cone. What is cone? Cone like an ice cream cone?
I can always count on you to help me with counting to 5, Alpha. Thank you so
Alejandro, I'm going to be honest. This dish is like delicious. It is delicious. It is so much nicer than the pasta bolognese I had in Bologna. Like I say, the Bologna lasagna was very good, and the charcuterie board was very good. and the gelato was very good, but the pasta bolognese was pretty mid.
Extremely safe for Z's Wireless, so I have to imagine that Rarjev is thinking about how to do that, and he is well equipped to do so, being this year's LAIC champion, as well as the event right before.
Look at that, that's a pretty good accolades for Harjev, right? That's pretty cool.
Not drop a singular.
Am I going to successfully eat this meal without getting any of my shirt? I mean, I really hope so. I quite like this shirt. This is the, you might have seen it. You've probably seen it. It's the Uniqlo Pikachu. Oh, that one. Yeah, home cooked pasta is very good. It's very, very good. Honey garlic chicken wings? That sounds pretty good. Is this DeFi roast to feed getting old, or is it just me? I don't know, Jox. I feel like there's a lot of pent-up anger there that she's only very recently... Oh, I got scared that I dropped some then. I only very recently managed to... I'm getting little mini heart attacks now every time I look down and see some shade that I think it's pasta. Will I stream from GoFest? I've never even thought about that. I've never done a... I'm unlikely to do that. Live streaming from walking around isn't something that I've thought about. That's a very funny point. PvP David tried to write home-cooked pasta as something else, and it auto-corrected to Basti. Home-cooked Basti is something else. Yeah, Jox, I don't disagree with you, mate. I don't disagree with you.
Holds on to that energy and pivots into Azumarill.
I really love this play from Wireless, bringing in the Skeledirge, baiting out the Azumarill, the worst answer possible for that Shadow Dragonite in the back. However, even though this is a...
This is what I mean, by the way. When you start to get to this level of the competition, and you're watching these top players, they really are avoiding catches, avoidable catches. And you're looking at the patience from Harjev, and Lyle is probably another good example of those kinds of players that is very, very patient, very rarely lets their attacks get caught.
Does Rarjev value this Azumarill? No, allows the Shadow Ball to connect. Azumarill can stick around for one more bubble. The bubble damage registers. Azumarill securing switch advantage. However, this Shadow Dragonite is now going to be possibly free and clear.
Oh, the Dragon.
Oh, Zwilus really needed the Dragon Breath to take the Azu out.
That Azumarill had 2 HP remaining, but Dragon Breath, one turn, did apply its damage. We saw the health bar tick down. That was not a damage registration error. Dragon Breath, not quite enough, not enough pressure. Body slam from the Vigoroth, remaining from the Vigoroth mirror. Another shield comes up. Wireless is all...
D-Knight's gonna struggle to cook now.
Of his own is in the back, and this is not the best matchup for Dragonite if you are completely out of shields.
Shadow Dragonite without shields is generally not a good
Yeah,
matchup.
dude, I'm gonna be honest. Not something they should be.
You're going to see the Gligar come through here with an aerial ace. Shadow Dragonite is known
It's not a sanctioned term.
not known for its defense and HP that almost knocks it out.
And the game was so close, but it was all decided by that health remaining on that Azumarill.
And that's it. Unfortunately, folks, that is it for Europe.
The first Dragon Breath able to get off that so incredibly important play rough to pull the first shield. Second shield pulled by the energy remaining on the Vigoroth, which did not faint from the Incinerate that was utilized by the Skeledirge on that quick switches.
Are we rooting for LA? Nah. I want Ashton Ash to do well, just because he had a nice stream and he seems like a nice dude. That's more than enough for me.
But that's just not how it played out. Having to use that shield on the play rough because Azumarill was left with 2 hit points and not...
Although I guess,
So again, it is really
I've got lots of Americans in chat. Americans, I summon you. Tell me.
The start of that game was such a great
Americans,
knowing that you
from the perspective of the rest of the world, are known to be probably a little bit more patriotic than many other areas of the world. You know, I'll give you an example. There have been times that a group of Americans will be walking through the streets of London, and I'll hear them go, USA, USA, USA. You don't really hear that from many other countries, right? How important is it to you that an American wins NAIC? Is it important to you? Do you care? Or do you just want to see some fun battles, let the best player win? How relevant is it to you that an American wins NAIC?
Meta for me, in terms of the long-standing meta of the Pokemon Championship Series in Great League in general, Azumarill's been around time and time again in that last game.
Alejandro, if it was me, what I would have considered doing is attempting the Peekaboo by showing the Dragonite, switching straight into the 1 HP Vigoroth, taking the play rough on the Vigoroth, and then seeing if it made a difference. Probably won't, because the Gligar was just paces so quickly.
Yes, my friends, the hype for Azumarill is back. It was one of the first Pokemon that we all used in PvP, and it's back. And I want to ask you, you know, it's very good, it's back, but why it's back, so people can understand?
You can definitely 2-shield through a Gligar. I don't know if 1 would work.
Yeah, it's back with the bubble increased damage, and I think without Lanturns being so good, he's not using Spark so much anymore, so he has a lot of coverage for a lot of Pokemon, so it's amazing, and that's why I'm betting on him.
Yeah.
That's fair, that's fair.
Did everything, did a lot in that battle. You know, I know you're from Brazil, you came all the way from Latin America. What's the feeling competing outside your region? What do you feel?
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, also fair point, Colin. Just coming straight in with the Vig. Because you can't get bubbled down before the counter goes through. Yeah, that's fair.
It's difficult. It's more difficult to play when you're not at home. But I have like so many friends that are supporting me, like every single time testing me and saying good words. Like I feel at home sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking it's probably not going to make a difference.
It's not the same thing. I feel them. I feel all the Brazilians here. Yeah.
Can we appreciate the size of Swagron's sleeves around his hand?
With Pokemon, it's amazing meeting people that maybe you only know online, but also sharing this moment with your friends. I know your friend Stainer is waiting you at the winner's bracket, so maybe you can fight him at the final.
I hope so. I hope so. Actually, I don't hope so to face him, but if the future is waiting for that, yeah, that's what I want. I want both of us winning. So
he's bought a suit that he can Mega Evolve into.
Incredible. So we'll see you in the next matches, because I know you'll do great. And we're now going back to our dear casters.
Feeling at home even when traveling, because you have friends all around the world and you are bringing friends with you from this tournament. Nick, I cannot think of anything more clear to picture what Pokemon Go is all about.
And I really love that pivot at the end of the interview. He's like, oh, I don't really want to face Steiner. But then he realized, oh, if we don't face each other, that means we're no longer in the tournament. So wait, no, I do want to face Steiner, and I want it to be in that either losers finals or grand finals.
That would be quite the sight to see.
Yeah, fair play to these LATAM players. They're doing well. Should we have a look at the bracket? Let's have a look at the bracket together. Okay, so as we know, Out of Pocket and Ash. One sec, let me turn these guys down. Oh, they're at 0. Sorry, team. Out of Pocket and Ash, they are now in the winners finals. They'll be playing first thing tomorrow. That'll be the first game of tomorrow. Meanwhile, we have anyone. So we've got. Oh, okay, J-Jan lost to Mango. So Mango and the Masked Asian. Shiny Dialga has beaten Adib and will be up on stream next against House Stark. I don't know if it's next, actually. I don't know which games they're waiting for. Zwilus has lost. He was the last standing European. But given that we only had like 4 Europeans going, and 3 of them top cut, Not bad, huh? Not bad. Magic Mason is waiting for the winner of Freezing Sun and Richie. Yeah, Shiny Dialga is very good. This isn't going to be an easy game for Hellstark. Wait, where is Steiner? Oh, Steiner's over here. Okay, so LNDS Harjeff needs to win against Spartan, then the winner of Mason and one of these two, and then he would face Steiner here if he can get there. And Auburn is waiting on the other side. These are like their... Colin, you know how we talked about final bosses? This is what it's like, where you just have these bosses waiting for you further up the bracket that can just chill until then.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah.
Peyton Bingham? That's its accent. Alejandro, I can't remember what the teams were. But chances are I would have had a very different team to Shadow Dragonite, to be honest. I probably wouldn't have brought Shadow Dragonite.
My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but that's for a reason. You know, it's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see like Sableye, you can't play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a good call by Rubik's to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him.
At EUIC, pretty much every top NA player competed. And at NAIC, there were only 4 Europeans, but except for Dune, we had the same results as their best performers at EUIC. Interesting. You're getting hungry watching me eat? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This pasta's really good. This is probably one of the best pastas in Europe. That's all I'm saying. It's very good. And unlike in Bologna, it's an adult-sized portion, which helps. Alejandro, my girlfriend cooked it. When I popped to the bathroom, I was like, I smell food. So I came back via the kitchen and had a massive bowl of pasta. What a win.
Yeah, let's try to get this set up. I'm personally still looking for a Hundo Groudon. What about you?
I'm looking for a Hundo Zekrom amongst a number of other things, but I don't know if you remember, Amanda, we actually had...
No, I'm not going to do that, Alejandro.
...who could get the most amount of shiny, perfect legendaries, and I'm a little ahead on the race. It's tied now.
I wonder what the spawns are like at NAIC. Wait, is anyone here? No one here is at NAIC, right? I'm interested. Are the spawns just the standard spawns? And the reason I ask is because one of the things that we're trying to do is improve which spawns appear at regional events to make them even more relevant. Currently, like, for example, Alolan and Vulpix is still spawning, but it's not very relevant anymore, right? And yeah. And I want us to get as many relevant spawns as possible instead. Are they doing a lucky trade?
Which, if you don't know what it is that a special trait that you earn by interacting with people when you're in max friendship level, and it guarantees your Pokemon to have like high stats. So you wanna use it for like super cool trading, super strong Pokemon like this. 2 legendary Pokemon, Shiny Zekrom and Shiny Groudon, 2 of the best Pokemon for raiding and Master League. And we're gonna see if Amanda finally...
I haven't seen Zekrom in a hot minute. In Master League. No one's really using Zekrom these days.
Come on. Okay, and... Okay. Yeah.
I'm trying to read Amanda's. Was it 15, 15, 13? Or 15, 15, 12? Because that's pretty good.
Well, looking at the appraisals, I think that Caleb did end up winning once again.
Oh, I didn't... Maybe it wasn't.
The race is still on because we're still both at 3 shiny Hundos.
And here we're all winners.
Yes, Caleb did compete in NAIC. He did.
Fun and share memories. That's what Pokemon is about, and we're all winning when we have fun. So maybe you could try coming here next time and and making new friends, trading, and creating new experiences that you'll remember for a long time. See you next time.
Right, I'm going to press refresh on this stream before the next game. Are we excited for the post-Worlds videos and updates and news and everything? Do I watch cricket? I don't really, to be honest. I don't really. T20 I might watch, but I'm not... Actually, since starting streaming, I don't get time to watch any sports, to be honest. I don't even watch football anymore. That's what I usually would watch.
Along their road to Worlds. I'm excited to return with our coverage here, Amanda, because we have some hype matches coming up.
We really, really do. I don't know if you guys saw that lucky special trade that I did with Caleb Payne as well. Didn't go really in my favor, but I do have to say, Dancing Rob, who's
I'll be watching Euros. Yeah, I'll watch Euros.
I did a lucky trade with him this morning, and I ended up getting a 14-15-15 Xerneas. So, I mean, that's pretty good. It's the best one that I have so far. You can do multiple lucky trades if you are at the International Championship, so make sure to utilize that if you have friends here that you have those special trades lined up with.
Wait, so hold on, back up. You're telling me we have a world champion working staff at this event?
We do. We have a lot of actually very good players and former Worlds competitors, also like King, who are helping run this tournament, helping make sure everything is going very smoothly. And I have to
Not one drop.
These games have been
I'm so
fantastic.
proud.
Our judges have been doing a great job. All these players, I mean, there's so many games going on. Of course, there's going to be some things that are going to be raising disputes. Wondering if
Do I think it's coming home this time?
we got to give a round of applause.
I think England has the squad to win. I don't know if we've got the manager to do that, though.
Perfect segue you offered up there. Production staff. Let's go ahead and use that production staff to slide to our MVP picks, revisiting some of these key Pokemon so far. Every champion has a signature, right?
Okay, I don't know if we'd come back to this graphic again. We've already had it before.
Gotta point out Spartan's Mandibuzz, Elam's Carbink, and even Magic Mason's Guzzlord. That's a pretty strong Pokemon.
Yeah, we also have Ash and Ash. Look, two people have chosen him, but different Pokemon to be that MVP, that most valuable Pokemon on the team. We have both the Alolan Sandslash.
Who's lost to Aussie?
Take a quick run back through memory
I
lane.
don't know. England?
This is Spartan's Mandibuzz.
I don't care.
His traditional counters in the Charge-a-Bug with the double dark pulses just rattling off those charge attacks. And we flip over to Elam, one of your favorite.
I couldn't tell you much about cricket. I will be honest to you guys.
Being able to pace very slowly, but taking out Pokemon time and time again. Look at this. Rockdog to take out the Skeletors, and now a Moonblast to take out a Cresselia.
Exactly right. I think Elam swept that game with the Carbink alone. Meanwhile, Magic Mason Dragon Tails down a Lickitung, but that's not the
Okay, what game have we got coming up next? Did they say? Did they tell us already? Should we check the bracket? Was it this one? Was it House Stark? Was it House Stark Shiny Dialga? That's a big game. That's a big game. Oh.
I think less Lantern means that Mantine stonks are rising, and I definitely think that
Growing up in New Zealand, you play rugby, football, winter, cricket in the summer? Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I play field hockey.
So many windows of opportunity because it's such a bulky
That was a fun sport at uni.
flying are both solid defensive typings.
Absolutely. We just saw those
I like sport. I like sport. I'm not that fussed about watching sport. I'll play a lot. I'll play sport.
Already going to be there on Championship Sunday in the winners finals against Out of Pocket.
Oh, is Spartan versus Harjeff next game?
We're on the loser side of the bracket right now.
Okay.
That means every single match is going to be very important for all the trainers who are still in this competition. Unfortunately, for all of our predictions, all of the people that we thought could potentially be that new champion are
We still got a number of very, very like big names in this. I know we're saying that, you know, Axon and Rise and things have dropped, but like we still got a ton of like very notable players in. So it's still all to play for, right? Yeah, David, I fully agree. Playing sports is way better than watching sports.
Easily taking the 2-0 victory, but then he ran into a wall, and that wall is called LNDS.
Any of the Dutch PvPers play field hockey? Maybe they do. I know that Colin and his brother Kelvin play paddle. We don't really have the facilities for that where I live, but you simmed Rillaboom against Landorus? What CP does Rillaboom get to?
Zero as well to be
This is going to be a fun game.
taking out a ton of trainers.
This is going to be a fun game. Will we see some Shadow Magnezone cooking? Because Shiny Dialga's team is quite weak to Shadow Magnezone.
European trainer, then a Latin America trainer, and then a North American trainer.
He's going through the gauntlet here. When I said slogging yesterday, I have a new one. Slogging through the bog here for the loser side of the bracket. I think if you look at how many trainers there are, how well equipped they are to be playing, each of one of them wanting to go for the championship. How Stark, we've seen this team before. That Shadow Magnezone is going to be a very interesting pick against Shiny Dialga's team.
House Stark zoning in against his opponent, and there are plenty of targets to be had, mainly the Skarmory, the Feraligatr, even neutral matchups like the Lickitung and the Gligar. I think that Shadow Magnezone can make
New prediction for this set? Sure. Sure. Choose outcome. Oh, wait. I forgot about the last one.
Almost got exposed in that game.
Start prediction.
When Steiner just made every
Who wins this set?
That's absolutely true. And Will, you brought it up a couple times. There are
Stark.
certain cores that we are seeing time and time again in Pokemon Go, and one core that you identified that has been doing really well in the
There you go.
championship circuit is that Magnezone and the Altaria together. I'm wondering
There
if
you
we're
go.
gonna see those paired on House Stark's side and how Shiny Dialga will be able to counter it. Looks like we're hopping into game number 1 here. We have a Charge-a-Bug against that Altaria, and it looks like the core is on the field.
Exactly right. Altaria's going to give it a slight edge.
Look at you. Look at you. You go, oh, Altaria into Charge-a-Bug? Let's just bet on House Stark. Unbelievable.
Trying to chip and dip his way through this bulky Dragon-type Pokemon. Shiny Dialga is going to take a Sky Attack, though, for his troubles.
Yes, a lot of times players like to do what we call a chip and dip. We've talked about it a couple times, but this is just getting a little bit of health off of the Lickitung before swapping into your
Oh, okay, guys. I'm going to be honest.
This game gets very long with
Maybe you're right.
between these two.
Maybe these Lickitung mirrors.
Spam going through along with these licks, not doing much at all. Hallstark almost up to a body slam himself, going a little bit over before
Matt, don't do that.
Shiny Dialga's.
Don't do me like that, Matt. Don't make me.
Stark is only ahead by a slight amount. I would expect Shiny Dialga to be further ahead because it's been on the field longer, but after it throws this body slam, it's going to be almost on par with House Stark's Lickitung. Going to look to chip down the Lickitung for House Stark. I think Shiny Dialga really wants the second body slam as well, and doesn't want to lose out on energy by getting KO'd.
I will ask and you shall receive. Looks like he is there, going to go for that right away, wants to get some potential.
Lazy in what sense, Jocks? You think putting Licky on your team of 6 is lazy? Or just chucking Licky in the middle as a safe swap is lazy? Or just it's boring in its entirety? And what would you do?
House Stark able to maintain control, switch advantage, and also apply pressure. Throws out the 3 licks and then the slam in the midst of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you use Licky to be a neutral, bulky option to offset something cool and spicy, I'm like, okay, that makes sense, right? If you're bringing something like pretty sick that no one's really ever seen before, and you need to pair it with other things that are like more meta because of that, then that's one thing.
In the inside, he's probably shrieking a bit as this Skarmory does not want to face it at all, hoping to keep cool, saying, okay, maybe if I don't act like it's bad, then he won't.
This Skarmory's gonna struggle here.
You saw how Stark looked over his left shoulder. He's looking at the team sheet to see if there's anything in the back that Shiny Dialga could bring that would be so maybe annihilate.
Why bait?
Response, but the Skarmory comes out.
Why bait? I'm getting really, I'm not getting frustrated, but like House Stark in like the last 2 games we've watched keeps throwing mirror shots. Like that's not how you play Magnezone. Like you're giving your opponent like you're still gonna win, right? You're still gonna win, but like you're giving them a chance for no reason. And if this wasn't such a dominant matchup, you might lose because of these baits. And he did lose. He did lose in the winners side because he was trying too many baits.
shot in this short sequence.
Attack has now been lowered twice. Another mirror shot going through. Might not be enough to knock out, but these volt switches are making it so there's so much energy on the Dialga. It's got to release it sometime. This Skarmory letting out that first Sky Attack and actually gets shielded up by how Stark here wants to keep the Magna Zone into this volt switching down. Altaria not really seeing that much play.
It was still a big Magna Zone performance.
To wrap up that game by volt switching down the Skarmory and then the Charge Bug. So if you're Shiny Dialga, obviously the first question on your mind.
Alejandro, the problem is he didn't shield an obvious wild charge incoming one-shotting him. Yeah, because if you get one-shot by the wild charge, you lose. Your only win con is to start no shielding mirror shots. That's the only way you can win. Housedark could easily have just gone for triple wild charge. That's what he should have done. And you would have win. You would still win, right? It doesn't matter in this scenario, but in other games, he's been baiting these mirror shots that you shouldn't be baiting them, because the cost of baiting them isn't proportionate to the benefit, is all I'm saying. So there was a previous game that we saw in the winners round where he was throwing mirror shots into Charger Bug, and it's like you lost the game because of that. Yeah, Paul Ash is very good. Colin's very good as well with the Shadow Magna Zone. Martine obviously brought Shadow Magna Zone once upon a time in Lille. He was very good with it. But yeah, a wrong bait will lose you a game with Shadow Magna Zone because you just can't afford. You know, a lot of the time, the wild charge is like, give me a shield or get knocked out. And that's a pretty good trade-off for throwing wild charge. I think there are some smart times to bait. One example of a smart time to bait is where you know your opponent has to shield, and you throw a mirror shot as you're going down just for the chance of a debuff. We saw Housedark do that against an Azu in the winners round. That's fine to throw a mirror shot then. But in other scenarios, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful.
Looking at Shiny Dialga's team, that Annihilate is definitely a threat. I mean, Housedark could try to call the bluff, you know, safe switch the Shadow Magna Zone and maybe just try
honestly,
to wild charges, but it is definitely
Altaria looks so good for Housedark. It looks so good. The only proper answer to all the Altaria is the Skarmory, which hard loses versus... Yeah, look, there you go again. Altaria Magna Zone. And Housedark just needs to get this Annihilate out of the way, and then Magna Zone can sweep if it needs to. They're both going for Shadow Ball. And they both actually clicked it. Is Housedark going to shield it? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's game over. Oh my goodness.
He throws it. That's why he threw up that protection, because he knew he would lose a Shadow Ball if he didn't. And that's right, Amanda. Definitely buckets, because now Lickitung comes in and Annihilate is fully held.
That's painful. That is painful.
Think of an answer, and he needs to think of one fast.
Damn. How do you take out the Magna Zone? How do you take out... Okay. If you can get to 2 wild charges, then you can do double wild charge into the Annihilate.
It's just going to be giving all this counter to all this extra energy to the Annihilate. At some point, he is going to have to either shield up this Altaria to keep some health on.
No, Alejandro, I wouldn't say it works that way, but obviously in this scenario he did need to shield because it was a Shadow Ball. You don't just copy shields because they shield.
Out of the way, dictating what comes in, but it's going to be an uphill climb. Very interesting to see how this will play out for Housedark. Shiny Dialga looks like he's completely in the driver's seat.
RIP EU. Yeah. We had a good run, Leo. We had a good run.
Is the Annihilate, and at this point, because he switched it out, he's able
Here you can bait. It's not going to make a difference. But here you can bait.
Here's the caveat. If Housedark is able to get a debuff from this mirror shot here, maybe, just maybe, his Magna Zone can hang on long enough to get to the wild charge, but no debuff comes through.
No debuff comes through, not only...
I mean, they both threw at the exact same time, so your opponent's not making a decision based on your decision in terms of which attack they threw. That one they'd already decided.
Goes through. I think that's his whole intention. He doesn't even want him to know. He's going to completely counter down, leaving
Ouch.
wondering what
Ouch.
was in the back.
Really really tough situation for House Stark to be in. Shiny Dialga, though, in full and total control.
Would I have shielded it? Yeah, I would have shielded there. Because my backline gets... Because I've got a Shadow Magnezone in the back. So, I have to. You can't let the ape survive, basically. No, I don't apply your idea. I don't just shield because they shield. That's not why I'm shielding. That's the wrong logic to draw. I'm shielding based on what my team is, not what they do. Yeah, he already saw the Skarmory, so I don't know if Speedy just forgot it. I don't know if Speedy just forgot it. I think Speedy and Amanda are a great pair, but yeah, neither of them are playing the game at the moment, really. Like, competitively. Maybe that makes a difference for casting, I don't know. I don't think any of the NAIC casters currently play in the competitive circuit, right? Whereas I think a lot of the EU casters play in the competitive circuit. And I wonder if that makes a difference. I don't know. Also, it's easy to miss things sometimes, right?
So this means that House Stark is sort of on the decline. The last game that he played, he ended up losing, which kind of can maybe screw with your head a little bit, screws with your own, like, you know...
What would I lead a Stark here?
Meanwhile, Shiny Dialga is completely on a tear. He's gone through so many...
I need to see the teams.
Swept his last two opponents, and he's ready to show that he...
I can't quite see the team. I can't see the teams, so I don't know. Oh no. He's played ABA week. Honestly, I would have considered leading the Licky with the zone in the back rather than the other way around. That way, if you see the ape, you just stay in and crash your Licky into it.
If Shiny Dialga gets the boost here, I think House Stark might just walk off the stage.
Yeah, I mean, all the momentum is swung in Shiny Dialga's favor, but I do want to point out one key thing. The Altaria that House Stark has in the back. Look at the matchups, right? We've got Annihilate, we've got Lickitung, and Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, Leo, it makes a difference. It really does make a difference when you're on, like, when you're properly on top of the meta and the play. But this now looks near impossible, right?
I think House Stark, while he's going ahead and making sure he's getting all these bubbles, getting all the damage, so he's going through a lot of calculations in his mind. What do I need to do to pull back?
Lorx, to answer your question as well, I feel like in this game, playing weak to Annihilate doesn't make sense to me. I'm trying to work out the logic in playing Magnezone Licky in that order. I can't understand why you would do that. But you don't get a huge amount of time to think. And there's a lot of pressure, so it's tricky. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah. Particularly, so one thing is when your opponent is using a Lickitung, right? If your opponent is using a Lickitung, you need to appreciate that if you lead something and lose a lead, and so you safe swap your Lickitung, is it something that they can immediately... Oh my goodness, Shiny Dialga is toying with him now. If you lead something and safe swap Licky, can they just chip you and go into their own Licky? That's the kind of situation I want to avoid, because that's how they guarantee alignment, and that's why I personally, I'm not a huge fan of trying to play RPS with a Licky switch, because whoever wins the game, usually. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the oh, I'll just dip into my own Licky. No, I mean, it makes sense why you do it, but I don't like a strategy that happens. Master Asian, welcome in. You lost a Mango? Unlucky. We enjoyed your games on stream. You played well, dude. Well played. And congrats for getting as far as you did in NAIC. That's awesome. You got some prize money, I think. I assume you get some prize money for making day 2. So pretty good trip all round, I think. Well done.
play here. There's still a shield up on Shiny Dialga's side, and Annihilate versus a Magnezone. I mean, I think Shiny Dialga is grinning at this point because he's going to use it now.
Here's the thing, right?
And that's it. That is it. This is the danger of Shadow Magnezone. If not used...
The next mirror shot here, but he can't do it. He gets KO'd by the Annihilate. Out comes the Altaria. It's got nothing left.
Yeah,
in the tank.
it's
Shiny Dialga eliminates
that is tough. How stuck? We said, didn't we say before this game, Shiny Dialga is a very good player. And this is not going to be easy for How Stuck. Your second tournament after San Antonio, dude, that's awesome. That is very impressive. And you got to wear a Wicked shirt on stream in your home state. Awesome.
Oh, it was ludicrous. It was ludicrous. Like, why would you not shield there? But Shiny Dialga obviously shows why he deserves to be on the stage, right? And why we are in the caster booth. We talk about accolades quite a bit, but How Stark was the third place finisher at NAIC last season. If you remember, he had a really powerful run with Frostlass, but that came to an end when he encountered the Shadow Charizards of Wadaj and Rise to Occasion. How Stark will unfortunately tap out of the tournament.
Right, let me...
Shiny Dialga, though, a rising...
You lost the first battle day one and made it all the way? That's insane. That is insane. What was the prediction here? Shiny Dialga voters, well done. Well done. Masked Asian, what have you got planned for the rest of your evening now? You've had an awesome couple of days. Are you celebrating? Do you need sleep? Where's your head at? Talk to us.
Shiny Dialga is just getting better and better every tournament that he seems to play in.
Maybe going straight mirror on the Scarm game helped Shiny Dialga call the mirror shot on Ape. Maybe.
Screaming in the crowd, definitely well deserved. I mean, just beating.
Should we go have a look at the bracket as well? Let's go have a look at the bracket.
National aspect of NAIC. He's defeated Europeans, Latin American trainers.
Okay, let's refresh this.
And he's taking down some of our favorite picks to win it all. Shiny Dialga is, like you said earlier, man, is on an absolute...
Okay, Ilum and Mango probably coming up soon. Spartan and Harjef. Mason and Richie.
He's got this like very mischievous side to him. You always feel like he's like slightly up to something, and so it's like I'm there.
From under his brow.
He's like, ooh, well, what am I thinking? And then I think that he's thinking.
All of the LATAM players are meeting each other here, right? If Harjef, Spartan and Harjef are both LATAM, Richie's LATAM. There could be a LATAM game here. If there is, there's a LATAM game here. Interesting.
Early on, the Wadages, the House Starks, the Dune Bugs of the world, but then you start to see other trainers rise up, and it's just a sign that the community is healthy, that we are growing, that new players are reaching new heights, because that's what we really need in order to...
Oh, is Ilum LATAM? Because he's from... Where did we say he was from? Costa Rica? LATAM, nice. To be fair, LATAM have performed in NAIC, right? We've got Ash and Pocket are obviously US. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 LATAM. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 US and 5 LATAM. Who is the best EU player? Do you mean who is the best EU performing player in NAIC? Or who is the best EU player outside of NAIC? Yes, in NAIC, the best performing EU player was Zweilous. Here.
We'll go there in a second, but that being said,
Zweilous. Ashton Ash is Mexican? I thought Ashton Ash said he was from New Mexico. I thought that's what he said. I may be wrong. I thought he said he's from New Mexico, as in the state in the US. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, once again, just going to go through his run in this tournament. So we didn't see him much day one. He came in on the loser side of the bracket. Only 32 opponents remained at the beginning of this tournament. And then, okay, actually, it looks like we're going to go ahead and we're going to go over to the interview.
Take two.
Take two. Here we go.
Yeah, things happen, but we are back, and we are with the one and only Shiny Dialga. Great name, by the way. Love Dialga fun here. And you got a pair of battles that were amazing, and I want to know, how do you face something as powerful as Shadow Magnezone?
You punch it. That's all you gotta do. Counter. That's all you need, right? Like, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, Annihilate for the win, yes. And
He's buzzing.
I can call
He's
you
buzzing.
actually the bait master. Not only you call the bait, but you gotta shadow ball through.
Yes.
How do you do it? What's your secret?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, he could have shielded it for all I knew, but I was gonna try to catch it if he did shield it, you know? I was like, I need this ape, and I need value out of it, and there's like a 99% chance he's got Shadow Zone in the back too, so I guess the odds are it was a little higher of him no shielding it, right? And I also CMP'd him too. My ape, well, don't tell anyone there who's in top 8 this, but it's a little bad against other apes. I'll lose against most of them, so the fact that it lost might have changed his mind, thinking, okay, I got the shield, maybe it's okay to let it go, you know, now that I'm like, that's my logic behind that, at least.
You're playing mind games and you're reading everything really, really good. I mean, congratulations. But before going back to the casters, do you have any message for someone watching you or supporting you?
Practice, practice, practice. I practiced a lot for this tournament and the last tournament, and the results are paying off, man. Top 4 in Indy and top 8 so far, you know. I'm still going now, you know.
Yeah, you're doing great. And so are our casters. Back to our casters.
We're having an
Cute.
we are having an interesting discussion backstage. I think we brought up Shiny.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, he's indicated he's Mexican on Dracoviz? Okay, cool then. So, what was that then? 7 Latam players. Yeah, he's got such positive energy, right? He's happy.
We've seen the growth. We see the improvement. We see some insane calls.
Dean, what do you mean, wait, there's a New Mexico? You know there's a New Mexico.
In his soul, right? And Shiny Dialga has shown us why he deserves to be this deep into day 2 of the biggest competition of this year so far.
Yeah, and it is definitely the skill building as well. It's like he said, how did you get so good? Practice. I practiced. I did so
How's our
much.
bracket looking?
I prepared. I trained for this. It's like any muscle. It's like any sport. You're not just going to be good at something right away. Or maybe you do have some raw talent, but you need to develop that into an actual bigger skill. And Shiny Dialga, again, so impressive.
Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm so anxious to see how he will do and how he will progress in the rest of this losers bracket.
What's the saying, Amanda? Talent plus preparation equals success, right?
Get down.
Let's go down to the stage. We have new trainers that are ready to battle it out. These are some familiar.
Oh, we're going straight to Mason and Richie. Awesome. Okay.
Regional Championship Grand Final, or maybe just eating the dreams of everyone.
What was the Thomas? What was the what badge was she wearing now?
He's the Dream Eater. Magic Mason on the left-hand side of the screen here, playing against.
I didn't see it. I didn't notice. Was it Haxorus? Okay, she's done that obviously on purpose.
Regional champion, but also Magic Mason. He has so many top cuts in him as well. Knoxville Regional Final.
Yeah, you reckon? Okay, we'll do a poll. We'll do a prediction.
Mason's fantastic team building. If you remember, he faced off against Brown Baller in the Toronto Regional Championship Grand Finals, and the team that those two built actually set the meta for the remainder of the season. That was actually a team that Kovrovich used to win.
Okay, you got 2 minutes. Who wins this set? Who wins this set? Guzzlord. How's Guzzlord look? Guzzlord looks pretty good. Into the back 4 of Richie.
We had an interview with him earlier on the floor. He seems ready to play. He is locked in. Both trainers are actually locked in for this matchup. We are going to go ahead, jump right into the battles. Charge a bug against Lickitung.
Okay, slightly advantageous lead for Lickitung. You're looking in the back lines. Oh, this gone straight into a Guzz. That can be met with an Annihilate, but it's not an ABB situation. You're not baiting out the Guzz. You're just giving up your Guzz here. Is Richie running Water Gun Lantern or Spark Lantern? Can we remember? Because that makes a big difference into that Gligar matchup. I assume it's Water Gun. In which case, this is pretty painful for Mason. Uh-oh. Richie has this. Richie has this for sure.
But there's so much energy that's actually already on Richie's Annihilate, going for a bait at this very strange moment. I think this might get a shield. Absolutely does.
And he's going to try and get another Night Slash off.
Richie is working out in his mind. He's saying either I can throw the Shadow Ball right now and it'll probably get shielded, or I can try to go for double Night Slash. He doesn't get the double Night Slash, but he still gets the Protect Shield, so he gave himself a chance.
This is a good farm down, though, isn't it, for Mason? This is a good farm down.
Here comes Lantern. Lantern comes into this matchup, but there's already so much energy on the Gligar, going ahead and going for this dig, which is going to be super effective. But this water gun pressure, because of this fast stack, I mean, I imagine Mason has to pivot back out, and now we're back where we started, Will, because this Charger Bug is back into the Licky Tongue, but this time, instead of 2 shields, this is a no-shield matchup.
This isn't all bad, right? I mean, if you're Magic Mason, you're able to fire off some X scissors, you still have that single protect shield. Even if you lose the Charge Bug here, you can weaken this Lickitung. And I think the balance...
You reckon Richie's in the driver's seat? I don't know. Mason has...
He needs to be able to surf through that shield and to KO.
Mason has play.
But meanwhile, he's got to manage the HP on this Charge Bug. He cannot let it escape and be too healthy.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going into play. I think for both of these trainers, it's going to be a push down to the wire. Body slam already stored up. Richie going a little bit over. Great timing there. Doesn't want to let an extra volt switch go through. And debating if he wanted to undercharge and then say, no, that's okay. I actually want to do as much damage as possible. Getting one more lick before knocking out the Charger Bug. And the Gligar is just going to be able to get a lot of energy. But you know what? That body slam is going to be met.
But that body slam might not make a difference, or will it? Oh, it might make a difference, actually.
Because I don't know if the Lantern even needs to throw a charge attack. It can take a dig.
Yeah, okay. Richie's very comfortable here. That body slam was actually pretty huge there. That body slam was pretty huge.
Sometimes the crowds are popping off at strange moments for us, but if you hear it, it's because there's so many other good games going on as well. Pokemon
Yeah, you're right.
Championship rounds, I believe, on Saturday, and all of ours is going to be on Sunday, but these players are fighting for their spot to be there.
I'm telling you.
What do we think?
It's just incredible to see Richie.
Can Mason come back? It was an interesting use of the Guzzlord, right? It was an interesting use of the Guzzlord to just throw it in. It didn't bait anything out. It just got punished by the Ape. Ape then also got a shield back from the Gligar.
Safe swap didn't prove to be that great for him, especially because he was looking to find the Lickitung or the Lantern. Both of those would have been great for the Guzzlord to be up against. However, it only matched up with the one Pokemon that
Richie played a slight soft ABA to Guzz, right? With Charger Bug lead Lantern in the back.
I am looking at this water gun Lantern just completely pew-pewing down that Gligar there to be able to win. Magic Mason knew that even though the dig would land, it wouldn't be enough to knock out the Lantern.
Magic Mason's known for experimenting with a lot of
Yeah, maybe he's trying to bait out the scum. Yeah, you're right.
And Dugong, but I feel like one of the staples of most of the team compositions is Gligar. And I'm sure Richie has been watching the tape from this season and previous seasons, and he's seen how much Magic Mason relies on that Pokemon. So when you have Water Gun Lantern, Steel Wing Skarmory...
Richie's a very good player though, right? Richie, I can't remember which event Richie did very, very well in. It might not even been this year, it might have been last year.
I think that so far Richie is not only ahead in terms of the series,
And Richie's usually very high on the leaderboard as well for GBL, if I remember correctly. He won Charlotte last year? Yeah.
Lickitung and Water Gun Lantern actually is a team that's a little bit soft to Azumarill. They can definitely tag team it overall. They all end up actually faring quite decently against it, but I mean...
HVK, how you doing?
A lot of those attacks, and Water Gun paces a lot slower. I'd be interested to see if he would bring it into game number 2. Not the lineup that Richie is looking for here, even though he does nod. He's recognizing, okay, I'm nodding, but I'm getting out of it. Yeah. Coming into even not that great of a matchup here. Talonflame now...
Ooh, okay.
Takes the field. This time it's found a much better target.
This is, yeah, much better target for Mason here, okay? So Guzzlord can do a lot more work.
Right, he saw that Charge Bug lead in game number 1. He brings double flying types into game number 2, and the dice roll Snake Eyes. He does not want to see that Pokemon in the lead. We're going to see a brutal
swing should take this.
Found a much better matchup in this game than game number 1 because the Annihilate put it away. Now
what happened there?
Gonna make an impact because
that just randomly jumped. At least, if you farm this down with the Guzzlord, the energy from Skarmory is universal, right? You can throw that energy into anything on Magic Mason's team. There's no Lantern. There's no Steel type.
Going ahead, Dragon Tail one more time. That Skarmory is still in the green, but it's about to be knocked down to the yellow. But Richie has enough energy to be able to throw.
So this will do big damage if unshielded. It is shielded last second, big shield. And now the Lantern comes in.
Magic Mason too, because he's able to preserve the charge bug, which has a more favorable.
What do you do here? How do you play this out?
It's honestly not that bad for the Dugong either, because it's water gun. That's why we see Magic Mason switch in. The pacing is so much.
Are we gonna see a bait? Generally, from even energy, Lantern still wins against Dugong. Is Dugong gonna bait? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's got it.
This is a bait, but not only is it a bait that wouldn't do much to the Lantern, it gets a shield and it lowers the attack. This puts the ball back in Magic Mason's court.
It feels like an obvious play, right? Like an obvious bait scenario, because Magic Mason recognizes he can get to the second drill run.
The thing is, you might actually be able to catch the next drill run. Right? You might be able to catch the next drill run.
But you still have to make the safe play. At this juncture, though, I wonder if Surf is actually going to be enough. Magic Mason is throwing.
No, I mean, ugh. I was going to say no because he went slightly early, but Mason isn't even watching. He just threw it anyway.
My pull here. This drill run is not going to knock it out. Quick pivot back by Magic Mason, but will it be enough?
Oh, it's not going to make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. Magic Mason has this.
Surf's loaded on the charger bug, but still this X-Scissor's going off. Magic Mason's got the magic in him. X-Scissor connecting with the Lantern.
You saw Richie's face as soon as that charger bug came back out. He saw the HP. He knew it was a road too far to travel, regardless of the surfs. He's going to fire for one here just for.
I don't know why Mason threw the no. I don't think it was a. I don't think it was a BM drill run, but still doesn't make a difference. Does not make a difference. Mason doesn't care.
In this tense situation, losers bracket round 4. They've made it so far in this tournament.
But let's just remember, right? We remember LNDS Harjeff. He doesn't let his attacks get caught. And is it that kind of composure that will make the difference? That will see him go further? We'll see. We'll see.
I'm just so impressed, and honestly just surprised that Richie saw the charge bug in game number 1, and then to lead Farmer in game 2, and put a talent play on the team as well. Mason basically ran back.
Audio's buggy. I'll refresh quick. Happy? Happy? Yeah.
Mason basically ran back the same trio, and this time he's able to find more windows. Some trainers are just more willing to accept change.
Okay, how was our prediction looking? That's the question.
Others, Amanda, are just stubborn, and Mason is stubborn.
How was the prediction? It was 77% went for Magic Mason, only 23% went for Richie. Alejandro, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for the sub, Alejandro. Alejandro, are you going to Madrid next week? You're not going to be there, are you?
Why I lost that matchup. There was a play that I did specifically that sort of handed my opponent, you know, the game on a platter. And if I can prevent myself from doing that again, I know that I actually had a strong team plan. I had a strong idea. I just need better execution, and I think that's exactly.
There's a just Go Fest in Madrid next week. I was wondering if you're going. I assume you're not going, but yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Can you hear the VGC crowd cheering? I assume it's VGC. It could be Unite. I am going, yeah, I will be in Madrid. Get a little bit of sun, you know. Here we go. Shields are up, so this is fine for Annihilate. Do you know what I'd recommend in this situation? If you throw the Shadow Ball, only do a great with the Shadow Ball. Because you have to shield anyway. Shadow Ball isn't enough to take out. So you're going to shield this, and then I would just throw a great. With this Shadow Ball, just throw a great. Because you're shielding anyway. If they no shield, you get to full farm down the counters. He should just do a great. Will he know? Does he know? No, he's going for an excellent. Look, this is the problem. You only get one counter through, where you could have got a lot more.
He took the shield advantage, but he lost his lead Pokemon. Gonna go for the nice slice here. Magic Mason tried to chip down the Lickitung, but he might actually make a pivot. Maybe Richie's weak to Annihilate in the back. It's hard to tell. We're gonna find out.
I mean, this looks pretty good for Mason, right?
That is not what Richie Annihilate wants to see. This could be writing on the wall. Another Night Slash goes through the
This looks pretty good for Mason.
Just licking away. This Annihilate is about to go down. A pivot into it to catch this
Some questionable play.
Yeah, that would have been a really clean switch in counter down, but that ghost typing really betrays Richie, and now
Yeah.
he's exposed his Annihilate to the Gligar, like you pointed out, Amanda.
It was a very random play. It was a very random play. Your win con there was maybe licking down the Annihilate and hoping that Mason comes in with the Gligar.
Even though he reaches it, I'm not sure if this will knock out. Magic Mason seems content to just completely fast attack down the Annihilate.
Yeah, Shadow Ball's not enough. Reaching for the Charge Bug, doesn't want the fast attack down because he doesn't want to feed that Annihilate any more energy. In comes the Lickitung. Richie has 2 shields on the board, but he's
Jox, cheers, dude. Oh, Alejandro, thank you for the gift to Jox. Jox, say thank you to Alejandro. Ever generous.
Everything he possibly can to stay in this matchup, but the Volt Switch, after the Volt Switch, is charging up this Charge-a-Bug.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing Richie can do here.
But he can't get there. Richie gonna use his first and final Protect Shield of the battle.
Shield knockout?
Actually knocked out through the Protect Shield to prove your point, Amanda, and it does.
No, Licky has too much health.
See, it's hard to tell on a Lickitung how much HP is actually there. Every time a shield goes up, 1
I need a cheesy name for my subs. Hey, if you've got any suggestions, throw them my way. Well done to the 77% of you that went with Magic Mason. He has won. He is one of the Americans doing his part for US patriotism at NAIC. Let's quick flick through to the bracket. So that was Mason winning down here, which means we're about to maybe see Mason versus Harjeff. And then over here, Shiny Dialga is waiting for the outcome of Ilum and Mango. Steiner and Auburn are waiting.
Takes a lot of candies, especially the XL candies if you want to power it up that high for Ultra League. Let's take a look back at this series. This was game 3, and Richie started off by conserving those Protect Shields, trying to manage the game, but it really did not pay off for him because after that Shadow Ball connected and Skarmory fainted...
Have any of the players tweeted anything interesting? Are there any social media posts that are funny or worth finding or pointing out?
Because you always will run back through your mind being like, where should I use this? Where would this have changed the game for me? Mason recognized every single win condition and just acted upon it there. Nothing really Richie could do at the end, still playing it out, making it very far in this tournament, but unfortunately for him, his tournament run has concluded.
You know the classic saying, right? Leave it all on the field. Right? I mean, come on, that's everyone knows. Chat knows that. That's easy. Right?
A group of hawks is called a pot.
I feel like you said, like you pointed out,
An air pocket or a cast, according to Google. Interesting. I'll look into it. I'll look into it.
Could I have, used a Protect Shield in that Skarmory versus Annihilate matchup? Would that have changed things? It's really difficult to look back, and these trainers are harder on themselves than anyone. I promise you that. I promise you that Richie's going to watch back that match probably a dozen times or more to try to pinpoint what he could improve, because that's the mindset that you need to have to get better, right? If you make a mistake, you need to reflect and learn from it. Sometimes you win, and sometimes you learn.
Yeah, and speaking of learning, did you guys, I'm gonna try to teach you something. If you
Here we go.
already, you need to make sure that your Twitch drops are
Oh yeah. If you haven't done your Twitch drops, remember to do them. I assume most of you have done them by now, right? I assume most of you have done them by now. You walked 10 kilometers to hatch a Gumi? That is heartbreak. That is heartbreak. Actually, that's a good point. Let me open the game to see if I've got any more Slakoth spawning. Oh, I do. Awesome. Oh no, it's gone. It despawned.
But also in Pokemon Unite, that's what a lot of trainers like to call a hard carry, because that Pokemon...
How much do we like Shiny Goodra? Twitch drops are not possible on child accounts? That's kind of annoying. Ow. We do like Shiny Goodra? I like it. I think it's cool. Has anyone caught any shinies this event? What shinies have you caught?
But I'll tell you what you can do now.
What are these two? What are these two on about, huh?
Is sign up for the newsletters. Make sure to tailor your email preferences to get the news that
You got a shiny Mewtwo from the level 50 research?
stay connected with Pokemon.
You hit level 50 in 2024, Jocks?
But again, I want to teach you guys a little bit of things. Make sure that you can have enabled.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh yeah, you gotta do it. If you're not, what are you doing?
Alejandro is sending me DMs. This is true.
These awesome rewards and play more like Weedle. You'll unlock a special
Oh, I see, I see.
task where you're able to gain
Shiny Mareep and Weezing. You got the Oranguru shiny? That's cool.
a Pokemon like Altaria too, I think.
Yeah, I think you
And Nincada. Oh yeah, Nincada. Shiny Weasel. That's yellow, right? Gold one.
think our players are ready on stage.
Yeah, I saw it, Alejandro. That one was acceptable.
Back. Let's throw the camera down there again one more time. This is Elam versus Mango, two trainers that we've seen several times. I think
Elam and Mango.
We talked about this earlier. Look at this matchup, right? We have the Carbink Master Elam on the left and the Gudra Gamer.
Coughing is green.
This is a pretty
Yeah, yeah.
divisive matchups. Not
Shiny Coughing is green.
These two trainers are very good,
Shiny Weasel is gold.
known within a team together, and I'm sure that they have
Oh, I haven't done a daily task today. Do I power up Pokemon 3 times, power up Pokemon 7 times, or use 3 berries to catch a Pokemon? I don't really want to do any of those. Okay, how... If you scroll across to your special... If you scroll across... that was a top 5 joke of the day? What did you say?
Let's take a look at these achievements for each trainer. Starting on the right side, Mango has made top 8.
Oh, okay. Well, Alejandro's DM. Nice, nice, very good. How many special researches, incomplete special researches, do you have? That's what I want to know. I want to know how many... I'm going to put a poll up. You tell me. How many incomplete special researches?
Composition as well, because as we were talking about the most valuable Pokemon, Elam and that Carbink was my pick.
Right, poll is up. I want you to tell me when you scroll across to your special researches tab, right? The third tab, that one. How many special researches do you have? 1, 2.
Polarizing, but can be dominant in the right conditions. Will Elam choose to bring that signature Pokemon in game?
How many special researches
Later on in the series, only time
do you have incomplete? Incomplete special researches.
Both of the trainers looks like they are locked in. We're going to go ahead and get ready to get into this losers round 4 battle between Elam on the
After this battle, I'll go through mine and I'll tell you what I've got. Shadow Quag. This actually can end up IV dependent, but Shadow Quag is fine here because it's resisting the Steel Wings. And if you can, if you no shield a Sky Attack, you're laughing as well.
We actually find the charge attack priority tie at a very peculiar time in this matchup.
Yeah, and Mango going and throwing the Aqua Tail. It still does a hefty chunk of damage because of that shadow bonus being able to do 20% more. And you can see Mango.
So based on IVs, guess who the 11 plus is? If you can CMP the Stone Edge on the next attack, oh, if you actually CMP the Stone Edge, you might take the Skarmory out based on IVs.
And forcing Elam to make a decision. Does he want to let this Skarmory go down? Because it's going to be able to reach another one in time too. Catching now this next Aqua Tail on the Mana Buzz. Great play by Elam.
You fell asleep? Drop bear, honestly, I'm with you. I'm with you there. Oh my goodness, Reggie is here.
And sending the Aqua Tails elsewhere. We're going to see a Dark Pulse get fired up here by the Mana Buzz. The Registeel is obviously a Carbink response, right? Not only Carbink, but also the double flying types on the team. So for Elam to pull this Pokemon out and keep his Skarmory away from it might actually work out for him in the end.
Yeah, we talk about high risk, high risk.
You don't undercharge this, right? You need an excellent, and then you probably need another attack.
Mango had it in that safe swap position.
Ooh, no, I think you... I mean, you're going to go to 100 energy, and you're going to take 2 Dark Pulses here. You have to go for the lock on down, but you actually take quite a bit of damage, right? You have to, though. You have to lock on down. Okay, he didn't want to take the Dark Pulse. Because I was going to say, that Dark Pulse is... But now that Ape comes in, unless you can get out as fast as you can.
not going to work out very well.
Can you get into your Gudra?
He's trying to pace the zap cannon. He can't quite get there. He does the last second, trying to time his lock-ons perfectly.
Okay, look, that's not the end of the world, right?
But the protect shield for Elam goes up.
That is only basically a 2/3 chance of zap
This is
cannon
fine.
that
This
debuff.
is fine.
Get 2 in a row. He does buy him a
Oh, he actually hard swapped there. He hard swapped into that Gudra. And he no-shielded the debuff Night Slash. That's massive. And we're going straight for another Night Slash. Mango knows that's a Night Slash.
Welcome to the Team Rocket game corner, right? He's making all the right calls and getting all the good luck. Night Slash comes through again. No boost, and the swap into Skarmory to try to soak some of this damage and distribute all the pressure this Gudra is applying to the
Remember that the Quag has energy, but actually, Ilum could be fine on the basis that you can't get to 4 attacks, and you might need 4 attacks. Ooh, this is gonna get close, right? Can you reach a power whip? Nope, you can't. And then you should maybe reach the Aqua Tail on Quag. Does it have one already? There you go. There you go. Is the koala bear very strong? No, and it doesn't evolve. No. Registeel Gaming. Registeel Gaming. Do I know when those fossil starters will appear? No idea. No idea. Okay, so let me check my special researchers. I want to tell you what I've got. And I want to hear your views on what I've got left. Okay. Number one. Number one, I have Rediscover Kanto. It's on the 5th page. I have to use 151 berries to help catch Pokemon. And I have to catch 151 Pokemon originally discovered in the Kanto region, of which I've done 110. And the berries I've done 82. Next one. Page 5 out of 6 on Glitz and Glam. I have to evolve 5 Pokemon, which I've done none. Power up 15 Fairy type Pokemon, of which I've done none. Power up 15 Rock type Pokemon, of which I've done none. Number 3. Masterwork research, Glimmers of Gratitude. I have to send I have to send 12 gifts and add a sticker to each. That's all I have to do left, and I've done 6. Masterwork Catching Wonders research. I've done it. I'm going to collect it now. Awesome. I'm now on to page 2 of 4. Start encounter. I get a Sandygast. Awesome. Got a great throw. Stop it. Quag Mirror. Quag Mirror. Viridian Leader. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome in. Who wins CMP here?
Aquatail going to connect into Mango's Quagsire, takes it down into the orange, and I think that a second Aquatail will bring it dangerously low to being knocked out by mud shots. Aquatail getting fired off by Mango as well. When we have a mirror match,
I'm a grinder. I'll grind for PvP stuff, and I'll grind for TMs, but I have to catch 300 Pokemon to get 25 Pokeballs? You're alright. 100 great curveball throws for 15 Pinup Berries? Bruh. Come on.
He's just got to get a little bit of alignment. However, going ahead and using a shield here.
Have I done the Twitch drop research?
Registeel is one of the Pokemon that are great when shields are down. Speaking of shields down, Mango's both of them out.
I have to catch a flying type Pokemon.
First one's going off here. Is he's getting the double shield from Elam.
Can we appreciate that I'm sat here for like 6.5, 7 hours while I'm doing this? And you guys are out and about playing the game, doing whatever you want. I haven't played for days.
This game, I think, looks great for Elam here. He's going to have to throw a Stone Edge. I mean, Mango will have to throw an Aerial Ace if wants to knock it out first. Not even able to get there. This is going to do so much damage. And if you're Elam, you just stay in this.
Colin, you just got a shiny Swirlix? You're welcome. Nickname it after me, Colin. Nickname it after me. Go outside tomorrow? How? How? I can go out in the morning and I go to the gym. I'm not playing Pogo in the gym. And I go for lunch. I'm not playing Pogo for lunch. And then I stream. So I just don't play. Legend. Oh, Gumicom Day. Okay, I'll do Gumicom Day. I'll do Gumicom Day. How much does this do? Decent amount, but Shadow Ball is gonna hit back. Run Gudra on stream tomorrow. I haven't played GBL in days either. This is a dumb comment from Speedy. That's a dumb comment. What is he saying? He just said it's a normal type attack and Annihilate is a ghost type. So it does little to no damage. Speedy, Lock-on always only does 1 damage.
Yeah, so impressive.
Can we work out in Hawaii? Maybe. We'll try. We'll try. Has Rise gone home? Has Rise abandoned NAIC or is he streaming from NAIC? Except if you are a max attack Reggie versus max attack Gramble. 2 damage. Heard it here first, folk. Rise has gone home? Oh, I see. Fair enough.
Toe-to-toe with Elam's Shadow Quagsire unless you want the same result.
And this is actually quite puzzling to me because as I brought up earlier on the stream, these two are friends and teammates, so I'm sure that they have been able to like play against each other before. You would think if they maybe scrimmaged against
Okay, so most people say they have 1 to 5 incomplete researches. One person, Colin, has 11 plus incomplete special researches. And I have 10 incomplete special researches.
This time it was me, right? Going to game number 3, Elam still has not shown his signature pick. No carping to be found. Even with all these targets, even with the Gudra, even with the Skeledirge, the Mandibuzz, carping.
I'm trying to see if there are any I can actually complete now, though.
Is this the moment? Is this the time?
World of Wonders. Evolve 3 poison types and purify 5 shadows. I could do that. Community Day Classic Bagon. Catch 15 Bagon. Evolve 3 Bagon. Well, great. It's a rocket world. Purify 2 shadow Pokemon. Nah. All fired up. Catch 15 Litten. Evolve 3 Litten. Catching some Z's. Track sleep. Using Pokemon Go++ for 7 days. Track sleep for 28 days? That one's never happening. What else? Yeah, but I don't want to do that Purify because that means I get onto page 2 of the Rocket Research, which I don't want to do. I want to stay on page 1 so that I can get an extra Rocket Radar. Smart. Pure intelligence here. Well, why didn't you guys vote in the poll? Look at this Mandibuzz mirror. Cress in the back, by the way. Cress in the back. And the problem is, you can't really swap in. You can't really swap in anything conveniently to bait out the Cress, which is going to give Mango's Cress a huge amount of play in the back. Yeah, but Casino, if I accidentally see it and just automatically collect it, then it's annoying, right? Oh, he's already swapped. Whoops. I was too busy looking at all my incomplete research. Minimize the research and have self... Yeah, but I'll just forget, is what I mean. I'll forget that I've got it there. And I'll just, like, randomly open it one day and be like, oh, look. Unclaimed research. Okay, what's been happening? All I can see is Cress in the back that can do bits, Luke. That's all I'm telling you. That's all I'm telling you. Is that there's a Cress in the back and it's going to do bits. And both switch clocks are available.
Meanwhile, this extra aerial is going through. As you can see, these Pokemon are still in the yellow. They're not even in the red yet. Another aerial is going through here. Switch timers are now back up. That's how long this game matchup has been going on. Yet another aerial is going.
Oh, I've also got Welcome Party.
The Switch timers have been fresh for about 30 seconds. They've been ready for a while, and these trainers are still staying in the Mandibuzz mirror match.
I have welcome party, and it says complete 30 party challenges. Probably won't do that, to be honest.
And another arrow is just a boot here, just saying, well, while I'm at it, I should
Okay, finally something comes in. And only because one of the Mandibuzzes went down. How's Crest gonna do? How is Crest gonna do? Yeah, we play PvP. That's what we do. Kelvin has the 2022 April Fool's research. So this is quite good, right? Because if you put Crest here, Aquatails you're going to have to spam a few, but Crest can one-shot this. Oh, the Annihilate has energy. I didn't even realize that. Probably want to shield this. But is he going to call a bait? Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And is this going to be game over now?
Elam just let out a sigh of relief, recognizing if I just shield this, I can counter down a two-shielded Quagsire with so much energy and not a lot of health left is going to be a problem.
And now you're having to shield Night Slashes? Oh no! Yeah, Crest could cook if you don't make it eat a freaking Shadow Ball.
He also knows Aquatail is not enough, and the third thing he knows is that he can take that.
He's given up. He's given up. That Shadow Ball was he was trying to call it.
Mango's Shadow Quagsire is weak.
Bullying. Bullying.
Excuse me, gets the boost as well.
Painful, painful for Mango. That's unfortunate. He had a lot of play there. He had a lot of potential. He had a lot of potential there.
Not to be that impactful in the game. It was pretty late game for Elam there.
Yeah, I think late game Night Slash boosts are all for the nostalgia, all for the hype, right? All for the enjoyment of the moment. But sometimes they
that was tough. That was tough. That must be. Do you know what? That's going to be tough for Mango because he's going to look back on that and be like, should have won that game. Should have won that game.
Mango eliminated from the tournament. The first and last
but
to make top cut in New Orleans.
Elam had so much energy that he was happy to just go. Either you give me a shield or you get out of here. That's what happens. How are we looking in the bracket?
And using Gutra even before it has this community day move. So I mean, playing this well, I can only imagine how much better.
Still a lot of games to go.
When it gets that attack, I bet he can't wait for Sunday.
Okay, I'm probably realistically not going to be able to do all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these games. So I will do Spartan and Harjef, and then we'll go raid someone. I think that's fair. How many hours have I been going? I feel like I've been going a while.
Full throttle, no brakes, all gas, landed the Shadow Ball, and then countered down the Cresselia, and that was Mango's best chance to win the game. Just snuffed.
We'll do one more. We'll do one more.
So many big plays like this in just the losers bracket run alone. I mean, we saw Shining Dialga's big call that it wasn't a wild charge earlier on. That one was called correctly, but I mean, so many times I think players
7 hours, jeez. Why do you listen to me for this long?
What would a typical player do? Because that is probably what is expected of me. If I don't do that, I may have.
We'll do one more match. We'll do one more match, yeah? Oh. Oh. That way I won't miss my Duolingo before midnight. What Pokemon should I take to Worlds? Can you guys help me? Okay, you've watched this. NAIC, there are no more competitions between now and Worlds. 0. Nil. There will be some locals, to be fair, in July. But there are no more official tournaments. Okay, let me see what you're saying. Quag, obviously. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Vig, no, get out of chat, Matt. Not Basti. Fair enough. Shadow Basti has has probably had its one event and it's done now. You probably will never see me use Shadow Basti again. That's fair. Another Quag, yep. We like Quag. Gloom? Gloom? Do I have a Gloom? What does Gloom learn? Great League Gloom? I've got a Great League Gloom. Oh. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're not going to bring Gloom. The source is Hakamoa. I don't know about that. In a Gligar Azu meta? Don't know about that. How about that Talon with that strong move? Fair question. Fair question. Brave Bird Talon. For Alligator? Chestnut? Poliwrath? These are some better suggestions. A/, regular Cash, and Vig. Colin, can someone ban Colin from this chat, please? Walls. Great League. Yeah, I've got a Great League Gloom. Whiskey, what would you like me to take? I will absolutely not be taking A/, regular Cash, or Vig. As Colin knows, they are 3 of my most disliked Pokemon in this game. Do I have a shiny Gloom? Whoa. Didn't know I had that. Does anyone know that that's what shiny Gloom looks like? You probably did. Shadow Garchomp? Shadow Typhlosion. Ooh, Shadow Typhlosion. I definitely have a Shadow Typhlosion. Do I have a Shadow Garchomp for Great League? I don't think I've got one. No, none of these are Great League eligible Garchomp. Can we plan something to do together around Europe? Yes, Alejandro, we can. Once a year, there is a regional in Italy. And on Sunday of that regional, maybe you could come and watch me play Pokemon Go against Colin in the finals. Given that you live in Italy and Colin and I were there, maybe you could have come and actually watched us. But I don't know. For anyone that doesn't know, Alejandro decided to skip watching the grand finals because he started talking to a girl instead. And I have nothing more to say on that. Yeah, exactly. How desperate are you guys? What do you mean you don't blame him? Yeah. Alejandro, you better marry this girl, right? You better marry her. That's all I'm saying. If you don't marry her... Oh, the t-shirt trick in Stockholm? This was funny. This one was funny. So I was casting Stockholm, and obviously I'm just sat backstage, like, waiting or whatever I'm doing, and Alejandro comes backstage because he's going on stream soon. And he goes over to... He gets his t-shirt, his stream shirt, and firstly, the first thing he does is he goes to the corner to get ready and takes his shirt off with his back kind of to everyone else. And then he remembers that obviously Alejandro is like absolutely jacked, right? He's ripped. So he goes, wait, hold on a minute. Why am I facing away from everyone? So he just quickly turns back around, edges a little bit closer to all of the back staff, and then just slowly puts his next shirt on. And 5 minutes later, or like one game later, he comes back, or the next day, I can't remember what it was, and he's on stream again. And they go, Alejandro, where's your stream shirt? And he goes, oh, I spilt coffee. I spilt coffee on it. Can I have another shirt? And they gave him a new shirt, and he just like looks at me and he's grinning because obviously he just wanted another shirt. But then he was like, you gave me the same color. I wanted a different color. But I think, Alejandro, am I right in saying you've got 2 blue shirts? Is the coffee in this room right now? Alejandro, was there actually ever any coffee? Or did you purposefully actually spill stuff down yourself? 2 blue ones? Yeah, pointless. Pointless.
As we look forward to the World Championships, more champions.
I'm going to start building my Worlds team.
Be sure to tune in and check out Pokemon.com/compete.
What's done well this event? Quag. Would I consider Persian? Let me check. Persian. Do I have a Great League Persian? Great League Persian. What do you learn? Scratch or Feint Attack with Play Rough, Night Slash, Foul Play, Power Gem, and Payback. I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna look into Persian.
Finals 3-2 against his good friend LNDS Trixin. We are here in New Orleans for NAIC, the final international competition.
Azu has done well. I think Azu's a very good option. I wonder if there are any secret Azu spreads that are relevant. Usually people just go maximum bulk on an Azu. I can't. I'll be honest. I can't say I've looked into Azu IVs more than that. I hope Worlds is a Shadow Haunter meta. Maybe. Not this year's, but maybe one day. You're a big fan of Quag Manticore. Interesting, interesting. Oh, Berserker. That is also an option. Celio? Do you know what? Every time I build a team on PvPoke, it always recommends that I look at Celio. Shadow Dragonite to reliably beat Gator and Ape. Something that Shadow Dragonite does not do. It does not reliably beat either of those. Oh, thank you very much for the raid. Lida Azul Alex, how are you doing? Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everyone. For anyone that doesn't know me, my name is Tomahawk. I'm a caster for Pokemon Go, and occasionally I'll sit here and chat for 7 hours. Occasionally about Pokemon Go, sometimes about other things as well, like food. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Leader Azul Alex, thank you, thank you. You want to hear my achievements? They're here. These are my achievements. They just sit there. Yes, yes. Oh yeah, I did play Marco Shiny. I remember. Gold medal mod check, please. I wish. Right, we got a good game here. We got a LATAM clash. We got the man from Mexico, Spartan L17 on the left, and the Brazilian bull, LNDS Harjef. He is going on an insane losers bracket run. His head is in the zone. He wants to go and face LNDS Steiner later in this losers bracket. Here we go. Vigoroth into Bastiodon. What do? You come in with the Quag. Quag is a pretty good answer. There's no answer to Quag on LNDS Harjef's team. There is no response. So Quag is super safe here. Super safe to bring in. And the difficulty is, remember this. Remember two things. Firstly, switch clocks are being misaligned. Secondly, Vigoroth can't unload its energy into Basti later, right? Vigoroth has to use counters into Basti, and so if Vigoroth gets too low, or even if it farms up loads of energy, that's useless on Basti.
Won't be completely walled off by the Mandibuzz. In comes the Azumarill, easily taking the Stone Edge, likely going for a full bubble down. But the
You want me to bring Snorlax to Worlds? Maybe, maybe. Anyone that's coming in from Leaders Chat, we were also talking about what team I should take to Worlds. So if you've got any ideas for me, if there's anything that you want to see at Worlds, I'll consider it. You know, I'm going to bring a good team. It's probably not going to be a meta team. But if you genuinely think you've got something that's a good shout, tell me. I'll consider it. Okay, Basti can eat up all of this energy. None of this Play Rough or Ice Beam is doing anything. Both are resisted. Play Rough does slightly more damage, so Play Rough's the better move to throw. But Basti does not care. The bubbles will do a bit of damage, but the charge attacks are doing little to nothing. It's an inefficient use of those.
Which Bubble doesn't really provide a lot of.
SmackDown Smackdown, Smackdown. Why don't you smack on down that Azumarill loaded with energy?
14 Fegus, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing? Hope you had a good stream as well. Welcome in, welcome in.
Vigoroth, the one thing that Vigoroth is now lacking in terms of this matchup is charge attack.
So this is the thing. You can get Bastion, you can go into Cress if you want to. I'll be staying in. Oh, this is a bit more uncomfortable.
I think Rockslide going to be preferred because Body Slam is double resisted both by the steel and that rock typing. But
I mean,
we see actually Body Slam a bait here from Rajef.
interesting.
And the body slam will not quite be enough to knock out. Does even less, I think, than a singular.
And now you come in with Cress. But Cress needs 3 Moonblasts. Cress needs 3 Moonblasts for the Mandibuzz, right? Did Rockslide knock out? Honestly, could have got close. Maybe not. Maybe not exactly. But the Rockslide plus the counter after the shield should have knocked out the Basti. It might not make a huge amount of difference. Let's see how the Mandy does. But you got 2 shields. Imagine if Spartan can take this, having led that Basti into that Vig. This could be interesting, right? This could be interesting. He got the attack drop! He got the attack drop! Oh my goodness, you actually don't even need to shield this. You don't even need to shield this. He's going to shield it. He's going to play safe.
This Mandibuzz is going to be doing even less damage with these snarls and with its charge attacks. A great bait there from Rarjef. But there is still another shield on the side of Spartan. Shields up another potential Dark Pulse.
Interesting, interesting. You got a shiny Vullaby from GBL? Well done, well done. Didn't we say? Oh, LNDS Jeff has his head in his hands. Okay, wait, there's a catch opportunity here. No! No, not you! Don't give it more health! Oh, what? Spartan, have you thrown that?
1 in 10 times 1 in 10. That is a 1 in 100 chance for 2 attack drops. The Psycho Cut down not coming in.
Wow, almost. Goes for the grass knot because he knows it's enough. Imagine if Harjev caught that and then got.
Even if it gets to a body slam isn't going to be enough to knock out. So the body slam's going to come through, or it might actually. Let's go ahead and see. It's going to be honestly close. Body slam comes through. Is it? It's enough. As the timer lets go, I was convinced that Cresselia was going to survive on 1 HP. That Vigoroth is built differently.
And the key difference to Rarjef winning that game is over farming, doing 1 more counter. That counter damage.
I can't believe that.
From that body slam knocking out.
I don't have any particular. There's nothing. I'm not like, oh, I want Spartan to win, but like, you almost flipped Basti versus Vig, and I just. How has that happened? How has that happened?
There is that 1 HP Quagsire. We're going to see the Bastiodon, which is really the reason I think the timer came into play at the end, was that Bastiodon ate up a lot of time.
Is there an Australian or a New Zealand Pokemon Go tournament? Yeah, next season. It's our Oceania region. They have their own circuit as well. So when locals start back up in July, you'll be able to play locals. And then there are tournaments as well, Perth, Melbourne, etc. next season. So we're actually expecting after NAIC, maybe even tomorrow, depending on when all of the approvals come through, we should get the announcements for next season's events. And so you're going to get told the dates of the events, and you're going to get told the cities of the events. So that information will be. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. But yeah, they will announce the next season schedule for the 2025 season. Basti again. Oh, okay. This time there's a Vig. This time there's an ape. This time there's an ape instead of a Cress, but the ape can only go into the Vig. But this time, instead of using the Basti to sponge the Vig energy, the ape can sponge the Vig energy, and the Basti can save as much health as possible for the Mandibuzz. You see what I'm saying? Think Africa might get their first tournament next season? No, I don't. I think South Africa's getting VG and TCG, but I don't know if it'll get Go. This ape could make the difference, by the way. This ape could make the difference. Yeah, you should definitely get involved, Drop Bear, and even if not in-person tournaments, maybe start off with remote as well. But if you can get yourself to in-person locals and/or events, I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
Before Rajef is going to be able to fire an attack before throwing this Aqua Tail. It would be enough to knock out, but Rajef choosing to preserve the Azumarill. This was a charge attack tie, so Azumarill is going to fire off the move immediately, and with no Protect Shields remaining, the Quagsire is knocked out.
If you come in with Basti here... Oh, okay, no, he's coming in with Ape.
But Annihilate typically running Night Slash and Shadow Ball. The energy is walled by Mandibuzz, and Rajef still has that Mandibuzz in the back. There's no way he's bringing in Vigoroth into this matchup.
Absolutely not. With taking his time, there is the Mandibuzz. Here is the Bastiodon. Here is the Vigoroth. It is out there swinging its arms.
Well, that looks like that. That looks like that.
Fast attack pressure. Vigoroth can't handle too many more smackdowns.
Interesting to see the body slam again here.
Again, a body slam, double resisted.
And a full smackdown coming through, or a full smack on down coming through.
Yeah, Rock Slide is better. Rock Slide is only single resisted.
Still not going to threaten a knockout.
No, and now
But he's got 3, so maybe that was the reasoning.
energy. This body slam is going to get another get us again very close to a knockout. The energy from that smackdown, the damage registered. Vigoroth is now down.
Wait, imagine if you...
Is going to have to
Can you reach another Stone Edge?
on the stone.
Oh, no, you can't.
Bastiodon cannot,
Oh, he almost caught it. That would have been insane. Imagine if he caught it and able to bank the... Imagine if he was able to bank the Stone Edge. He probably wouldn't have, because Mandy would have just farmed up to 2 moves later on anyway, but... He definitely should have aerial aced, yeah. Oh, that switch clock was so close to being up. I don't know why the casters don't mention that he was trying to go for that catch and things, because that would have been insane. Well done, LNDS Hardrep, well done. And that means it's LNDS Hardrep up against Magic Mason. Wow. That was close. Spartan, well done. Spartan, well done for getting as far as that. That's cool. That's cool. 2 rock sides do more than 3 body slams. Exactly. Exactly.
New Orleans and going to continue on in this tournament. I love that these 2 games, Rajef brought the exact same team both times. He led the Vigoroth both times. Spartan brought the Bastiodon both times in the lead both times. But these games played out so incredibly differently. That first one was still kept me on the edge of my seat. That was a wild match. Definitely a contender.
Saket, thank you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. How long have I been going? 7 hours. 7 hours. Shall I call it there, team? Can I go get some more food? I need to do my Duolingo. We can raid out. Who are our options? Do we have any streamers that need some raid support? Anyone we can help out? Rise has enough viewers, right? Rise doesn't need us. Rise doesn't need us. Are there any other streamers that would benefit from a raid? Oh.
Ends up using the Vigoroth to throw this key body slam. Cresselia almost, but not quite able to hang on. I love that celebration there. And then
Ventusky beat me in EUIC. He's not getting a raid.
alignment. The Vigoroth able to completely avoid this Annihilate matchup. Annihilate comes in, so he was able to keep that Mandibuzz on the Annihilate, use some energy.
Right, let's just go into Rise. Yeah, don't be silly, get good. That's fair. Rise is playing GBL.
Where Mandibuzz soars through the sky in this season of shared skies that we have in competitive PvP. Mandibuzz says, I share the sky.
Yasa? What's Yasa doing?
I am the flyer of choice today.
Okay. Let's go hear Yasa's terrible opinions. Joking, joking. I only say that because I think Yasa suggested buffing Mantine again.
We talk about typings in Pokemon Go frequently in terms of whether they are super effective or resisted. We don't often talk about them on
Right.
whether
Team.
they are strong offensive types.
I think that's correctly spelt. Thank you very much for joining. We will be back for day 3 tomorrow. We've got the winners finals, the losers finals, and the grand finals. I will start on time. I will start on time for those so that we can get in. We can get lots of predictions in. I appreciate all of you. Thank you very much for joining. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event as well, and see you tomorrow.